MoistCr1TiKaL might function as part of the alt-right pipeline.
It's part of the pipeline, though.
Are you agreeing with Idubbbz there? MoistCr1TiKaL constantly criticizes Trump specifically.
MoistCr1TiKaL's video on the Charlie Kirk assassination validates Idubbbz's assertion.
I haven't seen a whole lot of Charlie Kirk.
This is your example, dude? Stop. This video was doing a lot better before Idubbbz got involved.
The overlap is real. It's how the same people can watch MoistCr1TiKaL make this video on Charlie Kirk, but also hang out in Asmongold's stream chat.
Does this guy not realize that he's been criticizing MoistCr1TiKaL more than fucking Asmongold? It is purity testing at its finest.
This is why I think the list of influencers on the Antioch list makes sense together.
Wait a minute. This person unironically said Hasan Piker. I'm like the only person who calls Hasan Piker Hasan Piker. Did I radicalize somebody? All right, guys, this looks kind of interesting. Let's get it going here. The drama slop to school shooter pipeline is insane. It's got a picture of Turkey Tom, so that's something. And then we got Idubbbz in the comments. If we scroll down for an hour and a half, and it says, bro, this deserves 5 big booms. Now, do I think Idubbbz actually watched it? I don't think so. But let's see what it is. Maybe it's good. It's from Crimes New Roman, man. Am I drama slop? How sloppy am I? Like, am I too sloppy? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Maybe I'm part of this. Doubtful, though. I don't think I'm quite as sloppy as they are, but you know what? Maybe that's a cope.
I guess I'm not so worried about what the audience is going to do with the information, because I think...
What does that mean?
I think I have a responsible way of conveying it.
Turkey Tom, let's see, Ethan Klein, Inspiration, and Sneako's Downfall, Bridges. I don't even know how old that is.
And unfortunately, there are going to be some nut jobs in the audience who are going to take things a little far sometimes.
Might be true.
I avoid that. You know, I don't like those people. I don't support them in whatever they're going to do. I don't want anybody, you know, having a subscribe to PewDiePie situation in my name. But unfortunately, there are nut jobs out there that are going to, you know, take whatever you say and run with it and misinterpret whatever it is. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Okay. 8 months and 16
On
days
January
later.
22nd, 2025, a 17-year-old opened fire in the cafeteria of Antioch High School in Nashville, Tennessee. He killed one student, Jocelyn Correa Escalante, injured another, and then killed himself. His 51-page...
Well, that's intense. What does that have to do with Turkey Tom? Is Turkey Tom mentioned in this video? Or in his, like, his manifesto or something?
Manifesto laid bare the life of an angry, abused, socially isolated teenager who wrote that he was ashamed to be black due to being immersed in accelerationist white supremacist ideology.
What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
He was affiliated with far-right cybercriminal networks like 764 and Telegram, and spoke about Jews, Muslims, women, and LGBT people being targets. His manifesto, unsurprisingly, had a section listing people who influenced him, and you find usual suspects there like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes.
Those are probably the biggest ones. I mean, Candace Owens to some degree is going to be, I mean, especially if you're black, Candace Owens is going to be somebody who makes you kind of like feel comfortable almost getting into some of the worst areas, right? That would be kind of what it is. Like, okay, I'm a young black person, and Candace Owens is like right wing, and in the right wing sphere, there's a lot of black hatred. So, you know, you kind of have to have that pick me energy. So it kind of makes sense that that would help radicalize him. The Candace Owens would help radicalize him.
I wonder if he's going to come up again. But sitting right alongside the open white nationalists were names like Idubbbz, Destiny, Hasan Piker, Ruben Sim,
Idubbbz? What the fuck? Why was Idubbbz in there?
and Turkey Hard R Tom.
Don't do it.
Okay.
Don't do it.
N-word.
Oh, fuck.
A strange combination that I'm hoping will make more sense by the end of this video. But to me, the most interesting inclusion is that of a guy who makes videos ostensibly about internet drama, because he was named explicitly as one of 2 primary figures who...
Candace Owens has influenced me above all. Each time she spoke, I was stunned by her insight and her own views, helped push me further and further into the belief of violence and over the Jewish question, along with Turkey Tom and Ruben Sim. Interesting. That's kind of interesting. I really wouldn't hit Turkey Tom with like the alt-right pipeline person, to be honest with you. I mean, maybe I think he's friends with Sam Hyde, so I guess that could be part of it. But I really wouldn't have like primaried him, if that makes any sense. Maybe is it like the lolcow coverage? Like, what is it that fucking gets people? I don't get it.
Pulled the shooter into the alt-right. Also, we're not talking about Ruben Sim today, even though him and Tom are friends.
I
And
don't even know who the fuck Ruben Sim is.
the dude sucks ass. Don't let his Roblox heroism fool you. He got banned for racism, homophobia, and harassment, and is very transphobic. Like, trust me, there's a reason why he was listed here. Anyways, Turkey lies and blames Bianca Devins for her own murder by an incel in the
Who the fuck is Bianca Evans? What the fuck?
and tries to delete the video. Tom,
And as for Bianca and what happened to her, it's obviously disgusting to say that she got what she deserved. She did not deserve to be murdered for what she did. However, is it completely unreasonable to question whether or not she contributed to the likelihood of this happening? Bianca was effectively
I have no idea what the fuck's happening. How old is Tom there when he made this video? What the hell?
an e-prostitute who was selling nude pics
The tragedy of Bianca Devins. I'm assuming he deleted it because he knew that it was like bad. I guess because he sounds really young here. I wonder.
pictures of herself to men and leading on a number of them, and using them for her own gratification. She recklessly promoted an image of herself online that attracted a pretty gross crowd of people.
is one node in a particular web of commentary, drama recap, and reaction channels. Tom, Sensitive Society, WestJet, More Pegasus, Achieve.
Oh yeah, a bunch of fucking losers. Well, I don't really mind Tom. I think he's okay. WestJet's just kind of a fucking dork. Sense of Society is like a fucking complete fucking loser, dude. This guy like loves Tectone. That's fucking crazy, dude.
Cheeto, Think Before You Sleep. There's a billion of these guys.
Wow, look at them all, guys. Hey, I'm not Nuxinor. It's a little weird to put them all together. Nuxtaku, huge loser guy. Same thing with Think Before You Sweep for Tectone's rape. The Pegasus guy is a fucking dork. I don't even know what Cheeto is on there. I didn't even know he really made content anymore, to be honest with you.
Cross-referencing and reacting to each other's content like one big, incestuous, very apolitical family.
Sure.
Foreshadowing. Now, I know what...
I guess. I feel like they don't all like necessarily... I saw Nicholas Diorio on there. I'm pretty sure Nick doesn't like... I know he doesn't like... I'm pretty sure he doesn't like Pegasus. There's no... Maybe I'm fucking wrong. But I don't think that they're all as homogenous as... I guess maybe they used to be.
Some of you are thinking. These are just dumb guys making dumb videos about more dumb guys and dumb internet drama.
No, I think that Pegasus is like a fucking absolute like weird like loser. So
they are not worth taking seriously, let alone making a video
2 hours, 16 minutes, 36 seconds.
long talking about them. And to that I say, you're right about it being dumb. However, you're wrong about it being not important. That dismissal is exactly the problem, because it is the genre's primary defense mechanism, just like all the pseudo-intellectuals and gamer chuds whose content...
Gamer chuds, we love a gamer chud. I love making fun of gamer chuds. He doesn't like Pegasus or Nux. Yeah, I figured. I don't think that Nicholas Diorio is like a terrible person. You know, he's just fat. You know, and fat people are amazing. Oh, your mother's a bitch. Fuck.
Through the conventions of their genre, participate in an ecosystem that functions as important infrastructure in the pipeline to radicalization. And Tom's name in that manifesto is the smoking gun I knew would show up eventually. The moment you call this content trivial, you have already accepted the framing that makes it effective and ignore...
Well, I mean, basically the idea here is that the content... it's kind of just like stupid slop, but at the same time, a lot of people are watching it. So I guess it is influential, especially to like the online young man that, the online disaffected young man. You know what I mean? So yeah, sure. I agree with that.
Ignoring them allows them to thrive. Like something else I'm having a hard time thinking of right now. What was it? I feel like it was important.
Donald Trump is the president of the United States.
Whoa, Donald Trump.
This radicalization occurs not because
Guys, I don't like Donald Trump. I don't know if you know that. Okay.
Any individual creator intends it, although it sure seems like some do, but because the structure of their content systematically...
Wait, what?
This radicalization occurs not because any individual creator intends it, although it sure seems like some do.
Well, yeah, I think that they intend to increase... They play off the radicalization, but also some of these guys like Nuxtaku like loves Trump, so... That's probably a better example.
But because the structure of their content systematically normalizes the preconditions that radicalization requires. And I think this is serious because these channels are not fringe. They have millions
I guess.
of subs and millions of
What the fuck does a Cheeto do nowadays? I have no idea. I haven't seen a Cheeto in a long time. Didn't even know he was still making content, to be honest with you. Damn, they like all do this like weird thumbnail style. It's finally over. Alright, well, he's not doing as well as he used to. Huge scam, Gen D as fuck, this guy sucks. Sekuno stuff, Mr. Beast. Alright, doesn't even really seem to be doing like right-wing stuff. Why? This is why Asmongold got banned. Downfall, pathetic. This is Indian fatigue. People are starting to. Oh, he is a little right wing there. Okay, Indian fatigue. Yeah, got it. Okay, never mind.
views from their audience that is overwhelmingly terminally online young men, which is the exact demographic most vulnerable to this kind of thing.
So
like
true, King.
me a decade ago, when I was too dumb to realize any of this as I eagerly awaited the next content cop.
It's so funny when we see like this idea that like Idubbbz was this huge like pusher to the alt-right pipeline. And the only reason I find it kind of funny is because I don't, and maybe I'm just like ignorant, but I don't think that the alt-right existed in the same way back when Idubbbz existed. You know, back then, you can be, I feel like, maybe I'm incorrect, but you could be a little edgy and it's okay. You know, it's okay. You could be a little bit of an edgy guy, not a big deal. Nobody really associated you with like the alt-right. But something really did happen. Maybe it was slow, and it just kind of turned on. And you know, obviously, it led to like Donald Trump getting fucking elected. I'm just saying, like, it's so interesting. I don't think that like a lot of these people, whether you like them or not, wanted to be the alt-right pipeline. I think they were just like having edgy fun, and they were always left-leaning. But it was like, oh, we can have a bit of edgy fun and be left-leaning. And now things are so crazy that, like, even for me, like, you know, I would get like 40 million views a month on Instagram making the edgy jokes. But like, I don't want to do it anymore because it's not fun anymore because the edgy jokes are taken too seriously. Like, people think I'm actually racist. And it's like, I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to hide that I'm racist. No, it's just like, people are fucking crazy now. So I just don't think it's this. I don't think it's as like intentional as people say. Like, it's just so interesting. Like, you know, people like even Idubbbz, like he's too in his own shit. Like, he's too upset about it. Like, as if he was like actively part of this alt-right pipeline. I feel like a lot of people who associate with him were like more left-leaning back in the day. But
seriously though, over the last 6 months, these 6 people
alt-right pipeline's been pretty big in 2016. Maybe I'm wrong, honestly. I mean, like, I wasn't online. But was Ethan Klein and Idubbbz really part of the alt-right pipeline? I mean, I used to watch them, and I was just having a good old time. I don't remember them being like alt-right. I didn't associate it with that. Maybe it's because I'm like their age, so when I watched them, I wasn't as like influenced by some of their shit. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
People alone have put out 116 videos. That's 3 times the amount I've ever done. So if I don't get every single detail in here.
What did this guy do that he looks so familiar? Maybe I met him in a glory hole. No, I'm kidding. Did he make a video about Idubbbz? Yes, I remember this guy. Okay.
Cut me some slack. Also, I'm technically half man now, but you know, who's asking? Turkey actually has the words real wigger swag on his
that's crazy.
merch website. Tom is the through line of my analysis because he is the creator of the Antioch shooter specifically named, but the mechanisms
I know that's a Sam Hyde thing, so I mean, honestly, you know, this creator is going to have a pretty easy time connecting Tom then to like more of an alt-right pipeline. I mean, Sam Hyde is like legitimately a white supremacist. You guys know, I don't know if you guys know my theory. It might be an unhinged conspiracy theory, but like I don't know if you guys know my theory here, that Sam Hyde's the one who got Elon Musk to do that Sieg Heil. That sounds crazy, but I remember, you know, it was back, it was like maybe a year or so ago. And this was when Elon Musk was really supporting H-1B visas, which he still supports. But they're basically visas that a lot of tech guys use to get people to come from other countries. So they have skilled labor. Usually they're like Indian people. And that whole the whole reason that exists more than anything else is because we don't educate our workforce in America particularly well, as well as we should have. So that we use that labor to subsidize labor. There are some criticisms of it. You know what I mean? It does take jobs away from Americans, and it puts a lot of these people who come here into vulnerable positions where like those tech companies can take advantage of them, make them work longer hours without like additional pay. So, but Sam Hyde doesn't like it because he doesn't like brown people very much. He talks about how he wants America to stay white and whatnot inside of his video, right? So after that, it was the video is titled something along the lines of like, Elon Musk, you let me down, or something gay like that. I don't fucking remember the specifics. And then a month later, all of a sudden we get My Heart Goes Out to You. My heart goes out to you from Elon Musk. So it's like, I know that's a fucking unhinged conspiracy theory, but I don't think it is unhinged. Actually, I gotta think it's true. What the fuck? I think it's true. I think that's what actually got. I think that's what got Elon Musk to do that. So, you know what? I'm gonna stand by that fucking theory.
Documenting here are genre-wide, which is why we're going to be hearing from all sorts of spirited individuals along the way.
Hey, it's Tectone.
And in case any of these guys happens to see this video, because I know they're constantly desperate for relevancy, let me give...
Well, I mean, I imagine they will see the video, but I feel like they're all more relevant than you. I don't like some of these people, but
give you some react faces for the unflattering thumbnail that you'll probably put me on. We good? Cool, you're welcome. Now, to prove I'm not pulling all this out my ass, research.
All right. We love research. Yeah, where's Asmongold? Actually, ironically, excellent question. Where the fuck is Asmongold? Why aren't we getting Asmongold in this? He's like the biggest issue, no? Is that true that in 2016, like Edgy used to be left wing? It actually kind of makes sense. Because like you make fun of like religion and stuff, right? And that's edgy. And then what, SJWs became the general representation of the left? That would be fucking crazy. Crazy if true? Crazy if true? Crazy if true.
A prominent academic model for understanding radicalization is psychologist Ari Kruglanski's 3N framework, which identifies three converging factors. Need, the individual's quest for personal significance, the desire
we all need that
to matter and be respected. Narrative,
so true,
the
brother,
ideological
so true.
framework that
individual. I don't want to be respectful. I do. I didn't say I don't. I mumble sometimes. And my wife has a fucking hearing problem. I don't know if she actually does, but so we're a good match. I mumble and she can't fucking hear a goddamn thing.
Channels that need towards a specific cause, and network, the community that validates the narrative and rewards adherence to it. Kruglanski's research has demonstrated that the need for significance is universal, but becomes an acute driver of extremism when triggered by experiences of failure, rejection, humiliation, or social exclusion. The need itself is ideologically agnostic, very important. It is the narrative and the network that determines which direction the radicalization takes. Complementing this is Luke Munn's 2019 study of the alt-right pipeline.
We love Luke Munn's Munting. Haven't heard that in a long time. I'm getting irritated.
Which identified three overlapping cognitive phases in online radicalization: normalization, acclimation, and dehumanization. Munn emphasized that the digital ecosystem enables this process through a dense spectrum of right to far right spaces that offer a set of waypoints, allowing users to transition to more politically extreme environments without a sense of cognitive dissonance. I think this is a great way of describing a pipeline because
yeah, I think it's also important to note that like alt-right pipeline totally exists. I imagine that there is a kind of like an alt-left pipeline as well, but also that like, left-leaning things can be part of the alt-right pipeline. So don't be too cringe, you know what I'm saying? That's all. That's all I'm saying, guys. Don't be too cringe.
So many people.
And don't be too purity testy. I think the left has a huge problem with like purity testing. And that counterbalances with the right's problem of not purity testing at all. And this is more in online spaces, although it's kind of hard to make that point anymore. when a rapist is the president who threatens to genocide Iran by saying he's going to wipe out their whole civilization, also kills the economy, destroys trade relations with everybody. They're literally the worst president like ever. And so, you know, keep that in mind. I'm not saying don't hold people to task. What I'm saying is that, like, you know, you guys people on the left need to be a little bit nicer and like a little bit more accepting of some things. Not everything, you know what I mean? Like, if you got a fucking MAGA cultist walking around and they're sitting there and they're fucking, you know, if you wear MAGA merch, you should be excommunicated by your family. That's all I'm saying. But just because your family might be more right-leaning or something, that doesn't mean that you can cut them off. And especially if there's a young person that expresses some ignorant opinions, you know, you could talk to your family. And I think that most people they want to do the right thing. People are just afraid, and they're afraid of different things, you know? And people who are MAGA, they're afraid of the world changing, and they're just afraid of the world changing, right? So they're racist. You just got it. If it's just and maybe a mixture between the two. So all I'm saying is don't be too toxic.
Like,
you don't know who you're gonna push away. You know?
Some we're going to talk about. Imagine a radicalization pipeline to be a consistent linear escalation of rhetoric, when in reality it's much more about the interconnectivity of many nodes with varying degrees of rhetoric. This structure allows people to bounce between said nodes easily.
Oh, bounce on it, yeah.
Because radicalization is about cracking their psyche to be susceptible to more and more extreme ideas over time through repetition and isolation. It's not just as simple as turning up the racism dial, even though some people really do make it look effortless. Research on
we love racism.
Everyone's favorite group of guys, the manosphere, has also further documented how spaces not explicitly coded as political serve as recruitment environments.
Sure.
Shergill and Queer quote.
Yeah, I mean, if you're making a bunch of jokes about how you don't like minority groups, I mean, the Republican Party is the I hate minorities party. So, you know, I don't know.
Quoward.
I don't buy anybody that says I left because I was ostracized by the left. I think that those videos are very performative. I don't think that people leave the left because they were ostracized necessarily. I think it's more that they were like more in the middle and they got pushed to the right because they felt more comfortable and accepted. It's like a jingling keys thing. You know what I mean? That's why I got people like Jillian Michaels, like a lesbian woman who's willing to be friendly with people that want to take away her rights as a woman and a lesbian. You know, they were never really on the left. They were more like middle groundish. And then they just didn't feel comfortable because the mean words online from Twitter upset them. And so they're willing to bypass laws, I guess, that would take away their rights. And that's kind of coupled with this idea that people like Jillian Michaels think that the system works. That's really what it boils down to. And I know that sounds like a silly thing to say, but obviously she does think that because she's friendly with people like that have literally said to her they don't think that she should be able to vote and that gay people shouldn't be able to like get married. Like people who threaten her human rights in America. And the reason I say that she obviously thinks the system works is because she thinks those are radical opinions, but she doesn't think that they're actually going to get implemented. That's what it is. So people on the right actually have a weirdly, like, the people on the right like that, like weirdly think that the system is working kind of perfectly. Like the guardrails are going to hold. It's like, I don't know about that, girl. But if they don't, I'm fine. I'm a white guy. I don't really give a fuck. I mean, I do, but, you know, I got gay family and stuff, and the guy that I meet up with at Lowe's is gay too, so, you know. It's not what you think, obviously. It's just like a glory hole thing. But
Demonstrated how gaming platforms like Discord, Twitch, and Steam are leveraged by extremists for radicalization and recruitment, while research on Gamergate has established it as a template for how ostensibly apolitical online communities can be focused around weaponizing their mutual hatred of women and minorities through gaming.
Sure. I don't think it's all gaming. It depends on the game. You know, I don't think that somebody playing Castlevania Aria of Sorrow is going to be like that. That being said, I think that maybe shooter games might have a little bit more of an association with some more toxicity, I guess you could say, like this. Oh fuck, I hit the wrong button. Oh fuck, my balls.
In Aria.
Shit. Anyway, Yeah, I also think that there's something to keep in mind that I guess the way that people work in their brains is, the right is fucking crazy, but it kind of represents more than anything else, like not change, right? Fundamentally, I think a lot of people just look at it as like, oh, things won't change, and I'm uncomfortable with change. So the left always is going to, or more left-leaning ideologies will always have to, they'll always struggle more. They're always going to struggle more, because they're not in like they're not there. It's like, hey, we have to change something, and like right now, whether we like it or not, we know what's happening is kind of working. At least that's what people feel, generally speaking, whether they want to admit it or not. So in order to kind of go to the left, it's like, oh, we have to do something new, and that's scary for people. So that's why like the right has an easier time, even though it's always been like objectively the worst party that has always done like, hey, let's cut taxes and inflate the deficit and do a bad thing. And then like people will vote Democrats in when things get tough. Like, oh, COVID happened, we need a Democrat. Oh, the stock market crash, the worst recession since the Great Depression. Oh, we need a Democrat, like Obama and Biden, right? Even Clinton, even though he was getting head from Donnie, I mean, he had a deficit, he had a budget surplus. You know what I mean? So
already feel the pro-Gamergate people angrily typing
you seem like a wise man of culture. Why is it called a glory hole? It's glorious.
their comments from the future as I sit here in the past. Powerful. And in my opinion, what remains underdeveloped in the literature is the role of specifically this genre of content that sits upstream to all of these spaces: internet commentary and drama channels. These creators occupy a particularly nebulous position in the content ecosystem. They're not political commentators, they're not gaming communities, they are entertainers whose subject matter is other people's online behaviors that overlap with many different spaces. And their genre conventions like selective storytelling, the pathologization of certain populations, conspiratorial framing presented as investigation, and the normalization of cruelty as analysis may function as critical early-stage infrastructure in the radicalization pipeline, and I am here to talk for a very long time to prove it.
Did you just flash MoistCr1TiKaL on the screen?
I am here to talk for a
Oh, it's MoistCr1TiKaL and Sneeko. Okay.
very long time
This guy's got a lot of help.
to prove it. Alright guys, gals, and non-binary pals, preamble is finally over, so buckle the fuck up because we're about to get into this bitch. I have neatly organized my examples into categories fitting points of radicalization identified by research and have multiple examples for all of them. And please, mom said it's my turn to make the Slop Too Bad video, and god damn it, I'm gonna make it how I want. Turkey Tom's video on the Charlie Kirk assassination provides the clearest example of what Munn calls normalization. The process
Well, I didn't watch that, so I don't know what. I guess I can't give too much of a take on that. You could be fucking my mom's ass right now.
by which
Oh my
extreme
God.
ideas are encountered in contexts that make them feel like common sense. Kirk's years of rhetoric, calling transgender people an abomination and a throbbing middle finger to God, suggesting that they should be taking care of the way they used to take care of things in the 1950s and 60s, and describing the stoning of gay people as God's perfect law, are reduced in Turkey Tom's video to a single phrase.
Charlie Kirk is infamous for his opposition to transgenderism.
That's it. That is the entire context we get on Kirk and what he believed. And that's just the
All right. Well, I mean, listen, I didn't watch the video. It kind of seems more like it's about the guy who got radicalized. I'm a little surprised. I don't know. I mean, I just feel like that's kind of a neutral. Am I wrong? I would need some more extreme examples. It sounds relatively neutral. The Charlie Kirk killer Discord logs. I mean, I guess you could argue he should have been harder on Kirk, but it didn't sound like he was really whitewashing. I don't know. This doesn't seem like, let's say, even if you think this is a problem, because you have the expectation that Turkey Tom goes into a elaborate rundown of why Charlie Kirk was a bad person. He didn't deserve to die, just to be clear, but he was a bad person. Even if you think it's a problem, like, is it a problem worth complaining about? You know what I mean? It's like, you know, like, not every problem is big enough to care about. I wouldn't really expect him to spend fucking 5 hours talking about, get a whole big rundown on Charlie Kirk's entire fucking, political history and career and this and that. I just wouldn't have that expectation. I don't know. I don't really care. Is this a big deal?
Trans shit too. That isn't even him touching on civil rights or what he thought about Jews.
He loved Jews. What? Not long after he accused Jews of controlling not the colleges and what? Wait, who? Wait, what?
Context.
For his opposition to transgenderism.
That's it. That is the entire context we get on Kirk and what he believed. And that's just the trans shit too. That isn't even him touching on civil rights or what he thought about Jews.
I have a hard time thinking Charlie Kirk didn't like Jewish people. I'm pretty sure he was like he was like Captain Israel, dude. Like he loved Israel. I don't know. It's a tough sell for me, man.
Seems kind of important to bring up. Meanwhile,
I don't know.
Though, the transgender person in proximity to the accused shooter, Lance, receives an exhaustive examination of their Reddit history, their substance abuse, their eating disorder, gender transition, political evolution, not as context for empathy or anything, but as data points in an explicit pathology profile meant to lead people into believing the shooter, who he spends realistically very little time talking about, was just a normal guy radicalized by extreme transgender people and leftism.
After 2020,
I mean, maybe that is part of it. Maybe that is a criticism of Tom. I have to watch the video. Well, I guess we'll see it.
one of the first significant posts on his account is him arguing with other people over transgenderism. Specifically, Lance can be seen calling his old self transphobic and claiming that children should be allowed to transition. By
Whoa, crazy.
2022, he was already posting to subreddits like femboy_IRL
That's a very heavily conservative populated subreddit, to be clear.
and r/196, both of which are well known for their predominantly trans user base. This isn't to say he was
Listen, bud, I know you want to cope on this, Turkey Tom, but fucking femboy cuck shit is like a 90% closeted conservative. Let's keep it a stack here, okay? Why do you think all these fucking weird conservatives think that gay and trans people are sexualized? They're like, they're just so sexy. It's all about sex. I can't stop thinking about it. My name was it Brian Nome? The fucking conservatives are massive closeted fucking homosexuals, dude.
was a conventional left-winger, though, as multiple posts signaled that he was sufficiently far left and that he no longer believed in political parties altogether. To make a long story short, it's infamous for being full of rabid incels, transgender people, and combinations of the two. All
That's a rabid incel. What the fuck?
of whom are bonding over feeling socially excluded or otherwise dysfunctional. If you've been listening to what I've been saying, then I think you're starting to get the idea.
I could go
Whoa, they were terminally online. Probably. Terminally online. Being terminally online radicalizes a lot of people.
on, but the asymmetry, the sanitization of one side's dehumanizing rhetoric, and the microscopic scrutiny of the other side's personal vulnerabilities is precisely the normalization mechanism that Munn describes. It makes a particular ideology frame feel like a neutral, common sense retelling of events. The viewer does not feel like they are receiving an inaccurate, transphobic, right-wing narrative about the assassination.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it's that deep in this instance for Tom. Maybe I just don't care as much. I feel like this isn't like the priority thing to care about. Here's what I do know. Maybe Kirk should have been a little nicer to trans people. I don't know. Maybe he would, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Maybe it's one thing to say like, oh, I'm not a big fan of trans people, which I still think is wrong. It's another thing to talk the way he did about trans people and black people. And, I mean, he said Juneteenth was like a joke, even though that represents the day that black people got freedom. That is what Juneteenth is supposed to represent, when black people got their freedom, man. So I don't know, man. I have a hard time caring or feeling too bad for Kirk. Personally, Erica doesn't seem to give a shit, and frankly, as mean as this sounds, I mean, I saw Charlie Kirk talk about how like if his daughter was like 12 and got raped, he would force her to carry her rapist's baby. That's unhinged religious psychosis to me. I mean, that's crazy. That's physical, psychological torment for that child. That could hurt. Like they could kill them birthing a baby. And plus, you know, you're telling her that like the agency of that rapist is higher than her own agency, like over her own body. So to me, that's child abuse. You can see it like that if you want to or not. You know, honestly, I honestly don't think I mean, he probably would get an abortion, especially if it was like a black guy who did it. You know, because Charlie is super racist. So, but yeah, I mean, that's some gross ass rhetoric. So something to keep in mind. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying stuff. That's child abuse. It's pretty fucked up. If he would actually do that, that would be pretty fucked. So
They feel like they are watching a documentary, and people in the comments are even praising Tom's perceived accuracy. Explaining who Kirk was and what he believed isn't endorsing that he became a victim of the radicalization machine he spent his life building. It is providing helpful context into understanding why it happened. The politics are here in what Tom's video chooses to investigate and what it chooses to gloss over. And the amount of trans slurs in the comment section proves my point that there was definitely something going on here. This matters because Tom...
I mean, I wouldn't doubt there's some transphobia. I think there's a bigger issue to harp on the fact that he's like friendly with Sam Hyde. But then I guess that's the kind of the point that this guy's maybe making, is that like, oh, he normalizes... I guess he downplays the language when it comes to the bad things that Kirk has done, and he upplays the language when it comes to the bad things that like more left-leaning individuals have done. I guess that's the general point here. Okay, I guess.
Tom's supposedly exhaustive evidence seems to brush aside things like the Washington Post investigation, which had interviews with 21 people who knew the accused shooter and found nothing to corroborate the narrative that he had been radicalized by left-wing extremism.
I mean, I guess. To me, the shooter was radicalized by online extremism in general. I think that Charlie Kirk is part of that online extremism, and they were radicalized into thinking that something like really bad was going to happen. And it makes sense. Like, you know, the white supremacy, it dominates this country right now. And I know a lot of people will be like, that's not true. I don't think Donald Trump's that bad. And like, I don't really feel like going into like racist stuff. We could talk about how he like labels illegal immigrants as like fucking, that they're eating cats and dogs when that's obviously not true. But I think the more important thing to look at is like, what do white supremacists want? What they want is an isolationist country that completely restricts immigration, illegal or otherwise, and doesn't trade with the rest of the world because they want to be like a religious ethno state and rolls back the rights of like gay people, trans people, women, even children, right? That's happening. You know, when Donald Trump goes around and he starts talking shit about other countries, like, what do you think is happening? He's hurting our trade deals. Even like because they closed the Strait of Hormuz, like our European allies started making deals with China, right? So you think of it like that. Even if you don't want to see it as explicit, it is what's happening. Like there is like that white supremacist narrative is kind of dominating the country. Like what white supremacists want is happening when we jack up tariffs to like destroy trade relations and things become more expensive, and like that is what they want. They want everything to be done here, even if it's worse for all of the people and all of the economy. That is the point of white supremacy, is to isolate the country. So look at things like that. Just look through a new lens. Be like, wait a minute. Would this have the negative impact of like harming trade relations or our ability to, you know, have allies or, you know, X, Y, and Z? Keep that in your mind when we think about these things. I would personally recommend doing that.
Talking point that Tom continues to push over and over and over.
Yeah, they usually think Asians are right, though. That's true.
But from 2019 to 2024, both of them slowly moved from somewhat apolitical to left-wing, with a large emphasis on the topic of trans rights. While Lance's was well documented through his own Reddit, Tyler's was quieter. However controversial this was initially, establishing Tyler's motive was the easiest part. The casing clearly antagonized Kirk as a fascist, his family remarked that he had recently expressed that Charlie Kirk was full of hate, and his growing left-wing sentiment coincided with his distancing from his family's Mormon religious practices.
Well, that actually makes a lot of sense. I mean, Mormon is like probably the most extreme religious sect that you could be part of. So this person grew up in an environment, a Mormon environment that taught extremism as it stands. I mean, Mormonism is an extremism, is an extremist like religious perspective of like, you know, very not a big fan of rights of women and, you know, children, etc. I mean, it is the religious extremists that want to bring back child marriage, and they want to covet that. They want that to be, you know, still an accessible, available thing. So it would make sense that somebody who grew up with like an extremist idea, very heavily religious psychosis, would be radicalized by other extremist material. Like that's the problem. Yeah.
All of this automatically put Lance squarely outside of the regular political spectrum. And although he was clearly left-wing, he definitely felt ambivalent about a lot of issues.
Friends described a quiet young man disillusioned with both parties, and only one person recalled him ever mentioning trans issues at all.
Well, he had a trans girlfriend, so it sounds like he liked trans issues, no? That would be very important, no?
PLC documented how in the wake of Kirk's killing, right-wing influencers promoted disinformation about trans people and the alleged perpetrator's gender identity. And Tom's—
Why is there feet in the background? The hell is happening in this guy's background? What the fuck? This person's background, whatever.
Video also follows this pattern of using high-profile shootings to push a trans shooter narrative, even while the shooter was not even fucking trans, while maintaining the plausible deniability—
Wasn't the idea that like the girlfriend was trans or something?
—of just investigating. This selective empathy extends into just complete no-holds-barred conspiratorial framing because—
I guess. I have another question, though. I think it's something to keep in mind, too, that Kirk was assassinated on the 10th of September, and Turkey Tom's video came out in October, like a little bit over a month later, like a month and 12 days, so a month and a half. And there was still, like, you know, kind of—
A little bit at—
Like, listen, let's be fucking real. Nowadays, I think nobody cares that Charlie Kirk died. I don't mean to be rude. It was bad. It was terrible. It's not good that he died. But like the right-wing narrative died very quickly, especially with Candace Owens pushing a bunch of conspiracy theories. Keep it up, girl. I think most people just looked at Charlie Kirk as a hateful figure, and that's what they liked about him a lot. So, you know, now it's easy to look back and be like, oh, who cares? You could say pretty much anything about Kirk and nobody really gives a shit. Let's be fucking real here. But like, you know, back then it was a little different. You know, people were a little more sensitive. They didn't want to go too hard in on the guy because, you know, something went pretty hard into his neck, and then nobody really wants to go after him. Like, nobody's going to be that critical of him that soon after his assassination. So I think that's another point to bring up. You know, I think that's a reasonable point to bring up as to why maybe some of the rhetoric wasn't as aggressive against him.
Because a substantial portion of the same Kirk video is dedicated to people who had no demonstrated connection to the assassination. Twitter users who made provocative posts, a band with an edgy song title, connecting an LGBTQ organization called Armed Queers SLC to an unrelated gun club shooting. Like, even the comments point out how much Tom avoids talking about the actual shooter himself to just fucking spew garbage like this. Even the fucking—
Oh, well, if he wasn't talking about the shooter enough, yeah, I guess that could be a good criticism. Again, I haven't watched it, so I can't have like a super strong take on everything. And I'm not going to watch it.
Right-wing cesspit, the Daily Caller, said that
yeah, now people are making tons of it. Charlie Kirk memes are fucking crazy, I will tell you that. Those things are fucking wild. I'll see like Charlie Kirk versus George Droid. You guys have seen those ones? Are fucking insane.
Has no connection to the assassination at all, but Tom really just can't help himself.
Of course, everything I'm saying here is circumstantial, but still, it seems to be enough that the FBI is currently investigating Urmaya about her potentially having some relation, not just to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, but also to any other similar crimes that have occurred recently. Ultimately, it's impossible to know just how much sprawl this kind of thing has, but considering how massive organizations and cults like the Zizians or 764 have gotten, it's best to sort this out as early as possible.
The fuck is 764?
Remember that 764 is a cybercriminal child exploitation network that the Antioch shooter was connected to, that Tom is framing as having the same level of concerning activity to an unrelated queer gun club founded by a trans woman.
Interesting. Okay, that might be a reasonable criticism. You know, if you're saying like some kind of child predator ring is the same as you know, just some fucking trans woman who wants to own a gun, which is, you know, it's your right. That would be fucking crazy.
Very cool. As I said in the beginning, this isn't a one-off thing. In another of Tom's videos weaponizing tragedy, the terminally online Roblox murder is about the Tumbler Ridge school shooting, where the very troubled perpetrator happened to be trans this time. And Tom does the exact same shit of repeatedly bringing up the transness of the shooter.
But he made a major return to Reddit the next year on the subreddit r/trans. Here, he says that he, a 15-year-old at this point, was about to begin his gender transition. Meanwhile, the profile picture was changed to a photo which read Jess01, with a picture of Hatsune Miku, the same SKS rifle which he often referenced, and a transgender flag as the backdrop. It appears that at some point, Jesse changed his username to @JessieGalUwu. In the currently wearing section of the profile, we can see that Jesse had a trans pride flag patch, while the rest of the outfit is some kind of e-girl costume. In addition to this, one of Jesse's favorited Roblox items was a hoodie with a hammer and sickle on it, the flag of communist Russia.
Oh, and if you're confused about who Tom is talking about, he says he instead of she in reference to the shooter, so that's why. Anyways, the video
Interesting. I mean, I don't know how much I could trust this creator, but it does seem like there's some concerning stuff when it comes to Tom. When it comes to, I mean, you would call these like, I mean, dog whistles, right? These would be some pretty big dog whistles. Some of them seem to be a little more subtle, like the framing of this group that I really don't know anything about. That's apparently like a child, like predator group being related to this gun group, or on the same level of intensity as some trans woman that wants to have a gun because it's her legal right to do so.
Follows the exact same template as the Kirk one targeting Lance.
I mean, that coupled with the fact that he's friends with fucking Sam Hyde isn't exactly helping his case there.
Trans identity documented to build a narrative in a pathology profile, an online paper trail going through post by post. When Matt Walsh comes up, Tom shows that a picture of the shooter that was posted on an anti-trans Twitter account was reshared by Matt Walsh, and Tom's only context here is
Matt Walsh is a controversial figure in his own right due to the nature of his content.
Another far-right dipshit given no context. Boy, I wonder if this is going to be a common trend. Wow.
Yeah, it could be because he's far-right and he doesn't want to give him too much criticism. It could be because it's not really the focus of his video. I guess we don't really know. But that might be one of the problems is like Tom's audience is probably more right-leaning. You know, not that maybe they're not necessarily... It probably is a little more right-leaning, even if what he's doing is more apolitical. I guess being apolitical is to some extent like a lot of like there's a level of association with right-leaning shit. I don't know. So he might not want to alienate his audience, for sure. I mean, I guess I get that. And if you have an audience that's like more right-leaning, you're more comfortable with them, you're gonna make more content for them, you're gonna slowly change your mind, being more sympathetic to right-leaning shit. So I guess there's something there.
Of the 3 videos, as of writing this at least, that Tom has made on shooters, 2 of them focus on trans people for some mysterious reason. And
the one thing that saves Tom is that he has his trans friend Nicholas Diorio. They're really big friends. So, and Nicholas Diorio is trans. I don't know if you guys know that. We were talking. Oh, well, just to be clear, let me just be like clear. I don't know if he is trans, but we've talked before, and the things that they say are very trans adjacent. You know, like there's discomfort in their body, and sometimes, I don't know if you guys know this, like Nick hasn't been showing his face. He's been growing his hair longer, you know, kind of experimenting with himself. So it's really just me. I kind of think it's like a trans thing, which I'm not judging. You know, you do you. But they are friends. So, yeah.
And the third is actually about the El Paso Walmart shooter who killed 23 people in a white...
Isn't Tom bi? Even if he's bisexual, conservatives are like the biggest gays ever. They're like closet homosexuals. So,
supremacist attack. However, there is no trans people involved in this story, and for some weird reason, the treatment of the subject is structurally inverted, and the shooter's white supremacist ideology is systematically minimized by Tom.
So it seems that although he definitely meant the things he said here, he was very much on the shallow end of his own ideology. Patrick was evidently not that well versed in his own beliefs, despite trying to play it up. First off, the notion that this wasn't a personal attack. Given that classmates of his described him as being relentlessly bullied by Hispanic people during his school years, this is something I find hard to believe. Although it's possible that even Patrick wasn't aware of his own psychological motivations entirely when he did the crime.
That last
I'm not understanding what he's trying to say.
Given that classmates of his described him as being relentlessly bullied by Hispanic people during his school years, this is something I find hard to believe. Although it's possible that—
I find it hard to believe that Hispanic people bullied him. I feel like we're missing a little bit of context. Are you saying that you find it hard to believe that Hispanic people were bullying him, or you say it's hard to believe that the white supremacist aspect had anything to do with this? It seems like, you know, this might be an instance. Maybe he was bullied by Hispanic people, and maybe that led him to have an ignorant thought about, you know, different immigrant groups.
That even Patrick wasn't aware of his own psychological motivations entirely when he did the crime.
I guess the idea this creator is presenting, which might be true, is that Tom is trying to downplay the impact of the white supremacy angle here. That might be the argument that's being made.
Last chunk is in response to the shooter himself, saying that his attack was a response to the Hispanic invasion of Texas, by the way. His manifesto is described as performative. His radicalization is attributed to being not that well versed in his own beliefs. His life is given extensive biographical sympathy. His father's drug addiction, his parents' divorce, his social isolation, his schizoaffective disorder, quote, which had gone unnoticed for his entire life.
Whoa. I guess I'm kind of curious here.
Yeah. I'm not going to say it was all just him being insane. His mom is super Mormon and also kind of crazy, so there's that. And all of the drugs. Weed, LSD, shrooms, DMT, and I think he said Molly, but I'm not sure. Also, alcoholic levels of alcohol. Lance has always been a little weird and quirky, but never really crazy.
I don't know. I guess the question I'd have, and I wouldn't know unless I watched Turkey Tom's video, is like, how much charity does he give? Like, does he paint a broader picture when it comes to other shooters if they have other mental health issues? Like, does he talk about Mormonism being like an extremist religion? Is he even aware of it? Is it too normalized? Does he know it and he doesn't care? There's a lot of questions. I guess there's just a lot of questions I have.
Trans people and leftism are a constant thread in the two other videos. The El Paso Walmart shooter's white supremacism is barely acknowledged in the entire video, while being framed as a shallow veneer over the real cause, which is undiagnosed mental illness and a childhood bullying by Hispanic classmates. And on top of this, Tom offers a remarkably generous interpretation for mass murder in general.
I made this same point in my manifesto iceberg video, but with most of these guys, it's not necessarily that they have an extremely intense obsession that drives them to kill. It's more so that in their minds, for whatever developmental or psychological reason, they feel that they have very few reasons not to kill people.
There's just this weird double standard.
I don't understand what that means. What? That's a crazy thing to say. Okay.
Everywhere. Like, Tom mentions the El Paso Walmart shooter's extremely timid voice in his interrogation for some reason, compared to feeling the need to mention that he doesn't have proof the Tumbler Ridge shooter's stepfather beat her, despite showing a post on screen that says that. The empathy hierarchy in Tom's own Kirk video captures this dynamic in miniature.
Whatever the case may be, it's an absolute tragedy that Charlie Kirk lost his life. To a lesser degree, it
was not that good.
It's also a tragedy that people like Tyler got to the point of committing such a crime.
Oh. Well, that kind of makes it sound like, well, I guess it gives empathy to the shooter in an interesting way, but I guess the argument here isn't that the shooter gets empathy, it's that they no, I don't know. Is the argument that it's the the creator here's argument that it's like all the trans stuff that radicalized him and that's the focus? It's not about the empathy of the shooter, it's about the blame on the trans creator? Okay, I guess. I don't know. Again, I have to watch more of it.
Kirk's death is seen as an absolute tragedy, while his shooter's radicalization, that Tom incorrectly assesses the reason for, by the way, to the point of murder, is a tragedy only to a lesser degree. The perpetrators of ideology receive full humanity selectively, determined.
I would probably never hold Tom to the standard that he should be more critical of Charlie Kirk. I don't think. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm more critical of Charlie Kirk. I think he absolutely is a part of the reason that he was killed, with the you know, him playing into the whole radicalization shit and saying some pretty disgusting stuff. I know that some of his clips are nice, and people are like, well, his clips were nice, and they don't really know about him. And that's fine, but I don't know that I would be like, oh, Tom, why aren't you talking about how bad of a guy is, especially a month and a half after he died? Like, where's your humanity? I don't know. I think that's unreasonable. Like, I wouldn't put that expectation on, like, my mother to, like, know that Charlie Kirk was a fucking piece of shit before he was killed, and that he was, like, part of the pathway that caused his own death because of his, you know, again, like, the radicalization that he played into, the hate that he played into. So I don't know if I'd hold Tom to, like, hey, Tom, why aren't you talking about, like, deeply talking about how Charlie Kirk is, like, wasn't a good guy? I don't know if I'd hold him to that expectation.
Not by the scale of their crimes, but by where they sit on the political spectrum. And
whoa, how the left became violent. I think that was Think Before You Sweep
because
video.
Not once in any video are actual shooter statistics ever mentioned. Tom is actively perpetuating the trans shooter myth constantly, which is so prevalent, there is literally a section on the Tumblr Ridge Shooters Wikipedia about it. Of 201 mass shootings recorded by the Violence Prevention Project between 1966 and 2025, 196, or 97.5%, were perpetrated by cisgender men. A single 0.5%, one, was perpetrated by a transgender individual. As the project co-founder noted,
even if it was committed by more trans people, why would I, like, I'll be real with you, why the fuck would I care? You know, trans people who get relentlessly harassed by right-wingers are getting radicalized to kill people? Wow, who the fuck would have thought? If I was trans and I lived in this fucking day and age, I'd probably be radicalized too, dude. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, shit's fucked, man. If you're a trans person, like literal, like, people, like hardworking trans people in the military, they, like, got kicked out of the military because they were trans. You know what I mean? Like, holy fuck. Like, you can't even be like a trans, like, fucking, you know, America loving person anymore. You're not allowed to be. You get fucking ostracized from your own fucking community. So, I mean, I would be fucking radicalized too. I don't know why young men are getting radicalized or young white men are getting super radicalized. Maybe they're just seeing more minority groups. I have no fucking idea necessarily. I mean, I can understand why young men in general, you know, things are a little crazy right now. It's tough to get that pussy, you know what I'm saying, dude? And there's a lot of online radicalized, like pathways, I guess, too. But yeah, man, I'd be fucking pissed off too if I was trans. You know,
transgender perpetrators are underrepresented in the data, not overrepresented. The overwhelming pattern is clear and consistent. Mass shootings are committed almost entirely by men. The Gun Violence Archive, using a broader definition, counts 5 confirmed transgender perpetrators out of 5,748 mass shootings since 2013, 0.09%. Trans people are, in fact, significantly more likely to be victims of violence than perpetrators. Yet, not just in Tom's video, but in this commentary genre in general, the pattern is structurally inverted. The genre goes out of its way to construct an alternative reality, not through argumentation, but through the cumulative weight of which stories get told, how they get told, and which ones are never told at all, while constantly maintaining the plausible deniability of, say it with me, class, just investigating. This is the exact same conspiracy-adjacent thinking that trains people to see hidden patterns and shadowy networks, priming them for more explicit conspiracism found deeper in the pipeline.
Well, I think a lot of that too is because they don't want to just come to the conclusion that it is like rich people, billionaires, that are actually the problem, like harming your life. It's one of those things that I think there's a lot of people, and they look for a conspiracy, like, oh, who's actually ruining the world? Is it the billionaire not paying taxes and like having supreme political influence? No, because I want to be a billionaire, so it can't be the billionaire's fault. Okay, maybe it's a secret cabal. You know what I mean? Because I can't be that. You know, it's poverty cope. Let's be fucking real, man.
The drama genre is particularly effective at this because its core format is investigation, uncovering hidden connection, revealing what people said in private, mapping networks of association. When this investigative lens is applied selectively, the genre trains its audience in a mode of pattern recognition that consistently produces right-wing conclusions while feeling like independent analysis. And a lot of the time, it does what Tom did with Kirk and Matt Walsh, which gives no context, or even worse, makes right-wing figures look cool.
I don't know if it makes them look cool. I don't think anybody can make Matt Walsh or Charlie Kirk look cool. I think it adds sympathy to them, but I understand the general sentiment. Is it whitewashes them, I guess you would want to say?
I promised we're going to talk about other people at some point, but God, there's just...
You think that one of the reasons why white kids, like young white men, are so radicalized is because their parents have too much money, and so they're able to like stay online. You know, black kids are outside playing basketball because they can't afford a computer. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I'm just fucking, you know, is that the problem? Is this like a fucking first world like as fuck problem? These white kids, they have too much access to computers. You know what I mean? That's crazy, man. That's possible. I think there might be something there. There might be a theory there.
Just so much to talk about with Tom. Holy shit. A very
white kids do be having too much money.
Poignant example of how drama channels normalize far-right figures appears in Turkey Tom's documentary-length coverage.
Everyone's radicalized these days. True. That's so true. That is so true, King.
Coverage of the former hero of these guys, Idubbbz. A significant...
That's having a clavicular. Yeah, that is true. You got a good point there.
Portion of the disturbing downfall of Idubbbz concerns his interactions with comedian Sam Hyde. During the period where Idubbbz was making documentaries on different internet personalities. They were pretty good. I liked them. To give some context on who Sam Hyde is, he is a longtime internet figure and eventually got a show called $1 Million Extreme World Peace, which was canceled by Adult Swim in the wake of what multiple outlets report as ties to alt-right movements and white supremacist rhetoric. He donated $5,000 to the legal defense of Andrew Anglin, the founder of the neo-Nazi website The Daily Stormer. After Anglin was sued for organizing a targeted harassment campaign.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Tom is like kind of friendly with Sam Hyde. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I could have swore that they were friendly. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't think I am, but I could be. This problem is I'm never wrong, so, you know.
Against a Jewish woman. Very cool. When a reporter contacted Hyde about this supposed donation, he asked if the reporter was Jewish and said, "Don't worry so much about the money. Worry about if people start deciding to kill reporters." He dedicated a
an interesting answer. Okay.
victory speech in an influencer boxing event to threatening to go to Hasan Piker's house and kill him and wear his skin as a coat, and he has worked with and openly supported people like Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes. Oh boy, Nick Fuentes is back again. Isn't that cool? And if you think I'm cherry picking, this is a video of his from like 5 months ago.
Whoa.
Come on. And to give appropriate...
I can't believe he's using AI. Am I right, guys? You're right, they're friends. I'm pretty sure they are friends. I remember hearing that, but I guess I could be wrong. But problem is, I'm like literally never wrong. I'm just such a handsome, smart guy. I'm always correct about everything. So, you know, that's my issue there.
Context on why Sam and Idubbbz are in Tom's video. Sorry, there's just a lot of relevant backstory here. When Idubbbz was doing this documentary on Hyde, Hyde effectively treated the entire thing as an opportunity to troll Idubbbz.
Well, I'm pretty sure Idubbbz was trying to get one over on Sam Hyde. I don't like Sam Hyde, but obviously he's going to respond and by trolling back.
A report.
Pretty sure, what was it? What the fuck? Get out of here, you little fucker. Wasn't it that, I'm pretty sure the context is that, like, Sam Hyde put in a false copyright strike or something on an Idubbbz video over like a Kickstarter crap video or something. I think it was something like that. And so That's why he was angry at him.
Reported 15 grand
What the fuck is happening right now?
to fake everything about his life, from his workplace to his team to his girlfriend, because he thought that Idubbbz was going to do a content cop on him.
He was.
Because he fell off. This was pure speculation on
What?
Sam's part, never confirmed by anybody. And since Idubbbz had done...
I'm pretty sure it's pretty confirmed at this point that he was trying to get one over on him. And he just got like outclassed. He got like outclassed troll-wise. And that like Idubbbz, his whole idea backfired on him. To like go out of his way to go after Sam Hyde, and it put Sam Hyde on the map, and it like revitalized his career. So I think even Sam Hyde admits that. He's like, yeah, my career came back because of Idubbbz. So Idubbbz brought back Sam Hyde's career. Yeah, good job, buddy.
Other documentaries before approaching Sam, I don't think it was a reasonable speculation that Idubbbz wanted to dupe him.
I think it was. And do your thing, King. Just be successful at it.
While after their time together ended, Idubbbz decided to not actually release anything about Hyde and their time together, presumably due to Sam trolling the whole time. However, Hyde and his team decided to cut and release their footage that they took, because presumably the time and resources investment was so much that they wanted to get something back.
Wow. Really? Presumably? Yeah, no shit. They did it. They wanted it out there. That's why they did. It's like a weird analysis. They spent money on this thing, and then Idubbbz didn't release it, so they released it. Yeah, presumably because, like, yeah, like, I don't know. It's like, obviously. Like, thanks for filling in the gaps. I never would have thought that.
In this video, they framed it as revealing Idubbbz was trying to capture Sam's fall off. But then, a month later, Idubbbz released his documentary, which was framed as him trying to get anything authentic out of Sam, to have a real...
Well, yeah, but that would be... Didn't you just say that Idubbbz didn't want to release it? So then afterwards, he edited it to release it, and the edit is going to be like, yeah, I can't really get a lot of usable material out of this. It's fucking crazy. Like, of course he's going to edit in the back end to change the narrative. What?
Real interaction with him to no avail, as was seen in Sam's video. But damage from Sam's video a month ago was already done, and the internet sided with Sam.
This is what like hurts this guy's whole perspective on his like entire video. You know, it's like we're sitting here and we're hearing all these things about how Turkey Tom is like a fucking white supremacist or whatever, and it's like, okay, some of the things you're showing me are convincing, and then you completely botch a story that I understand more, which is this Idubbbz situation, and it's like, oh, how can I possibly believe you if you're getting this story wrong? Like, your credibility kind of dies. It makes it tough to be like, oh, okay.
And saw Idubbbz as a big old doofus who got punked. Both of these videos are genuinely fascinating to watch. And if you ask me, watching these is kind of like a Rorschach test of whether you see Idubbbz getting completely owned by Sam Hyde, or if you see Hyde being so deeply afraid of vulnerability that he fakes his life for a week.
What?
I feel like that reveals something about the viewer. I
don't know, man. I think that you're missing tremendous context. That you're using that as a way to dissuade anybody, or just like completely be like, oh, I don't have to care about your criticism if you disagree with me.
I wish just once I could take a test that didn't have me see my parents fighting, but, you know, maybe one day. Sometimes later.
Ooh, a funny joke. Got him.
Idubbbz organized Creator Clash, a charity boxing event, and banned...
Charity is strong. Look at those feet, dude. Look at those toesies. You see them in the background there? Fucking crazy. What the hell?
Hyde from attending, citing only personal reasons for the ban and never publicly elaborated.
I feel like they did publicly elaborate. Maybe I'm wrong. Part of it was personal, but I'm pretty sure part of it was professional. Why the fuck would you want Sam Hyde at your event, whether you like him or not? If you're trying to have a productive mainstream event, like having some like a fucking like a white supremacist with terrible optics to your event is not going to be good for your event. So I don't understand. What the hell are we talking about here? This fucking what?
In the documentary situation, Hyde's generally insane behavior and also harassing Idubbbz and his wife.
Did I miss something?
publicly elaborated.
He never, I feel like he did, but whatever.
Also harassing Idubbbz and his wife, I could see why he would be banned, but ultimately,
sure, I agree.
We don't know the reason. Personally,
I feel like they've talked about the specific reason before. No? Am I fucking wrong?
I think Idubbbz never should have tried to documentarize Hyde, but that's just my opinion.
Well, I agree with you on that.
Anyways, with all that context out of the way, we can finally look at Turkey Tom's retelling with the context that you...
Oh, this is a Turkey Tom video. Okay, I thought this was like a, hey, we're going to do a taste of everybody. We're not. This is a Turkey Tom. This is a Turkey Tom video. Got it.
Would not have otherwise. You're welcome. In Tom's retelling of the events, Idubbbz's blunder of a documentary ballooned to well over 6 million views, ironically sending Sam back into the stratosphere, with this documentary backfiring to an unbelievable extent.
Yeah, that is the accurate retelling of it. I'm telling you, that is the accurate retelling of it. I don't like Sam Hyde, but like that is the accurate telling of the story. But okay.
He frames the whole thing as an unambiguous dub for Sam. The creator
kind of was, you know, it kind of was, unfortunately, you know,
clash.
It's a little bit fucking crazy.
Ban is framed as if there were no legitimate reason for it, just the petty persecution of a guy who wanted to attend a charity event, and he was excluded simply because Ian and his wife Vanessa, quote, disliked Sam specifically for his political opinions.
That might be part of it. Is this the script? What is this? Ask about it. This is what Dr. Mike's had to say. Did you hear he banned Sam Hyde from the event? I did not. Why is that? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. I can't see the rest of it. 10,000 seats, and they said he could come to the event. Oh yeah. Sorry. I don't know what that's about. That wasn't my call. Sam Hyde. At home watching this, you want to say shout out to Sam Hyde? Yeah, sorry, Sam Hyde, that happened to you. Clearly, based on his response, not only did he have nothing to do with it, but he wasn't even familiar with the situation. Obviously, based on their shitty behavior, especially later once Sam joined Twitter Spaces, they just disliked Sam specifically for his political opinions and didn't want to give him a platform for him to promote himself through. Instead of being honest about it, they pivoted to the... Well, that's one of the ideas, though. I mean, if you want to say that he's downplaying Sam Hyde's political opinions, that's fine, but that is like a reason why, you know.
Tom never mentions any of that shit about Hyde that I just told you, which to his credit, Idubbbz tries to bring up in the documentary.
What?
And then Tom proceeds to selectively tailor his retelling of all of these events in order to paint Idubbbz as wanting to film a hit piece on Sam the entire time.
Well, he did. It's like, I don't understand. He did want to. Like, it's okay to admit that. Like, he failed at it, unfortunately, but that's what he wanted to do. I don't... What the fuck?
His approach to the documentary was clearly meant to be uncharitable. He wasn't making some unbiased gonzo journalism attempt to capture the strange life of a controversial alternative comedian. He was, in his own way, trying to make Sam look bad.
I love when people do shit like this. Oh, you're trying to make a racist anti-Semite who's so afraid of vulnerability look bad because you're being biased against him.
See, that's more of the focus. It's not the specific framing, I guess you would say. Like, the issue isn't the framing of... Okay, this is the frame. I don't think I'm using the right words. The issue here from Tom isn't his retelling of events. It's the framing of Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde is a white supremacist. Like, he is objectively that. I know a lot of people are like, well, he's just joking around, and like, because they're, you know, fucking dumb and they actually believe that. But like, yeah, he is a racist. That's kind of his whole shtick, you know.
Hey, wait a minute. Didn't people do that to somebody else recently? Weird.
What?
It's probably nothing. Also, more context for more stuff. Sorry, holy fuck. One of the main reasons people like Tom assume Idubbbz is being disingenuous is because he revealed, when talking with Sam in the only one-on-one interview they had, that Sam copy striking one of Idubbbz's videos 6 years ago was their very first interaction. He played it up like he was gotcha-ing Sam, like he was there to make him look like an asshole, having some fun with it, which he explicitly addresses in the video.
I don't care about our first interaction. It was like a little bit annoying for me at the time because I've never dealt with like a copyright claim. It was my first experience interacting with Sam. It's an interesting thing to bring up, but it wasn't meant to be like a surprise. You're pranked. It's more like, hey, here's an interesting bit of info that you didn't know about.
Tom takes issue, however, with Idubbbz' attempts to analyze Sam's use of ironic bigotry as a shield to hide his beliefs, as a waste of time, and Tom claims that Sam has no issues copping to being genuinely right-wing and that Ian was terminally negligent, so he didn't realize that Sam was just messing with him, despite the theme of the documentary being about him trying to unravel why Sam chose to mess with him.
But going back to Ian's negligent approach to all of this, if he had simply taken the time to do his due diligence, this would become obvious to the point where asking Sam, or even trying to structure the documentary around it, is a complete waste of time, especially if his objective was to make an entertaining video.
First, despite doing this himself literally in every video he makes, I think Tom's bias against Idubbbz is making him forget that documentaries are about piecing narratives together from footage, which can change and evolve the more you get. This was the Sam Hyde experience Idubbbz got, and that influenced what he made, regardless of the intentions that he went in with. Secondly, shit like this that Tom is doing simultaneously acknowledges that Sam is a genuinely far-right racist and anti-Semite, and dismisses anybody who treats that fact as concerning. The message to the audience with this is, yes, Sam's politics are real, but taking them seriously makes you the loser.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, that's what a lot of Sam Hyde fans say. So, like, yeah, this is a reasonable criticism. That Turkey Tom likes Sam Hyde. He thinks he's a decent guy. I think that they're actually friends, and like, yeah, that makes that is a shitty part of Turkey Tom for sure. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's pretty much the whole video. Sure, why not? It doesn't mean that the framing of like the Idubbbz situation is wrong. Like, yeah, Idubbbz was irritated and wanted to make a hit piece against Sam Hyde. Why wouldn't he? Who cares? Like, why are we in such denial of that? And then he failed at it. Why is it that like Idubbbz' failure has to be omitted from this? Like, no. Idubbbz wasn't actually trying to. I was just trying to have like a good time with Sam Hyde, the white supremacist. Because that's the funny part about this. We're making this video about Turkey Tom whitewashing like a white supremacist, Sam Hyde, and it's like, okay. And then it's like, but your take is that Idubbbz wasn't actually trying to go after Sam Hyde. He was just trying to what? Whitewash the white supremacist? You know what I mean? Like, why isn't like that would be criticism? So. I don't know. It kind of seems a little strange. You'd think you'd be more aggressive against it. You saying like, well, I don't think he should have done the documentary in the first place. That's fine. But like, you're specifically trying to say that what do you think he was trying to do if he wasn't trying to make a hit piece on Sam Hyde, have a nice humanizing piece? Is that good? Wouldn't you want to criticize that? Wouldn't that be like the worst thing Idubbbz has ever done in his life?
Far-right figures are normalized a lot in these kinds of spaces, not by explicitly denying what they believe, but by making concern about what they believe seem naive and uncool. More on that later. Now, whether or not Idubbbz had all of this in mind when he said personal reasons for banning Hyde from his event, who fucking knows? But what the audience actually needs to know is who Sam Hyde is, and Turkey Tom ensures that they don't, collapsing the entire complicated record of everything I just fucking told you into political opinions, and presenting the ban as an inexplicable act of censorship against a guy who was just being funny. When Sam harasses other creators, including Idubbbz' wife, like a lot, it's presented as entertaining antagonism, but when people like Idubbbz try to do something about it, it's seen as a problem. Remember this trend. It's gonna come back. It'll be on the test. If any of that sounds familiar, it's because I did a video a while ago on the weird obsessive hate train on Idubbbz, and doing that really made me think.
Is it like an I guess I don't know. Is it an obsessive hate train? The problem with like calling it an obsessive hate train is that they play into it so much for attention, and it's like they kind of want it. Like they're literally begging for the attention. So I don't know.
More and more about just how much more I had to talk about this entire space, and voila, this video was born. You're welcome. More content. Mwah. Anyways,
is that what this video is about? Like, is it about going after Turkey Tom, but then also, or criticizing Turkey Tom? Because some of the criticisms seem decent, while also like defending Idubbbz. Is this like a tier 1 fucking Anissa supporter? I get it. To be honest with you, Anissa, Idubbbz is cringe. Anissa, from what I've seen, Anissa's kind of maybe a little bit base, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
moving on.
Yeah, nobody talks about Idubbbz anymore. It's mostly about Anissa, but she's kind of funny, man. Anissa's definitely the star of the show. You know, that's kind of Anissa's fault that Idubbbz took a downturn though, because he got a fucking CTE from there. I think from the whole skladoo together. You know, the whole creator clash thing. I think gave him a CTE, but
on from this shit show, my favorite example that I want to bring up is a Turkey Tom video titled The Alex Jones Story. This is the info war, which he apparently deleted because, quote, YouTube wouldn't like it, if the comment is to be believed. To be transparent, this video is from 2020, and normally I don't like to go back into someone's history if it doesn't seem relevant, but this serves as proof that Tom is still doing the exact same conspiracizing and narrative building he was doing 6 years ago. Just like saying the N-word. Shout out to that D'Angelo Wallace video calling him out on that 6 years ago. His video
the actual N-word? What the hell? That's not good. It's not good. I'm not like being silly.
Video opens with an extended montage of Jones' most intense rhetoric, which I am not playing here because YouTube will ban me again, so use your imagination.
YouTube banned you? When the fuck did YouTube ban you? Dude, just fucking die. I'm getting upset. Not the guy, the game. I'm just complaining about the game.
Tom then spends effectively the entire runtime of the video repositioning Alex Jones as a misunderstood truth teller persecuted by mainstream media. For example, take the Sandy Hook denial, an obvious horrendous lie that caused documented harassment of grieving parents and eventually resulted in a $1.4 billion defamation judgment.
Was The Onion ever able to buy Alex Jones's show or no?
Held by the Supreme Court. Tom reframes Jones' claims as a mistake born of psychosis caused by media persecution.
Alex Jones is a fucking loser and he deserves his failure.
A character flaw for which Jones has repeatedly apologized and tried to fix.
No, he hasn't. Is that true? My real question here is how come you're showing us the transcript, but like in every instance he shows us like a lot of these I mean, is the video just not available? I guess maybe none of these videos are available. That's why he's just showing us a transcript here.
Tom argues,
this isn't to say that what he did was okay or to admonish him completely. It still happened and we should remember it.
Oh, they got it yesterday? Damn.
But citing him as the guy who said Sandy Hook was fake comes across like a lie to me, simply pushing the most negative event from his career to the forefront rather than explaining his life as a whole.
The video
okay. This is from 2020. 6 years ago? How old was Tom? Fucking 14 years old? How old is Turkey Tom? What the fuck? What is happening in my game? Turkey Tom age. He's 2 years old. Got it. 23. So he's 17. I don't know. This is one of the problems is like part of this is like how much of this is Tom being like an underage baby? Like at the time, you know what I mean? Like he's 16 or 17. 6 or 17. I don't know, man. Like how much of it? Maybe I'm infantilizing him. Like just how much of this is just he's like an immature fucking kid trying to be like fucking contrarian and nuanced. Like he was a big Destiny fan for a while. You know what I mean? I don't think that Destiny's really a big contrarian. I think he's a smart guy, at least nowadays. You know, shame he's a bit immature, but I think that's how like a lot of the debate shit manifests in people's brains. So I just like wonder how much of it is just him being young and stupid.
Just generally validates Jones' baseless conspiratorial rambling.
Some of what Alex says may seem outlandish at first, but don't write it off completely just because the media tells you to. His words often
He even sounds like he's like prepubescent.
bear much more truth than most would want you to think.
And frames his deplatforming from basically everywhere as a free speech crisis more concerning than anything Jones himself actually said.
From an ethical standpoint, I find what happened to Alex to be terrifying. Whether or not you like him or agree with what he has to say, what occurred here absolutely was a violation of free speech.
People like this.
Yeah, I mean, dude, he sounds like a baby. He literally sounds like a child. He sounds so young. Like, I don't know. I have a hard time, like, oh my God, this fucking 16-year-old just said this. He's permanently fucking brain broken. I don't know, dude. He's a terminally online fucking kid. It's not good, but like, what do you want me to say, man? What the fuck?
Don't seem to get that freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of consequences.
Sure. But didn't you say he took the video down? Maybe he realized that. Maybe that's why he took it down.
Highly questionable piece of media closes by calling Jones a king if there ever was one and a testament to the power of the internet. Nick Fuentes was a buddy of Jones, just like Sam Hyde. Wow, it's crazy how all of these guys are somehow related and keep coming up. Damn, crazy, crazy. Despite Tom
Damn, I can't believe Alex Jones was the unk of the group.
being too much of a coward to keep this video up, its significance is not diminished by its removal, but it reveals a template in its undisguised form. It's the same documentary format, the same I'm not saying he's perfect but structure, the systemic reweighting of a figure's legacy away from the harm that they caused towards an admiring narrative of a persecuted truth teller. The deplatforming argument that Tom makes against the removal of content like Jones is particularly important to call out because it's doing double duty. It validates
Duty, what the fuck?
proponents of this free speech core content while simultaneously
He's been doing YouTube since he's 14. Yeah, I mean, if anything, Turkey Tom is like a he's like the brain rot clavicular. I don't know, the slop trauma clavicular or something. Maybe not as extreme. I just feel like we're going in on like why not bring up the context? Like, yeah, you know, he was 16 years old when he said this, and that's, you know, obviously gives him some charity. But I still do. I feel like the pattern has existed since he was 16. Something, at least bring it up. You know what I mean? Like bring up what his age was at the time for context. You can't be the fucking, you know, you want to be like the super nuance based context guy. I mean, I think you want to be. I don't know. Who the fuck knows what you want? You know, you got to bring shit like that up, I feel like you should.
Inoculating the audience against the idea that removing extremist content from platforms is anything other than censorship, which primes the poor souls watching this garbage to see deplatforming or any retaliation against them as persecution rather than consequences. Sam Hyde. Unless, of course, it's against some people that they don't actually like, in which case they're all...
What is this? What does this have to do with Tom? More Pegasus, Rev says Desu, and Sensitive Society. What does this have to do with Turkey Tom? I don't understand. Is Turkey Tom like really close friends with More Pegasus and fucking Rev says Desu? Like, I don't understand the connection here.
For obviously, like Hasan, these guys are fucking...
I don't understand. Like, I don't really like this guy's video is a fucking mess. Like, I get it. There's a huge... I don't like Hasan. I don't think he's a particularly good person. I don't think that he's a focus right now with how insane the administration is. That being said, Turkey Tom's not making Hasan videos. You're showing three people that are unrelated to him that, frankly, I would kind of doubt he even likes. I don't know that Turkey Tom is a big fan of the Lolicon VTuber who jerks off to Lolicon with his wife and reads Lolicon porn mangas, Rev says Desu, or Sensitive Society. You know, I'm pretty sure Nick doesn't like Sensitive Society and More Pegasus because they're both fucking loser freaks. And maybe Turkey Tom doesn't follow that sentiment. I don't really know, but I don't understand.
They're all for obviously, like Hasan. These guys are fucking obsessed with Hasan, but more on that later. Speaking of these people and Hasan, this mechanism extends well beyond Turkey Tom. So why don't we, right now, introduce our very first guest? Commentary.
Why don't we give me the fucking soul of this fucking thing?
Creator, commentary creator. He just does shitty stream reacts. Cheeto. He's a fellow Sam Hyde enjoyer and maker of very non-political, normal content with a...
All right. Are we moving on from Turkey Tom, or is this going to loop back to Turkey Tom again?
Bit of an oof level subscriber to view ratio. Anyways, dude made a video called Nick Fuentes Torches Hasan Piker live M dash Twitch.
All right, I'm all here for the Cheeto hate, okay? I'm all good for that. Let's do it, all right?
His golden boy collapses. Bang.
Damn. Wow, that's Turkey Tom right there, guys. We'd love to see it. It's so beautiful.
This is responding to news of when Hasan Piker was banned on Twitch for this rather vivacious clip.
Left-wingers, liberals, you need to be showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting...
Well, that's not good. This is obviously ban-worthy.
They're letting their intestines just ride on stage. What the is this shit, man?
For context,
seems a little aggressive there, huh?
he's mad at the Democrats for nearly fumbling engaging with a right-wing candidate by the name of Herschel Walker, which...
That's so funny. That's actually the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life, because Hasan Piker got tremendous criticism from a very left-leaning, obviously, trans community, justifiably so, because Hasan got fucking lapsed in a trans debate with Herschel Walker's son, gay guy Walker kid, Christian Walker. So the irony here is actually very funny to me. That's actually so funny. If that's actually the context here. Holy fuck.
To be fair,
that's when excuse me. That's what like a trans viewer was like, "Oh, Hasan, like I'm upset with your debate," and then Hasan told them that he hopes they're like miserable or whatever forever. That was insane.
The fuck do you fumble against this dumb domestic abuser? Jesus fucking Christ. Anyways,
I don't know. It seems like we fumbled against a fucking rapist. So,
as one does, in response to this, Cheeto plays a clip of Nick Fuentes, who I imagine most of you know is so extreme he was banned from virtually every single mainstream platform.
Whoa!
Here's what he has to say.
Hasan Piker is human trash who should be deported back to Turkey.
Damn.
This is true.
Honestly, we should just put him in the ocean like Osama bin Laden.
That's fucking crazy.
We should just give him a watery grave like...
How old is this video? I'm kind of curious. Like, when is this made? Nick Fuentes torches Hasan Piker live. Bro, this is like 2 months old, Cheeto. You little dingus doofus guy. What a silly goose.
Bin Laden, just tie weights to his ankles and throw him overboard. I don't care who the fuck does it. I don't care if the IDF does it. Hey, Netanyahu, if you can hear us, can you do us a solid?
Boy, that's a...
Whoa. Yeah, it's kind of... I mean, I don't know. It's interesting because I feel like Cheeto didn't used to be this radical, dude. I feel like he was like less obnoxious back in the day. But I guess he got more obnoxious in today's day.
Pretty spicy clip, like basically on the level of Hasan stuff, right? I'm wondering what Cheeto has to think.
This is true.
About what Nick, the #1 political enemy in America is women, they have to be imprisoned, Fuentes has to say about what he just said.
The difference is that Nick Fuentes is known for using hyperbole and is known for being funny and using satire whenever he's talking about people he doesn't like, okay? Pretty obvious that he doesn't want him to be drowned. Simultaneously...
I would have thought that... Okay. I would have thought you would have been like, oh, it's okay to use that type of rhetoric against somebody who's using it against other people. Wouldn't that make more sense?
Hasan is known for literally going to violent demonstrations to further his support for the cause.
What violent demonstration has Hasan gone to? One of the biggest criticisms of Hasan is he's too like afraid to go to these demonstrations. What the fuck?
See the difference?
Doesn't Hasan say like, oh, I'm doing on the ground research, but he's like really just like looking at Twitter?
Here.
He's using hyperbole. Nick is just a silly little guy. It's totally obvious that the guy who openly...
I think this guy... Oh, I understand what's happening. This guy wants to be Big Joel. Big Joel, the king. The king, Big Joel. We like Big Joel. This pissed me off so much I'm not getting this fucking soul.
Loves Hitler is using hyperbole, but of course Hasan is definitely not.
Well, Nick Fuentes uses jokes to be able to communicate his actual position that he does not like Jewish people or black people or women or children or anything else, and he's probably gay.
Definitely not. In the same video, by the way, he describes Hasan Piker's aggressive political rhetoric as genuinely dangerous stochastic terrorism, as well as advocating for Hasan to also be, understandably, deported.
He has like 80,000, 60,000 concurrent viewers listening to the rhetoric, and that rhetoric, whether they hear
I don't think he has that many. He has a lot. But
directly from Hasan, or someone hears it from someone who watches Hasan, it spreads. It normalizes this sort of behavior. Like, I get that he is born in New Jersey.
Our fucking president is literally the, like, white supremacist, or like fucking playing into white supremacist, like destroying the country guy. Why the fuck is anybody, like, who has any energy left for Hasan right now when our president is literally destroying our country? You know what I mean? So it's fucking crazy. These people talk about Hasan Piker over the actual problems as well.
Get he's a legal American. He needs to get the fuck out of my country immediately.
My country? What the Sigma?
And whether that is done through...
Listen, buddy, you got a little bit of a problem here, okay? Like, you know, you talk about you want to get Hasan out of the country or whatever, I don't care. But you can't have the literal antithesis of our country on the screen while saying that. You know what I mean? And people, it's so interesting to me that the same people like Nick Fuentes don't want people from other countries coming here, third world countries, right? Because they're poor and I guess they have a backwards culture. Sure. I don't think that's inherent to any type of person, but like, yeah, a lot of third world countries do have backwards culture. What is that backwards culture? Lack of freedom of speech, lack of rights for gay people, trans people, women, children, men, workers. Yeah. Wait, what do these guys want? Oh, they want to roll back the clock and just be like a religious fundamentalist state, just like all these other third world countries. So it's like, you're like, get out of America, get out of here. I love Nick Fuentes. I love him so much. He's so funny and based. Nick Fuentes is the third worlder. It's like, what? Hey guys, what's worse? Quote unquote importing the third world into America and trying to socialize them to be more American, or just importing the third world ideas that makes their country kind of suck? I don't know. Which one? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You guys are dumb as dog shit. I really don't get it. You guys are so fucking stupid.
You know, him self-deporting, which you'd think he'd do by now. For someone who hates the country so much, he seems to be pretty cozy here. Or through him getting denaturalized or something. You know, maybe the next time he takes a trip.
The fucking Hasan slop network is so boring. Again, I don't like Hasan, but these people are so boring. All they say is Hasan is bad. I get it. Holy fuck. We get it. He's not great. You guys, you have a white supremacist on your screen. You stupid fucking idiot.
Abroad, and he comes back. Immigrations and customs, you know, they press him a little harder.
Well,
however
yeah,
it's done, he needs to leave.
You just gotta go. Who cares, dude? Who gives a fuck?
Very curious that a white nationalist calling for illegal Americans' death and deportation is something that you agree with, but is also satire simultaneously. But a left-wing streamer using aggressive metaphors is genuine incitement to violence and deserves to be said.
Well, I mean, Hasan is constantly saying shit for clip farming attention on social media, so he probably did deserve that ban. Nick Fuentes is already banned, so probably a little different. He can't get banned, can he?
Answered. Curious patterns we are noticing, I'm sure. Also, this is unrelated, but I found this clip of him just saying some super weird stuff about skepticism that I have very little idea what it actually means, but I have to play it for you because it is just circling in my brain.
Dude, I don't know the science behind fluoride, but I'm one of these people where I'm such
Makes your teeth better.
a skeptic, and I'm so schizo that if someone on Twitter says like don't eat this, there's a chance that it has like this weird relationship with something, and then it has a graph. I'll just avoid that thing, to be honest. I'm so susceptible to propaganda, but it's the kind of propaganda that disguises itself as anti-propaganda. It's like the government doesn't want you to know this, the propagandists don't want you to know this, do this thing. And so that's how I basically operate. If someone
Wow, you sound cooked, young man.
someone says that the government doesn't want me to know this or something like that, and it's just straight up propaganda in the other direction, I'll just do it.
Shout out.
That's the typical terminally online Trump supporter. Anti-science. They're just a sheep in the opposite direction. Oh, the government says that fluoride is okay in your water? Oh yeah, well, I hate it now. I'm not listening to them as you listen to them in the opposite direction.
Fluoride. It's worth noting that the
doesn't overconsuming it mess with your brain? I mean, I wouldn't doubt overconsuming anything is going to mess with you. I don't know, probably. Like, are you drinking fluoride? I mean, I don't understand. Like, what are you doing? It's in like the water in like very small amounts, and it's improved people's health since they've implemented it. Like, what are we doing?
Hyperbole defense of Fuentes required the audience to ignore that 5 of Fuentes' followers were among the first rioters to storm the U.S. Capitol on the infamous January 6th. One of them, Kristen Seeker, was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison after entering the Senate chamber carrying an America First flag. Fuentes.
Whoa, they don't care about that. I don't understand. Like MAGA people like Cheeto don't care about violence that comes from the right. They don't give a shit. People on the left are expected to denounce every type of violence that ever exists. On the right, you only have to denounce violence if it's like a trans person committing it or something. Or excuse me, you only you only denounce violence if it's a trans person who commits it. I was right about that. I was right. That was the joke. The joke landed, guys. I had a brain fart. They don't like trans people. The right doesn't like the joke is that the right doesn't like trans people. But it's not really a joke, is it? Because they don't like trans people, unfortunately.
Himself.
But they actually do. They are like the biggest consumers of trans porn. But they also legislate against it. I guess as a way to stop their addiction to trans porn. I don't know.
The Capitol siege, a glorious
that would have been such a better spot for me to fucking farm this. God damn it.
day, and was subpoenaed by the January 6th committee. The smarmy little racist Cheeto frames Nick as a harmless satirist, yet he has a documented connection to an act of political violence.
Ooh.
Curious? In both of these cases, neither Tom nor Cheeto are telling the audience to agree with Kirk or Sam's or Fuentes' ideology. But
what are we talking about? What are we talking about a Cheeto here for? I don't really understand where a Cheeto comes into play here. I'm a little confused, I'm being honest with you. What does a Cheeto have to do with this? With Turkey Tom specifically? Like, why are we looping back to him?
Training the audience in an evaluative double standard where the far right is entertaining and the left is threatening. A Cheeto's description of Hasan's rhetoric,
scary gay guy,
as something that spreads and normalizes this sort of behavior is using the exact same analytical framework that describes his own videos and how they function. But he and others apply it exclusively to the left in the same way that he agrees with Fuentes' nativist argument that a US citizen needs to be deported or killed. Denaturalization rhetoric is not a satire to be enjoyed. It is a conclusion to be endorsed. But this genre of content frames...
Oh, is he trying to say that him saying that Hasan should be denaturalized is a general argument, like a racism argument? I don't think in that instance it would be, but okay.
It as both simultaneously, and the audience absorbs the endorsement while believing they are enjoying the satire. Man, goodbye.
I'm just a based guy. I'm a based little baby.
This is what Munn's acclimation phase looks like, establishing a new cognitive baseline for what is acceptable. The audience isn't being told things like white supremacy are acceptable. They're being trained to find white supremacists funny, relatable, and harmless. While the
mostly that's just the thing, is that like some of the things that they say would be considered funny. I think that it's not bad to acknowledge that. That's not an endorsement of Nick Fuentes to say something like that. I think it's like an acknowledgement of like kind of a reality, you know, an unfortunate reality. And people on the left just don't really, they're not really funny a lot of times. You know what I mean? It's so maybe it's not bad to acknowledge that. Be like, oh, why do people like, oh, okay, so he says something that might be considered funny to people. Okay, you know, maybe the left should be a little funnier, guys. Maybe we should be funnier. Maybe we should get dark woke. Maybe we could try. But I don't know if we can succeed, guys. I believe in you, though. Other people, not me. Ah, fuck!
People who object to them come across as uptight, incompetent, or even dangerous.
Or gay.
Over time, this shifts the effective baseline, where the right-wing extreme doesn't become ideologically endorsed, even though it definitely looks like it in some places, so much that it becomes familiar, which is significantly more dangerous because familiarity is way harder to notice and way harder to undo. More about gay leftism now, yippee.
Gay gay leftism.
Speaking of Hasan, if the genre rehabilitates the extreme right, you've probably gathered that it does the exact opposite work on the progressive left, using the tried and true tactic of systematically framing progressive viewpoints as personal evolution of moral degeneration. Something
like calling something, like if it's gay, yeah, I guess, sure. You can see that.
Something, fascism, whatever. Roman, why are your clothes different yet equally fire? Just look, stuff happens, things happen, just don't.
Did you like jack off or something? Was it the next day? Did you record this all in a day? Is that what you're trying to say? Why the fuck would you do that?
Speak so loudly, Mama has a headache and really needs her special juice right now. Since you're so smart and handsome, you probably figured out that Turkey Tom's Idubbbz video is structured at its most fundamental level as a rise and fall narrative. The rise is the period leading to peak popularity, characterized by offensive humor, slurs, and aggressive takedowns, to which Idubbbz himself has importantly disavowed, apologized for, and distanced himself from his slur-slinging audience.
God, we gotta stop with this like narrative. Like some of the shit Idubbbz was saying was inappropriate and he should have apologized, but like stop it. It wasn't all bad. Like when I watched Idubbbz stuff, I was watching funny, silly unboxings and just like stupid poop jokes. It's not as deep as you guys want to make it seem like. Like everybody's so fucking hateful. You know what I mean? Like I don't you know what I mean? The Tana Manga video was only my second favorite now. Most people I just don't think were like super I don't think most people watching Idubbbz shit were like super racist and like they were hateful or anything. The characterization of his content as if it was like all bad. What a toxic thing to way to view it. I think it's just a toxic way to look at it. I don't think it was like all terrible. It's just like so stupid and fucking annoying. It's like so tiresome. Every single day we got to listen to fucking somebody talk about Idubbbz, about how much of either a good boy or a bad boy he was. But mostly, how much of a good boy, I mean, a bad guy he used to be, and how he's a good boy now for having apologized like too much. Yeah, some of the shit I said was wrong, and I'm not happy or proud of it. Awesome, man. You know what? I respect that. But like fucking chastising yourself is so fucking boring, dude. It's like Jesus Christ, and all these people that are like, no, it was amazing. I loved it. Like your only interaction with his content was that, I guess, the slur part. Well, for me, you know, it's so funny because sometimes it's from these. A lot of times it'll be from these people who are like, I used to be an Idubbbz fan, and I was part of the alt-right pipeline. That's what they'll say. And it's like, yeah, all he did was say slurs. It's like, fuck, dude, I don't remember that part. Like, you're saying that you used to love slurs. I didn't. I still do though, but I don't. Oh, but that's what you're kind of like self-reporting. You're saying like, oh, that's all he ever did. That's just you telling me that's the only thing that really made you resonate with it. But that's not the case for me. He could be doing the same shit that he used to do now without the slurs, and it would be perfectly fine.
If you want to know why all of these guys are so obsessed with / hate him so much, it's because they're his slur-slinging audience. N-word. The fall is, of course, everything that came.
Call me the N-word? What the fuck?
After. His progressive political shift, his public vulnerability, his relationship with his long...
I remember that video with that doctor. Was it Dr. Kirk Honda? Dr. Honda video. He just flashed on the screen.
After. His progressive political shift.
I remember this conversation he had with this girl, where like in it there was like this black content creator like that does commentary, but he didn't give any meaningful commentary. Like he doesn't do what we do and, you know, pauses and gives actual meaningful commentary. He would just watch things and make silly faces. And then I was like, yeah, I was being racist by going after him. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Overcorrecting. Or that Dr. Honda video was like a fucking slop heap of shit.
His public vulnerability, his
oh my god, they had to take that one down. That was crazy.
Relationship with his longtime partner Anissa, which
Anissa based
cannot underemphasize how much these guys hate her. By the way, like if you search her name on YouTube, every video is some weird hit piece oozing with misogyny. Like some channels will have absurd amounts of
that's Nicholas Diorio
video on these guys. It's just really pathetic.
I guess. I mean, she's playing into it now at least, so like whatever. Catch your bag, girl. Do your thing. She's funny. I kind of like Anissa. I don't know.
Anyways,
I don't like Idubbbz though. She's kind of funny. I don't watch her, but like when I see clips of her, it's usually funny. I don't know. I don't give a fuck.
The title, The Disturbing Downfall, very clearly doesn't describe what Idubbbz did at his peak, like saying the N-word to an influencer in public.
Whoa, didn't she say the N-word? Wasn't that the whole joke? That was like the bit.
describes what he became when he moved away from it. This framing is
gay. That's the joke.
Intentional and necessary to maintaining the genre's ideological.
Was it blasphemous, HD? No, it's Jinx. They both look so similar, it's hard to tell. I'm kidding.
Baseline that the edgy, offensive, slur-slinging content of 2016 YouTube was and is the natural state of affairs. Idubb's evolution past this is framed as a self-destruct, carried out in a pitiful way. His
was carried out poorly. Here's the thing. Do I think that if Idubbbz did it the quote-unquote right way, or what I would consider the right way, not over-apologizing, do I think that there would still be people bitching? Yeah, of course. Would I be agreeing with them? Of course not. But I am to some degree, because, he overcorrected. I don't know what to tell you. I don't like this disproportionate bullshit. Are you fucking kidding me?
collection on his past and him developing empathy is called delusional. His public apologies are framed as masochism and self-flagellation.
They are self-flagellation. He's going way too far on it.
Appearances
going too hard on himself.
On Hasan and a feminist media critics podcast is framed as proof that he
feminist media. What are you talking about? Taylor Lorenz? What the fuck?
Has debased himself.
Well, he did go on Hasan just to flash around a fucking swastika sword. So I don't know. Probably not good. Not cheap.
Again, the left are continually classified as activists, but the anti-Semites are just goofy guys. Am I right, fellas? This pathologization extends to every marker of progressiveness or emotionally open masculinity. For example, Idubbbz took his wife's last name, and Tom frames this as becoming a full-blown masochist, as inherently humiliating.
For the time being, everyone got to watch the unspoken but explicit transformation of Ian, from a guy who had regrets about how insensitive he'd been in the past to a full-on masochist.
Tom never...
I don't understand that. He's not saying that that's like the only thing that makes him a masochist. I mean, I think it's, listen, I'm a little regressive when it comes to this stuff. I think it's kind of fucking pathetic that he took his wife's last name. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing if you guys just keep your last names, like whatever, but he took his wife's. I think it's kind of pathetic. Personally, you know, you could disagree with me. I'm not like, that's not my biggest criticism of Idubbbz. It's not really even up there. But I think it's kind of pathetic. I'm also a little more traditionalist. You should have the right to do it. I just think you're kind of fucking cringe. I don't know. Just take each other's last. I mean, just hyphen your last name or something. Take each other's last names or something. I don't fucking know. I don't know. What are you doing? Also, like, it's not really a feminist own. It's like, hey, would you rather have your husband's last name or your father's? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're kind of always losing there, women. Sorry.
Never elaborates why this is, because he doesn't have to. Everybody knows the woman is supposed to take the man's name, right? Tom
so true, King.
Points out how Idubbbz making an appearance on Hasan's stream is problematic due to Hasan's overtly political online presence. Yet curious.
Does he say that? I don't understand. Like, he does. You're not showing a whole lot of clips here. You're kind of just like telling us something, and then we're supposed to just like, believe you.
Honestly, doesn't have a problem with him associating with the, again, anti-Semite who gave a Nazi $5,000. I'd say probably the most deranged clip in this entire thing, and there are a lot of them, is when Tom pulls a clip of Idubbbz crying during a live stream with a therapist while expressing sympathy for another couple's experiences due to the realities of having a public-facing relationship.
Another couple? He's talking about Ethan Klein. He's like projecting hard as fuck.
Same person live streamed his own therapy session where he actually cried while expressing he wished he had the relationship that Ethan and Hila have.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Hila. I'm like, fuck, like...
It's so gay.
It's just really, it's really hard.
This is so pathetic, dude. I just don't care, bro. You see this clip like 1,000 times. He's being such a fucking baby. He's sitting here and he's like saying some wild ass shit about Ethan and Hila. And then he's like, I wish, like, he's saying this stuff. It just sounds so fucking inauthentic. Give me a break. Oh my God.
To be,
here we go. All right.
A couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense,
that's crazy.
That doesn't always help them. right, sometimes that makes it worse for them.
This is a self-own so devastating, I can hardly believe it's real.
What is impressive about this is that even though Tom included the context of why Idubbbz is crying in his own video, Tom proceeds to lie in 4K about why he is crying.
Bro, that entire video there is like, I forget the specifics. I reacted to the entire stream before it was taken down. I think it's called Dr. Honda's a big stinky bitch. Here it is. I remember it's here. Content Cop Psychology in Seattle. And I just remember it was like some weird targeted hit piece towards Ethan. And it was so bad, Dr. Honda like apologized and took it down. So I would see the up here though if you want to watch it. But okay.
He is not jealous of them, but that he sympathizes with wanting to protect your—
No, he's jealous of them. So, I mean, listen, I've watched a lot of this like terminally online shit. Like, it's very clear that they're projecting and like jealous of the success of Ethan and Hila. So,
partner publicly, even if sometimes it is not always the most helpful thing to do for them.
Have you watched the whole interview? You just watched part of it. I don't understand.
Truly deranged behavior to think of this as a self-own. Like, it's times like this where I truly don't know if people like Tom are just intentionally lying to their drooling audience, or if he is so lost in the sauce he is completely incapable of taking in things that are outside of his perceived worldview.
He can claim his—
Maybe you just don't really know the context. It sounds like you don't like people making fun of like Idubbbz and Anissa, and you're just kind of scrambling. You're just scrambling. Again, some of the criticism that Turkey Tom is like friendly or friends with or downplays some white supremacist shit, specifically around Sam Hyde. Like, yeah, that's reasonable criticism. It's not something I didn't know. It's disappointing, but like it is what it is. This video like has like 5 minutes of substance so far. You know what I mean? But you don't really know the specifics of this interaction. So if anything, what's going to happen is people are going to watch this and they're like, oh, what you're saying is like incorrect 90% of the time. So I'm not going to listen to the 10%. Right? That's how I interpret this.
His intentions were irrelevant, all he wants. But at the end of the day, it's clear that he wasn't indoctrinating his audience or sending a message. He was just being offensive for the sake of entertainment. If at any point—
That is true.
He was morally grandstanding, that point is right now, as he tells the people who liked his old content that they need to acknowledge that it's irresponsible.
In fact, large parts of the content sphere mobilized to overrule his own self-assessment when he apologized initially.
Whoa, Tom Dark, Destiny Clips, and Penguins.
And large swaths of people still do this to this day. For example, the next guest we have here, Sensitive Society, who takes the award for probably the most obnoxious titles of all time. And
yeah, you're fucking crazy. He's talking to minors again? Crazy. Well, Sensitive Society is a loser. We've known this since the whole Tectone defense days, you know?
Also made a video on how people should be able to say the R word, frames Idubbbz—
What? That's a different person.
Also made a video, the award for probably the most obnoxious titles of all time, and also made a video on how people should be able to say the R word.
I don't understand. What's the criticism? It's a video about how Rev says Desu is disgusting. What's the problem with this?
Frames Idubbbz self-reflection as evidence—
I'm so confused. You posted him criticizing Rev says Desu is bad. I don't... Okay, whatever. I don't care.
Of brain—
Assuming he means the R slur, which I don't use, but... Okay, got it.
Brainwashing.
Here, I do think Idubbbz has been brainwashed into thinking that he was like the 2010s Hitler, and he was killing puppies and, you know, people and saying the N-word every 2 seconds and just being a terrorist. And Idubbbz also did 9/11. No, it was never that deep. This shit was never that serious.
Shout out to my favorite least political word.
I mean, he's kind of right what he's saying there, even though I don't like him. So, oh no, my balls.
The N-word.
Say
the N-word. He then proceeds to excavate MoistCr1TiKaL's terrible video, also disagreeing with Idubbbz's assessment as an authority against Idubbbz's interpretation of his own work. Because obviously, you gotta pull out the heavyweights for something like this, right?
The way he talks about this content makes it sound like he used to f***ing murder puppies for these videos.
Ooh, he stole that line from Charlie Criticals.
Which, it was never that extreme. I very much would consider it edgy. It was 2016 edginess in all of its glory. The point of his
Sure, I mean, I agree with that.
content wasn't to be hateful or hurtful. He really was just trying to entertain. At least that's how I and the majority of people viewed it.
That's how I viewed it. And that I think is like a really I think that's a really good way to look at things, especially when it comes to nowadays. You know, there are a lot of people who will make like anti, you know, whatever, everything jokes, gay, trans, whatever. It's really not a problem, except for the fact that it's all meant to be so hateful, right? If your intention is to have a good laugh and make people laugh, like, oh yeah, do your thing, man. Say some silly, funny shit. I don't care. Like, that's fun. But if you're trying to say something hateful and like be legitimately demeaning and not just like have a good time, like, yeah, that's a problem. Like, if you're making a joke about gay people and gay people don't find it funny, or they're not like, it's not meant to make them laugh too, then you're trying to be hateful, right? And I think that's the problem with like jokes nowadays.
One of
Nowadays? How do you say that? I don't care.
many examples of the genre manufacturing consent, literally telling a person that their own reflection on their past behavior is wrong and that growth is a delusion, which is
why can't they have an opinion on his behavior? Why is he the only one that's allowed to have an opinion? I don't understand.
ironic when a lot of these guys' channels looks like this. Which is ironic when a lot of these guys' channels looks like this.
Who is this? Remember Andrew Tate? Yeah, his life is ruined. Who is this? Is this Pegasus? Why wouldn't you bring up MoistCr1TiKaL? His page doesn't look like this.
Yes. The framework that we see from these guys is exceptionally simple. A man who cries is weak. A man who apologizes has been broken.
Idubbbz won't stop crying. He cries too much. He's just looking for good boy points. No. So.
A man who takes his wife's name has been emasculated. A man who moves politically left has been corrupted. But a man who was dropping slurs and bullying creators for entertainment, that man had integrity. And Tom says this almost verbatim.
I mean, yeah, Idubbbz did have more integrity back in the day. Let's just be like, he did. I don't know. It's kind of a fact, I would say. You know, he had more integrity back then. It's not because of what he was saying. It was like how he was saying. Well, I mean, it's like what was the foundation that he was saying? You know, it just kind of seems like Idubbbz is just looking for like cheap political points, and he wants people to think he's a good boy. He's not really looking to be honest or interesting. He's just kind of fucking annoying. He doesn't really seem to think about anything he says anymore either.
Up until 2020, Idubbbz was one of the few people who stuck true to his original audience without diluting it or trying to have his fan base admire him parasocially. He made very funny, even if offensive, YouTube videos without dumbing down his content or engaging in unnecessary drama, something most people would see as integrity.
The N-word. You hear Manos.
I find it interesting that you boiled that down to something to do with the N-word. It has nothing to do with the N-word. Nobody, like, these people aren't saying like, oh, they liked it when he said the N-word. They just, he completely disavowed all of his stuff. Like, there's so much other shit that he would say. And talk about, like, he would do breakdowns on people. Like, people really liked like his Keemstar stuff, for instance, and he disavowed all of it. It's like, what are we doing here, you know?
Sphere-coded language of varying intensities all the time in these videos. But Tom's framing demonstrates how manospheric ideology can be delivered without any of its explicit vocabulary. He never says any words like cuck, probably because his comment section usually does that for him. He simply tells a story in which every marker of emotional openness, interest in progressive politics, and respect for women's autonomy corresponds to decline, and every marker of
Ethan decline? Dude, just die. Okay.
Aggression.
Sorry. Talk about the game. Talk about the game. Pissing me off.
Offensiveness and emotional detachment corresponds to greatness. And the articulate individuals in his comments absorb that value system not as an argument, but as the obvious shape.
You know, this video was doing a lot better before Idubbbz got involved. It was doing a lot better before Idubbbz got involved in it. Once you were like, oh, Idubbbz, great guy, it just turned into like a fucking slop piece. You know, it's not good. You're losing people. Like nobody's like, I don't think, who's agreeing with you on this one. Just slap at this point.
Of a compelling narrative. This very
Hey, he's friends with Sam Hyde. Okay, good criticism. Oh, Idubbbz great. Oh, okay.
very much extends to the treatment of Anissa, Idubbbz's wife, who functions in the video and basically all of their videos as a sustained case study in the pathologization of female agency. Tom gives extensive runtime to moralizing about her OnlyFans, her public statements about body image, in which
Well, didn't she used to hate girls that did OnlyFans? Like she was like a pick-me girl at some point. That's one of the criticisms, I think.
and people like him construct a narrative in which her sexual autonomy is viewed as the need for validation from strangers and compulsive self-destructive behavior.
Maybe. I mean, I'd like to see exactly what you're saying, and I'm not reading a fucking transcript. That part is weird to me. Like this is what I'm talking about. It seems like he will just show the transcript, even on videos he could easily play. Why do you keep saying that? Just show the fucking clip. I don't understand why do you keep doing that? It's strange to me, like that he keeps doing this. It comes off as awkward as fuck to me. Because like, why wouldn't you just play the actual video? Like, what are you hiding? Is he gonna play it now? But there's this constant thing where he's like, oh, I'm gonna reference the transcript instead of actually what's being said. Just strange behavior to me.
When she discusses her body dysmorphia and then later creates an OnlyFans and talks about how it was actually very freeing for her and helped her view herself better, he flags the irony as self.
Yeah, no, he's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna get into any of the Ethan Klein stuff where, like, they were friends and it was the only platform that would promote Creator Clash for like free. They just had to come on, and then they like backstabbed them. When it came down to it, you know, people were setting up human skulls and shit. A CPS call, they wouldn't defend them and be like, hey, I know my friends are saying Ethan Klein's disgusting and like basically, you know, deserves to have CPS called on him, but he's actually rather clean. You know, that's pretty much all they were asking for.
Evident, whatever that's supposed to mean. He's speaking to the in-group here who are inherently against sex work. This will come up more later. Do not go anywhere. Also, just straight up, taking nudes is legitimately a great way to work on your self-esteem and improve your view of your own body in a new way. You search.
Are you going to do an ad for something? It sounds like an ad. Sounds like ad language.
For angles, you play with lighting, and you learn to see what goodness you got to work with in an entirely different way. And
you could take news without making an OnlyFans, bud. I don't know if you know that.
Straight up, it feels cool to send one to somebody and have them be like, hell yeah, dude.
It's true, but you don't have to make an OnlyFans to do that. And I think that, like, listen, if you want to do OnlyFans, be my guest. I don't think that, like, it's a tough thing, and you're objectifying yourself, and it can be very mentally distressing. I don't think this is a hot take. You know, it's good you have control over yourself, but like over your own like sex work instead of a traditional metric. But still, I don't think it's, you know, we don't need to glorify the OnlyFans. If you're doing that and you're catching your bag, like, God bless you, do your thing, do what you're gonna do. But I don't think it's this amazing, like, oh, your motherfucker, goddamn it. I don't think this is like, it's like an amazing thing that you should. I don't think that's something that should be glorified and be like, oh yeah, it's just fucking so much fun. Do it, you know? I don't think so.
That's hot. That's nice. I would like another one, please. God bless. In one of the grossest moves in the video, Tom makes a move of incredible audacity and offers an armchair diagnosis of histrionic personality disorder to Anissa, mapping DSM criteria onto a stranger's public behavior with the confidence of someone reviewing a product.
What's rarely highlighted when this topic is covered is that Anissa's OnlyFans is directly related to her often discussed issues with her body image. However much Ian and her try to pretend that posting not safe for work content is empowering or is somehow healing her. Regardless of how you feel about it morally, I strongly doubt that showing whole online is the cure for a mental illness. If it is, I'm looking forward to the OnlyFans and BetterHelp partnership in the future.
I don't think that. I also don't think that doing OnlyFans is going to be particularly good for your mental health. It's probably true. So,
while OCD and BDD aren't necessarily tied to sexualizing yourself, there is a condition called histrionic disorder, which is. Other symptoms include compulsive oversharing about one's private life, even to the point of embarrassing friends or family, dressing in a provocative manner for attention.
Yeah, they're referencing the clip where she talks about how stinky he is and how he shits himself. So, I mean, is it overstepping to do a diagnosis? Sure, if you want to argue, that's fine. But, you know, we got to get the full context here, you know?
Being strongly opinionated about things they don't know much about, being easily influenced by peers and emulating them, and the list goes on. Given that this condition typically manifests in girls in their early 20s, right around the time Anissa became a booby streamer, there may be some reason for concern.
Genuinely fucking disgusting. The goal of shit like this is to try and medicalize a woman's choices so they can be dismissed without having to engage with them. It's hard to truly describe.
And you kind of didn't really bring up the whole IBS part. So it's not really just about OnlyFans there. That's also about how Anissa's talking too much about Idubbbz going potty in his pants because his IBS. It's kind of embarrassing the way that she talks about him and how he smells. So I think you're being a little, you know, probably would help if you brought up that context, but, you know, I guess I'm just so terminally online. It's not like he's referencing the videos and watching them. Not like he's actually watching the video or anything.
Describe how much misogyny is baked into this genre of content and how much they hate Anissa. Holy fuck. So it really shouldn't.
Dude, I love Anissa. She's so funny. All right, I like Anissa. I don't care.
Be surprised to anybody considering how amused all of them are by Nick Fuentes. All of this stuff is not presented as ideology. It is presented as entertainment commentary, the rise and fall of a particular internet personality. But the underlying value system it communicates is indisputable.
I think for Jesus fucking Christ, I think for a lot of people it is. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, this game is fucking stupid as hell. That shouldn't have hit me. But anyway, for a lot of people, I don't think that, like, I'm sure that there are some people picking up on, like, dog whistles or whatever. I don't think that that's what it is for everybody. I don't think everybody's just, like, picking up on these things the way that you are. Like, a lot of people are watching it as just, like, commentary. They don't like Anissa. A lot of people who don't like Idubbbz and Anissa are more progressive leaning. They're, like, fucking Ethan Klein fans, who is very progressive leaning. So, this... I mean, it's, what you're saying is silly, you know? I don't know what to tell you, but...
Distinguishable from traditional manosphere content. Women's sexuality is manipulative, men's emotional expression is contemptible, and progressive gender politics are a form of personal corruption. For the individuals watching this content, these ideas are absorbed not as arguments to be evaluated, but as the obvious common sense reading of a funny drama story. This is normalization in its purest, most
But it is a funny drama story. You know, like, so let's say your whole argument is that, like, Turkey Tom is part of the alt-right pipeline. Just because he might be doesn't mean that every story he covers would be that. But the Idubbbz, like, you're so focused on Idubbbz and Anissa. But it is, like, that was, like, a popular, like, last year was fucking insane. You know, that was, like, the whole thing. You know, there was a whole controversy and blah, 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 and all this other shit. So, I don't know. I don't think that even if I think that there are some regressive pathways there, I don't think that this is like I think this guy's obsession with defending Anissa and Idubbbz is probably not going to help him communicate his point very well.
employed form. But don't worry though.
Whatever.
They'll try to trick you into thinking otherwise. While the pipeline concept is raised in proximity to drama channels or any apolitical channel really, the genre has a ready-made defense, which is I criticize the right too. And this defense is worth examining closely because it's how the genre maintains its ideological camouflage to people that aren't attuned to the dog whistles like I am.
Like I am. Great guy, yeah.
Or the foghorns. All of this is textbook acclamation.
Who says that? Who's like, oh, I also criticize the right as well.
And making racists seem funny and creators' takes seem directed equally at both sides while warming people up to more extreme views we will get to later. For example, when Idubbbz was on a stream a little while ago and pointed out that MoistCr1TiKaL, hey, look who showed up again, might function as part of the alt-right pipeline.
Like, it's part of the pipeline, though. It's the same reason people wouldn't say Charlie, MoistCr1TiKaL, is right-wing or, like, as ideologically fuck out there as, like, a Nick Fuentes or even Asmongold, right? Like,
these guys kind of collectively lost their minds.
Are you agreeing with Idubbbz there? His analysis is fucking dog shit garbage. MoistCr1TiKaL constantly criticizes Trump specifically. Like, he took a firm stance on, like, Alex Preddy in other situations. You literally couldn't even do this one. I have some, like, there's tons of videos where he's just going in. He goes in on both of Trump's spiritual advisors, the Alex Preddy situation, the Trump phone. Like, it's pretty explicit that he does, like, his dealings with, like, fucking Qatar. Like, MoistCr1TiKaL is aggressively anti-Trump. Does he disavow his conservative audience? No, I don't think that he does that. But he disavows Trump. So if you're part of his conservative audience, you have to listen to it. Like, so I don't understand. I just the analysis that MoistCr1TiKaL is fucking all right, part of the pipeline, is fucking so stupid. It's just so dumb. It's like baby shit. It's actual baby brain dog shit. It's like, and you know what's funny too? And thinking about it now, MoistCr1TiKaL never responded to that. And I know it sounds silly, but like, he could have responded and been like, "Oh, Idubbbz, you're stupid," blah 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 blah. But he didn't. He just like let him say some his dumbass shit. He didn't use it as an opportunity to like content farm against like a left creator that's incredibly dumb. He's just like, okay, and he just moved on. So
about it.
He's been extremely critical of ICE multiple times. He's against it. And like, do you think someone who's a path into the alt-right pipeline, do you think someone's going to see these videos and be like, yeah, Charlie is a Nazi, Charlie is a right wing?
He's made videos shitting on Elon Musk, shitting on ICE, shitting on right-wing people in general. You know, that's not something...
Deservedly so, by the way. Let's add that in there, Cheeto, you little freak.
that a right-wing sycophant grifter would do.
Oh, yeah, I completely forgot about that. He literally goes after ICE, and he talked about the whole situation in Minneapolis, and he was actually very critical of the police officers as well. So how the hell are you calling him...
Yeah, the murderers? Yeah. People who murdered Alex Preddy? Yeah, for sure.
Right-wing?
You can see what's going on here. They have a very simple...
They're right. What's going on here is that these people I don't like are all correct.
Uncomplicated view of what they think not only radicalization is, but what political alignment means in general. And if
Bro, it's crazy because, like, you know, I was never like, oh, I hate Charlie or anything, but I was never like a big Charlie guy for a while, and now I'm like a fucking radical MoistCr1TiKaL fan now. You know. Like, ever since, like, you know, because this is the thing, is that the standard is to be like somewhat apolitical nowadays and sit in the middle. Charlie doesn't do that. MoistCr1TiKaL doesn't do that. He doesn't sit in the middle. He will, like, he takes a pretty firm stance against like a lot of this fucking shit. And it's like, oh, there's no way anybody could ever label him part of the alt-right pipeline. This guy's just like obnoxious. That's it. He's just an obnoxious person. And he wants to say this because he wants people to think he's intelligent, but he's not. He sounds dumb as hell. Fuck.
May, which it's my video, of course I made, MoistCr1TiKaL's video on the Charlie Kirk assassination is a perfect little microcosm on how this both sides alibi operates through omission. And I think...
What the fuck are you talking about?
Validates Idubbbz's assertion.
He's just so dumb. He's so dumb.
I don't know much about Charlie Kirk, and I've seen a lot of people saying that now when like giving their take on this, and I think a lot of them are just making that shit up because they don't want to get like too deep into the nitty-gritty or anything. But truly, I have been very offline over the last year and some change, so I haven't seen a whole lot of Charlie Kirk.
First off, why the fuck would you...
What does this have to do with anything? Charlie Kirk is killed and he's giving an opinion on it. Like, okay, this is your example, dude? Stop. You're embarrassing yourself. This is so stupid.
You say you've been offline for like a year when you're saying this. That makes it sound even worse because Kirk has been relevant for years and years. Holy shit. Secondly, in his video, he superficially condemns violence, but never engages with what Kirk's positions were, why he was controversial, which led to varying reactions upon his death, or what it might mean that his rhetoric has been explicitly weaponized against marginalized communities for years.
Most people didn't get into the nitty-gritty of Charlie Kirk. I don't care. I don't care. If you, at worst, this situation, in your opinion, is that he didn't go hard enough on Charlie Kirk after he was fucking assassinated. Okay, great. You got him, I guess. Like, I don't care about that. I'm not like shitting my pants over this idea that he didn't go hard enough. Because, you know, the guy had just been assassinated, so I understand people not wanting to speak ill of him. Like, I didn't either. Who gives a fuck? I don't care about that. That's number one. And number two, it's not like it's one thing, but like it doesn't undo all like the constant like how constantly expressive he is about how bad this administration is. So I don't understand. Like it's that you literally just you just can't. You really just can't say that MoistCr1TiKaL is like part of like the fucking alt-right pipeline. It's insane.
Like other examples I have shown. The assassination is presented as a context-free tragedy. A bad thing happened to a person he doesn't know much about, and the most fascinating part about his unseasoned chicken breast of a video is that MoistCr1TiKaL actually described the exact phenomenon I'm talking about inside of it.
Politics has become turbocharged over just the last handful of years to the point where people can go from like not really being involved, they're only dipping their toes in, to being just full-blown fucking radicalized and just, you know, off their rocker, off their fucking gourd in politics. Like everything is just accelerating at such a scary, alarming rate.
He noticed.
If anything, you could probably look at this as an instance of like, oh, that's when he started to actually get into talking about Charlie Kirk more.
Is a problem, but he frames it as an ambient atmospheric condition rather than something with identifiable infrastructure.
Oh my goodness, MoistCr1TiKaL 8 months ago didn't get as woke as I wanted him to on a fucking video about Charlie Kirk's death. Whoa, it's crazy stuff, man. I think we're all literally shitting and farting ourselves right now.
He can see that radicalization is accelerating, but he cannot ask what is facilitating that acceleration, let alone have the integrity to do 5 minutes of fucking research on Charlie Kirk before he poops out a video for clicks in the wake of a tragedy. This is precisely what Idubbbz was describing. The study—
It wasn't. Idubbbz said a stupid thing and then you decided to fucking act like a baby about it. That's it. Idubbbz said something and you like Idubbbz a lot. So he was right, according to you. That's it. That's all that happened here. That's it. It's not as deep as you want to make it seem.
Non-engagement, the refusal to acknowledge political dimensions, the violence is bad take that sounds reasonable but functionally treats a politically motivated assassination as a political content. The audience receives a framework in which the victim's years of dehumanizing rhetoric is not seen as relevant, and the only appropriate response is a condemnation of violence with no further analysis.
I don't care, dude. This is a purity test. This is a literal like purity test of MoistCr1TiKaL. That's all this video is. I don't know what else to tell you. Like this is just a huge purity test of MoistCr1TiKaL. It's fucking stupid. It's boring. It's dumb. It's desperate to pay him out as to be like the worst guy imaginable. The dude like MoistCr1TiKaL talks more about how bad Trump is and like a lot of the apparatus around them than you do in general, and to a much wider audience. And he's not like, he doesn't fucking beat around the bush about it either. He's very explicit about it. He's like, oh, this is really bad. Trump is bad. You know, the only thing he doesn't do is he doesn't condemn his audience, which is probably good. It's probably the reason why they like him. Probably why there are people that are, if anything, MoistCr1TiKaL is de-radicalizing people on the right that watch his content for other reasons. Because he's not like, oh, you're a bad person for being MAGA or blah, 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 blah. It's probably a positive like aspect to the infrastructure, if we're being real here.
However, it is creating an environment where those views never need to actually be reckoned with. I know I'm repeating myself, but when you do not make room for the contextual explanations around people like Kirk, Fuentes, Hyde, Walsh, you hold space for the worst people.
Why does he have to talk about those people? Why does he talk about everybody and give them all attention? I don't understand.
Who congregate in your audience and turn it into fertile ground for radicalization. And I believe this is exactly what happened with the Antioch shooter, the most extreme outcome of this practice. This goes back to my point about people not understanding how the pipeline does not require every node in the network to be linear and ideologically consistent.
He just wants to make it seem like MoistCr1TiKaL is like some kind of a fucking asshole. That's all it is. This guy wants to be woke. This is what I hate about people. This is what I hate about like woke shit. Like I'm a fucking woke guy. I don't want to be woke, right? I'm not upset that I'm woke. I'm not like, oh my god. But like nobody, you shouldn't want to be woke. I want to be woke. I want to look for things where they aren't there. Like I'm not trying to find things that aren't there. You know what I mean? Like I'm just seeing stuff. I'm like, oh, I see this. Oh, this is a thing. This is a thing. This is a thing. Okay, I think that this is something, and I can articulate that. This guy wants it to always be like that. He wants everybody that is left of left to be the worst in the world, to the point where he can't even look at like active like left-leaning people like fucking MoistCr1TiKaL, who's consistently disavowing Trump and all the disgusting shit around him. He can't even like contend with that. He can't even be like, oh yeah, that's good. This guy does seem to care. He can't even give it that. It's got to be a constant fucking pooping your pants fucking show. He's just pooping his pants all the time. He's just alting constantly. That's all it is.
It requires that the genre's conventions, that edginess be rewarded, that empathy be held, that targets are selected, and that the audience is cultivated, creates conditions in which right-wing and conspiratorial frameworks feel like the natural next step because they aren't explicitly weeded out. The overlap...
Wait, what?
Be held, that targets are select conventions, be linear and ideologically consistent. It requires that the genre's conventions, that edginess be rewarded, that empathy be held, that targets are selected, and that the audience is cultivated, creates conditions in which right-wing and conspiratorial frameworks feel like the natural next step because they aren't explicitly weeded out. The overlap is real. It's how the same people can watch MoistCr1TiKaL make this video on Charlie Kirk, but also hang out in Asmongold's stream chat while engaging in bigotry towards inclusivity at the Game Awards.
I don't understand. You're saying that they have an audience overlap, so that makes Charlie a bad person?
Is what I would say if I wasn't fucking lying to you, because this stream chat is actually MoistCr1TiKaL's, not
Most unhinged game, GG, Wanderslop, woke trash, L Games, Wanderslop is good, gay, Fortnite, slop, anything but the woke game. Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. MoistCr1TiKaL doesn't talk about woke games being bad. So if all you're telling me right now is that Asmongold's audience, an actual fucking like legitimate white supremacist disgusting freak, overlaps with MoistCr1TiKaL, somebody who consistently criticizes Trump. That's a good thing. That means that that audience can be de-radicalized. All you're saying is that like MoistCr1TiKaL has to disavow every single flawed person in his audience. MoistCr1TiKaL says, "Hey, Trump is bad," consistently and calls him out specifically. He doesn't like him not disavowing the entire audience is okay. We'll survive it. We'll survive it, guys. Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking lick my ass. We're gonna survive. You don't have to do that. You don't have to disavow your audience to disavow Trump. But like you have the expectation that he does have to do that. That is the problem. Like you're purity testing so hard. That's the fucking issue here.
Asmongold's. I'm fucking right about this.
And I love how we're an hour in and like you've been criticized. Dude, like does this guy not realize that he's been criticizing MoistCr1TiKaL more than fucking Asmongold? Is that not like just the fucking cherry on top for this video? Like that is what this video is. It is purity testing at its finest. That's what it boils down to. It's not about like doing something good, or it's about fucking purity testing people as hard as fuck. That's it. Oh, you're on the left? Well, you're not left enough. You're not left enough. That's it.
Idubbbz is right about this. The fact that you could think that this could be Asmongold's chat when it's actually MoistCr1TiKaL's? Think. A creator can criticize ICE and Elon in one video and still, through the cumulative weight of which stories they choose to tell and how they choose to tell them, can contribute to an ecosystem that moves audiences rightward.
So your only example of this, by the way, is the one Charlie Kirk video from like 8 months ago. Because what he's saying isn't wrong. He's fundamentally correct about what he's saying. Just to be absolutely clear, like, yes, the way that you tell your stories is part of this as well. But just to be clear, okay, Charlie's talking about everything when it comes to Trump and how bad of a guy he is. So it falls flat when it comes to that. Like, you lose all ground when we acknowledge that this fucking fundamental reality of the world here. Like, we have to acknowledge the reality of the world. You don't want to acknowledge it, but we have to. So when you acknowledge that, like, he talks about Trump, he doesn't pussyfoot around. He doesn't go, well, I like the guy, but no, he fucking is very explicit about it. Your entire argument dies.
Apoliticism blinds them to reality that just straight up, their fundamentally conservative view of the world is and always has been throughout history on the wrong side of every single issue, from civil rights and women's rights and gay and trans rights to child labor laws to workers' rights to age of consent laws to marital rape laws, access to education, freedom of speech, and
But you're just like, you're fucking virtue signaling so hard right now. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ.
But the both sides alibi isn't just...
He's not both sidesing. He's not even both... Where's the both sidesing of MoistCr1TiKaL? This is fucking insane. I'm getting absolutely fucking dick hurted right now.
About deflecting criticism, because it functions as active inoculation against the audience's ability to recognize this pattern I have talked about. When Sensitive Society tells his viewers that accusing someone of being in a pipeline is Twitter talk, blue sky talk, Tumblr talk, and citing his anti-Elon videos as proof that he's telling his audience that if anyone ever suggests that...
What the fuck are we talking about Sensitive Society for? He doesn't care about girls getting raped. I don't care about him. This isn't about, like, you bring up MoistCr1TiKaL, somebody who's got, like, who's good when it comes to these topics, and then fucking... Okay, I don't know how that hit me. And then now, we're back to Sensitive Society. What the fuck does he have to do with anything?
His content is leading you somewhere. Dismiss the suggestion by pointing to the exceptions. These exceptions become a shield that protects the rule from scrutiny.
What does this have to do with MoistCr1TiKaL, dude? Like, you're using the worst example ever. Well, Sensitive Society, somebody who's very clearly like more right-leaning sentiment. Yeah, that's a good example. It's like, what are you doing? What?
Take Tom's Idubbbz video again. For example, he oh so briefly says that Idubbbz's old content was offensive, that some criticism of Anissa was gratuitous. These concessions are brief, parenthetical, and do absolutely no work in the overall narrative. They exist in the video so that people can point to them if accused of bias. The 45-minute narrative arc that rehabilitates Sam Hyde and the massive chunk that dehumanizes his wife, and the overarching themes that pathologize progressive evolution and systematically mocks male emotional vulnerability is the actual content. The occasional caveats are the alibi. The both sides alibi is a more sophisticated version of a simple echo chamber because it includes just enough dissent to prevent the audience from recognizing the chamber's walls are there at all. The most extreme version of this is the active dismissal of the pipeline as a concept at all. The same Idubbbz video from Sensitive Society.
Who are we talking about now? I'm not understanding, like, where is this video at? Who are we talking about now? Are we talking about, like, Turkey Tom again? Does Turkey Tom dismiss the alt-right pipeline? Is that, like, the argument? I mean, I guess. I just don't understand, like, what was the point of the inclusion? The only point of the inclusion... Fuck. The only point of the inclusion of MoistCr1TiKaL in here was to make Idubbbz seem intelligent. That was it. That was the entire point. That's literally it.
Earlier is a fantastic example when his first move is to make the concept of a pipeline sound ridiculous.
I hate this argument that ex-YouTuber, this guy is a pipeline into the alt-right. This guy classifies as an alt-right pipeline person because they're not there yet. They're not Andrew Tate level yet. They're not Nick Fuentes level yet. But they're like in the middle, and if they watch that person, then they jump into others.
By reducing the pipeline to a...
Sure. I mean, like, what he's saying is stupid. Okay, what's your point? One of the problems I have with this video is it's a mess. Like, who are we talking about anymore? Like, this video is, like, very much framed as, like, a an anti Tom video, and then we kind of just bounce around to these random people that I'm pretty sure that Tom doesn't even like, or MoistCr1TiKaL, and we're all over the place. We're literally just everywhere. We're just all over the fucking place.
A crude conveyor belt. Watch one guy become a Nazi. He constructs a version of the argument that is easy to dismiss if you think you are the perfectest specialist little boy and have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. This allows him to do the second thing, which is to reframe susceptibility to radicalization as personal weakness.
Okay. Yeah, I think this video was made to glaze Idubbbz. I think this video is like, I love Idubbbz and I hate everybody else, I guess. Idubbbz is amazing. I don't know why. Maybe he finds them both attractive. I don't know.
Rather,
this is simp behavior, am I right? What the fuck?
Than a broader systemic issue.
Now, I've said this before and I'll say it yet again. If you're a grown-ass man and you fall into either the alt-right pipeline or the left pipeline, as a grown man, you are a loser that is controlled by the internet. All right, you're legitimately an NPC.
Well, I guess.
I've seen so many people on Reddit be like, yeah, man.
Just the alt-right pipeline is obviously worse than the alt-left pipeline. Fundamentally, the alt-right pipeline is about rolling back the rights of everybody. The alt-left pipeline is about not doing that. You know, I'm not saying that they're not both bad, but they're not equally bad. One is like you getting radicalized because you want like white people to control the world, white men to control the world. The other one is you're getting radicalized because people's rights are being taken away. So, I mean, this whole thing is just so fucking stupid.
And I fell into the alt-right pipeline, and I'm so glad I escaped it. Thank you so much for showing us that you have no self-control. Thank you so much for...
I mean, this guy is like somewhat in some kind of an alt-right pipeline. The problem is sensitive society is really stupid, and he's just a rape denier. Like, he doesn't care. Like, that's what it is. He was a super big defender of like, of Tectone. So...
for showing us how weak you are.
In every video and every person like this, there is a belief that a level of apoliticism is just common sense. And beliefs that counter that are the equivalent to brainwashing, which another creator, MoistCr1TiKaL, who desperately needs a hobby. This is only one of his playlists.
True. I just think that the only reason that you are aware of Pegasus is because of your Hasan viewer and you're like, oh, Pegasus is bad. I'm aware of him because he's a fucking idiot loser. I don't know. What the fuck?
By the way, crazy. He illustrates this perfectly in one of his videos on Idubbbz MoistCr1TiKaL comments.
This is why I stay far away from politics. It rots your mind and makes you crazy. Exactly. Preach.
Exactly. He literally doesn't stay far away from politics. He won't shut the fuck up about politics. That's the problem. He fucking cum guzzles Asmongold, and then he like talks about how Hasan is bad. He's not apolitical at all. This guy's a loser.
I've been saying this for literal years. American politics in particular is just the most brain-breaking.
This guy's from like India, isn't he? Where is he from? He's not even American. I'm pretty sure. That's what I was told. I'm not doing a racism right now, guys. Stop. Okay. So I don't think he's even American though.
Bag of bullshit I've ever seen. I really don't know like what level of brainwashing makes you think like this, because in my opinion, Charlie, for the most part, right? He's
handsome.
Sort of gives common sense opinions, and sometimes sure they could maybe be considered a little political if you sort of stretch it, but that's not really the main goal of the content. For example, when he criticizes Trump,
once again, this kind of
when he criticizes Trump, he's being political explicitly, but
framing simultaneously tells the audience you are too smart to be manipulated, while stigmatizing the very act of recognizing that one has been manipulated. For a teenager who is already consuming this content, this message functions as a prophylactic.
He's from Singapore. That's what it is. Yeah, he's from Singapore. Okay.
If you ever start to notice the pattern, the bad patterns, not the good ones, that recognition itself is proof that you are weak.
I didn't even catch that. It took me a second. If you catch the pattern, the bad ones, not the good ones. This guy's part of this video was talking about how bad pattern recognition is when it comes to white supremacy. And then now he's like, wait a minute, hold on a second. I forgot I said that pattern recognition was just like overall bad. Okay, no, it's okay to acknowledge the bad patterns, but don't, you know what I mean? Like he's just kind of like fumbling himself now.
And gullible. This genre does not just isolate the viewer from counter narratives, it arms them against the very vocabulary needed to describe what is happening to them. In a subsequent video covering the Idubbbz controversy, Sensitive Society extends this inoculation by framing Idubbbz's claim that a lot of things are part of the pipeline, workout content, finance, dating commentary, etc., as evidently absurd and disavows the Charlie and Asmongold overlap he was suggesting.
If you think that Charlie is the same as Asmongold or even close, you have no idea what you're talking about. They're complete opposites, which
yes, that is true.
Which goes to show you how far gone he is.
Idubbbz's observation that the right has been manufacturing the space since before Gamergate and we're all playing catch up now is actually well supported by research literature. Lewis's 2018 study documented precisely how non-political content creators are woven into an alternate influence network.
This is what happens when you like read something and you don't understand what's being read. Because that is what's happening here, right? I think that we can all agree to understand that. Because that's what you're doing, right? Like you read something. Yes, understand apolitical content. It can, in many instances, be a supportive structure to some kind of alt-right pipeline, especially when you're in like a very like right-wing world right now. Like, and you decide to say nothing. Like, yeah, you could that could be considered. Or you decide to say nothing or play the line, especially when you're trying to talk about a political adjacent thing. Does that make sense? You know, like, oh, you're talking about Charlie Kirk, but like you have like an apolitical stance on what happened there. It's kind of tough to do that, right? I understand that sounds to be like what he means in some fucking, why am I so fucking stupid? That sounds to be kind of like what he's talking about. I agree with that, but the problem is that Charlie is very explicit, and that he doesn't like Trump. So it falls flat when you say stuff like, it falls flat because he's not being apolitical. He doesn't dip into politics as much as other people, but he's not really being inherently apolitical. So it falls off. Dude, I'm actually going to shit in my mom's ass and eat it. All right. I'm getting so fucking triggered right now.
That functions as a radicalization pathway. The genre's response
That's crazy what I just said.
To these claims is to not engage it with counter research, but to make the observation sound paranoid, to mock the person making it as someone whose brain has been broken by politics. And this can lead to some very, very dangerous behavior.
Whoa, sexual violence dismissing. What the hell?
Oh God, this is the section I'm looking forward to talking about the least. One aspect that I don't see brought up enough is how many communities, but particularly the drama genre, systematically teach its audience to dismiss sexual violence claims. Not
Maybe. I guess it depends on who we're talking about.
through explicit ideology, obviously, because we're all political here, but through the same just analyzing the evidence format that characterizes the genre's treatment of every other topic. Commentary creator
Well, aren't you supposed to analyze the evidence?
WestJet, who appears to have transitioned from making Valorant skin videos to drama farming as a rather interesting career move, is, I think, a really
Guess that's where the money is, baby.
good example of how the genre provided coverage of a civil court protective order against creator/sexual assaulter Tectone. A judge reviewed and issued a 10-year protective order based on findings of sexual assault and stalking, requiring him to surrender firearms and maintain distance from the accuser. This is a serious judicial outcome, but WestJet treats it as an open question and content to be picked through for entertainment.
Okay, I think we're on WestJet now. I don't I don't know. There's something sloppy about this video. We're kind of like all over the place. We're on WestJet, we're on MoistCr1TiKaL, we're on Turkey Tom, then we go back to Turkey Tom, and then so I don't know if this is like an anti-Turkey Tom video or what the fuck's going on here. But like, yeah, the Tectone thing is he's a fucking rapist. Yes, I agree with that.
The video is functionally structured around a framework of legal objectivity. Civil versus criminal burden of proof, I'm not a lawyer, but, and repeated emphasis that this was not a criminal conviction.
No, it was a civil ruling. But some of the shit that if you actually see, I think it was a Shamu video. I did a reaction to it. They called something like Tectone's, situation is like 10 times worse than you think. The shit that you see in there is fucking insane from Tectone. He's much more of a fucking He's much more like, I remember one of the things he did was he showed like a picture of an anime girl getting her head cut off. Like that was in reference to his fucking ex. Like that's some of the online stalking that he was doing. That's why he lost his guns for a decade.
I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys and conceal my bias. I want Tectone to be innocent. I like the guy. I don't want him to be a but at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and carry water for Tectone and the girl with information I don't have, calling her a liar and stuff like that.
By naming his bias and claiming his intentions to be honest, he immunizes himself against the accusation of bias to his pea-brain little audience while proceeding to exercise that throughout the entire video. And the comment section reflects the exact same rejection of the guilty verdict he is definitely trying to build. He has help with this, however, by exercising clips without challenge from a guy called Legal Mindset, a weird YouTube internet personality who operates under the pseudonym Andrew Esquire, who
he's also like, he's also one of those like weird he's also one of those weird like go east freaks because he can't find a woman in the United States that'll put up with him being a fucking disgusting piece of shit.
Who is provably not a lawyer, but it appears that
I thought he was a lawyer, no?
WestJet doesn't
pretty sure he is a lawyer, no?
Know this. And despite this, his
Wait, why do you think he's not a lawyer?
Andrew Esquire.
This is Andrew Esquire, and welcome to the Legal Mindset, where I help you become a disagreement. But this is not legal advice, and I cannot give you legal advice. All information presented in the channel is for information for educational purposes only, and not for the purpose of providing legal advice. You should contact a licensed attorney in your jurisdiction to obtain legal advice with respect to any particular issue or problem. Nothing on this channel should be constructed or construed to form an attorney-client relationship. Any opinion expressed here is my own and do not affect those of any organization, association, group. All references or clips that may be used in this channel are for fair use, comments, criticism, and educational purposes. See Hosea versus Klein. Okay, what the fuck does this? Why does this have to do with him not being a lawyer? He is a lawyer. He just sucks. Yeah.
Esquire, who is provably not a lawyer.
Why do you think that? Hasan needs to take a look at California law. By the way, Asmongold did a reaction to your fast facts about Hasan and alleged gun where he said for certain statements of fact, you are not a lawyer, just thought you should know. I saw it and he's right. Wait, hold on. By the way, Asmongold did a reaction to your fast facts about Hasan and the alleged gun where he said for certain as a statement of fact, you are not a lawyer, just thought you should know. Saw it and he's right. Oh, is he not a lawyer? Oh. Oh, I mean, I guess that means he's not a lawyer. Maybe he's not a lawyer. Okay, maybe I was wrong. What the fuck? Is this guy really not a lawyer? What the fuck is this? This is crazy.
But it appears that WestJet doesn't know this. And despite this, his content is framed as authoritative.
It doesn't matter because I always thought this guy was a fucking freak anyway, but that's strange. What the fuck?
Legal analysis. And he introduces textbook rape myths through authority because, surprise, surprise, he's also a weird alt-right loser.
I see in a lot of the cases where we get claims filed a year, 2 years, 3 years later. We saw this in the Khan case, in the Princeton case, where you have a person that does not think they were that knows everything was consensual, but then they have a friend, perhaps a very activist friend, who convinces them that they were SA'd because
SA'd, guys, we can't say sexually assaulted.
They weren't because of their perspective and their prerogative.
Or it's possible. And this sometimes online stuff like this does happen, just to be clear. Sometimes somebody will say something like they'll like, oh, a situation happened, and they'll talk to somebody and they'll get like radicalized. And they'll think that they were actually assaulted, right? That's Katie Bugs is an example of that. That is not the the case always, though. And sometimes people can get assaulted or be in an abusive relationship, and it takes them a while for when they get out of it. It takes them a while for them to come to the terms and be like, oh, okay, wait a minute, this was bad, this was bad, this was bad. It could take time to come to the realization. So
on this, right?
He frames non-consensual acts as preemptive consent because similar acts had occurred previously and treats a suspended criminal investigation as evidence against the accuser rather than evidence of the harassment she described. WestJet offers mild pushback on consent. better be safe than sorry and ask every time.
Why do you keep reading it to us? Why can't you just show us what he's saying?
Framing it as like a fucking etiquette tip rather than addressing the assault. This is one of the more dangerous examples of people learning misogynistic ideology through it being brought up as legal analysis. The cumulative effect of this is a tutorial in dismissing sexual assault allegations, taught to an audience of predominantly young men who are absorbing these frameworks as obvious, reasonable ways to evaluate such claims. And to really...
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't know what we're... Sure. I still don't understand why he's not showing us the actual clips. He keeps doing this. It's fucking weird.
Give weight to how serious this video is. This is the closing line.
Man, f these 3D bitches. On God, I'm sticking with my 2D Genshin Impact baddies from now on. I'm straight up goon maxing.
The tonal register never shifts between sexual assault testimony and masturbation jokes. They occupy the same entertainment space. It is fucking awful.
I asked him multiple times in multiple circumstances, please delete any footage you have of me because I know some of it was non-consensual. He would make collages of my videos and things like that, and it was disturbing. So he essentially was making a spank bang.
And because, of course, I have...
Sure, that language is used to like downplay him having, I guess, non-consensual images. So yeah, sure.
To say this, fake accusations happen. Obviously, they do. But just like Tom's coverage of trans shootings, they are wildly overrepresented compared to actual statistics in this genre of content. And
I mean, this is the problem, is what you're saying is not true, right? So in the real world, false allegations of sexual misconduct are not happening at the rate that people, you know, they're not happening at like a high rate. That is 100% true, 1000% true. In the online space, that's not necessarily true, right? Like we know that it's a little bit different in the online space. People are constantly like saying dumbass shit and leveraging false sexual assault allegations in online. Again, this is a real life thing. Tectone is I believe, a rapist. She had enough evidence to get him to lose his guns for a decade, but we're having a general conversation now. So, like, yeah, every other fucking day, we just got like the fucking false predator allegations against like Saikuno. It's stupid. There's criticism to be had with these people, but they're not like fucking rapists. So just keep that in mind.
People are learning to never believe accusers except under very specific circumstances.
Hey, bitch, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again, okay? Men win again.
Boys rule, girls drool.
There will never be a female president ever.
Nick is a provocateur. He's a troll. Like, when I saw this, I thought it was kind of dumb. Like, I thought he was baiting on purpose, but people seem to get really offended at this.
Glass ceiling.
Well, yeah, he's... Obviously, WestJet's a fucking loser, moron freak, so...
Dude, it's a ceiling made of fucking bricks. You will never break it.
This pattern escalates dramatically in a video called What Dating an OnlyFans Girl is Like, which is structured as an exhaustive defense of Tectone by YouTuber Think Before You Sleep, who says things like, why can't these people just shut the fuck up about their politics, in response to a post of Miss Rachel calling for Palestinian children not to be murdered, while 4 posts later, he called for every H-1B third worlder to be deported. He also thinks free run is bad, so he's pretty fucking stupid.
Who's bad? Renan? I don't... Is that a... I feel like that's a VTuber. I feel like I know that's a VTuber for some reason. Sure. I don't know what to say. I mean, I guess so. Jesus fucking Christ. I feel like I'm the purity tester at this point. Like, these people are so fucking cringe, man. Jesus fuck.
Anyway.
When I say these people, I mean these, like, far fucking annoying, virtue-signaling fucks.
Anyways, to start this video on a real high note, he begins by saying he thinks the justice system is...
Freenan is an anime? Oh, okay. I don't know what that is, dude. There's so many fucking VTubers. For all I know, Freenan is something... The name of a fucking VTuber that likes fucking Lolicon or something, you know?
Bad.
It's a good anime? Okay, I'll take your word for it.
The protective order was a result of a coordinated operation by Hasan Piker's social circle because Tectone is friends with Asmongold.
You'll come to the same...
Asmonfart? What the hell?
conclusion that I did, which is that this is a massive failure of the justice system.
I knew it,
which is
dude.
why
I
this
knew it.
video is a
Fucking
defense
knew
of
it.
Tectone. It's about how, in my opinion, none of the assault allegations were true,
I knew it.
and it's about how this whole situation was a coordinated effort from multiple streamers to ruin his career. I don't know how every bad thing on social media always relates back to this social circle, but it seems to be the case. Why is that important?
There's a video where I learned that Tectone sexual assault, like supposed like trauma, comes from his sister saying she's gonna rub crabs on him or something. I don't know, when he was young. I thought, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's interesting. And that's why he can't have consensual sex anymore. And he has to, I guess, not have any vaginal sex because he thinks vaginas are gross. But also, I think maybe he just has like a rape gene or something because his dad was a rapist. So,
well, Hasan Piker has this ongoing war with Asmongold, probably because he's mad that Asmon is more famous than him.
Obviously.
Maybe. Could be part of it.
He's going to perpetuate the same rape myths as legal mindset.
Pink Chew's official story is that she thought her relationship with Tectone was all consensual until after the breakup and after she confided in a friend who told her that actually she was being abused. Ooh. And yes, this sounds very much like I consented to sex and then changed my mind later.
Not really, but okay.
It's like 2015 college feminist behavior.
2015. Oh, did you guys like that? That's what I love about it, dude. It's my favorite in the fucking world.
He also describes the accuser's account as fabricated and perpetuates the misogynist myth that women weaponize accusations of sexual violence in connection with Turkey Tom's allegations, which is kind of weird to bring up.
It is, because they're not even close to comparable. Tom was, I mean, always innocent from the start when it came to that. Just saying.
Actually disturbing how often these types of situations happen.
Their Turkey Tom situation was like, oh, these girls liked me a lot, so they had sex with me without a coercion or anything like that, and then they lied in the back end. So, but okay.
Mentioned recently that Turkey Tom was falsely accused by an ex-girlfriend of his in a situation that is strikingly similar to Tectone's, where
it's fucking Mandark. It's literally just Mandark. It's fucking crazy.
4 days after the breakup, she goes on to Kiwi Farms to accuse him of physical abuse, filming without consent, and engaging in weird fetishes.
Oh, it's super.
That's crazy, dude. It's just like, let's listen to that again.
Bring up.
It's actually disturbing how often these types of situations happen. I mentioned recently that Turkey Tom was falsely accused by an ex-girlfriend of his in a situation that is strikingly similar to Tectone's, where 4 days after the breakup, she goes on to Kiwi Farms to accuse him of physical abuse, filming without consent, and engaging in weird fetishes.
Wow, incredible.
Bring your best weapon and meet me in front of her house tomorrow.
To accuse him of physical abuse.
Wow. Like fucking same guy.
In front of her house tomorrow.
Okay. Incredible stuff.
Filming without consent and engaging in weird fetishes.
Oh, it's super weird how it seems like these guys want to get with sex workers until they realize that they're people. Anyways, then Tectone's accuser's mental health hospitalization is framed as a manipulation tactic.
Honestly, this visit to the mental hospital looks like some sort of bargain to get him back after the breakup.
My favorite bit is that he thinks the judge is a DEI hire and her background in domestic violence advocacy is disqualifying bias.
Judge Dimple Malhotra is the first and only person of South Asian descent elected to a judicial seat in Travis County history. Oh, great.
Whoa,
So
she did activism. She must be bad.
she's one of those people where we have to focus on their race instead of their qualifications. Now, I think that trying to stop domestic violence
That's fucking crazy.
is great. However, I also agree with the
However, I don't.
defense attorney Steve Brand, who says that her activism makes her biased towards alleged victims, and there's
that was a different lawyer trying to get her out of a different case that he was that was a lawyer trying to get her to not be the judge on a case because he had a client that was probably guilty of being a domestic abusing piece of shit. It's a good lawyer tactic to try to get the judge out of there when you know that they're actually educated on sexual abuse or different type of like female violence.
There's no way he could win a case with her as a judge.
Fucking awesome, dude. What makes this coverage analytically significant is not just its terrible content, but its escalation from WestJet's treatment of the exact same case. WestJet offers rape myth skepticism dressed as legal analysis, but Think Before You Sleep offers a conspiracy theory that delegitimizes the entire judicial system itself, Jesus Christ, attacks the judge on racial and political grounds, and frames the entire survivor community as a weaponized political operation.
Yeah, that's exactly what it did. I watched the video. Like, this guy's right about that, at least, even if he's cringe, you know. So you're doing well so far. You kind of started off poorly with the Turkey Tom stuff was a little weak. Usually people start strong to weak. You started like weak to strong. A little strange to me.
It's the same case, it's the same format, but escalating ideology. The pipeline.
What's with the spoon? I know he's had the spoon on there for a while, but it seems unnecessary.
Represented very neatly in a single controversy. The selective nature of this empathy is further exposed by comparing how the same creator treats sexual violence when the victim is allied with their in-group. WestJet, again, who, remember, covered Tectone's protective order with gooning references.
Gooning.
And using cherry-picked anti-woke quips from a definitely not lawyer, covered the assault of streamer Emaru at TwitchCon with genuine outrage. Here's how it starts.
No intro today. Disgusting video happened. So this double cheeseburger Jared from Subway.
Well, I mean, the big reason he's going to do that is because Twitch bad, right? Like, that's the big reason why. Is that Twitch bad? And he's, yeah. I don't think that, unfortunately, I don't think that a lot of people cared that much about Emaru purely. What happened to her was really fucked, but I think a lot, well, not a lot of people, some of these fucking more right-leaning individuals like WestJet who downplays rape, I don't think that they necessarily cared. I think it was more about the fact that Twitch is supposed to also be bad, you know, because it harbors Hasan Piker.
Boy-looking guy assaulted Emaru at TwitchCon.
For comparison, here's how his Tectone video.
Although if you want to be generous to WestJet, you would say like, well, there's actual like explicit evidence of this or explicit proof. There's plenty of evidence when it comes to Pikachu, right? That's the name of the girl. But there's explicit proof when it comes to this situation. So I need to say that too. I should probably bring that up. I don't want to be accused of being like this fucking guy, person, whatever. Sorry, I don't know. They said they might have been trans at the beginning. Try to be respectful, okay?
Where Tectone was legally convicted starts.
Massive day for the unemployed. The jail toad files just dropped. We've got a bunch of people talking about this, including lawyers who wear suits like Legal Mindset and Jizzqueef. We got the kettle calling the pot black.
Very good, very good.
What's with these voices, man? Everybody puts on this dumbass voice like they have snot in their nose. I don't really understand it. Like, Nux Taku does it too. I don't really get it. I don't understand why people do that. Seems very strange to me.
Very, very good. In the Emaru video, he spends a breezy 8.5 minutes directly criticizing Twitch's security failures, calling for institutional accountability, and going so far as to even invoke the murder of Christina Grimmie to underscore the danger.
Remember Christina Grimmie? Don't ever let people forget her story. If you guys don't remember, Christina Grimmie was like a singer. She was a rising YouTube star, and she got by a fan at a meet and greet, a literal deranged fan. And I would even argue that Twitch is more susceptible to deranged fans because of, you know, the parasocial nature of this.
He also makes a super weird claim that the previous guy who went after her shared the same politics as the Twitch CEO.
No, it's just speculation, but I bet the creepy guy who went after her in the previous years had the same politics as Dan Clancy, so he let it slide.
But don't.
That's a little weird. I would say probably the opposite. I think most incels are probably, well, most incels that I see, well, that's what I'm assuming that it was, are like right-leaning. You know, they hate women because they feel like women are the reason that they're incels. So, at least, so I mean, maybe I guess I could be wrong, but I've never really seen otherwise. I guess there could be people, maybe they just don't blame women. They're just like content. Maybe I guess incel more for, you know, people who are also angry at women and hate women. So maybe it's not true, but I don't know.
Don't worry.
But I'm pretty sure the violent incels are right-leaning. So
Though he couldn't help himself from finding a way to make a joke about Idubbbz in there.
I mean, let's be honest,
got
fellas.
him.
Twitch in itself is like built off parasocial relationships. We're just seeing it now in full force. Even though I don't have empathy like Idubbbz, I could still imagine how Emeru feels. Probably disgusted.
Whatever, dude. It's a fucking meme. The empathy meme it's just a meme, dude. Oh my god, this guy goes, pick your battles, bud. Pick your fucking battles there, dude.
The difference between these two cases is not that WestJet doesn't believe sexual violence happens. It's that who the victim is changes whether he actually takes it seriously. Emeru is in Asmongold's orbit, an apolitical but right-coded ally, where Tectone's accuser is accusing someone in Asmongold's orbit.
That's an interesting theory. I mean, my theory wasn't that. I suppose that could be part of it. I don't know. I never really considered that. Maybe. That might be true. That might have something to do with it. Because she is in Tectone's and Asmongold's orbit. I don't think that she ever explicitly disavowed them. I forget there was that whole stupid situation where she was like, oh, I'm apolitical or whatever. And people got upset about it. Where this kind of came up. So...
this sphere, the genre takes sexual violence seriously when the victim is aligned with the in-group and dismisses it when the victim is accusing someone in the in-group. This isn't inconsistency, but the selective empathy mechanism from Section 1 I talked about applied specifically to sexual assault. Fucking awful. The genre convention remains consistent. Approach sexual violence claims with the same just asking questions investigative format used for internet drama. Select evidence that creates maximum ambiguity, frame skepticism as the rigorous position, and treat the accuser's credibility as the central question while the accused behavior neatly fades into the background. For the audience watching this content, the cumulative takeaway is an affect. Sexual assault claims are probably exaggerated. Women's accounts of their own experiences.
Well, they sometimes are exaggerated, especially online. That's one of the problems. It's one of the problems is that when you do get false sexual assault allegations, listen, man, people are people, whether you want to hear this or not. People are people. Hot take, right? And when you see a false sexual assault allegation, which you're going to see more online in these weird terminally online spaces, like the Saikuno thing, is stupid shit. It's going to harden people, especially young men, to be primed to think that most sexual assault allegations are incorrect. That's one of the unfortunate problems, right? And that's why it's very important that you don't make false accusations. The problem is that when it comes to these online accusations or false accusations, they're a lot of times not even false accusations. They're just incorrect accusations. We live in a time where everybody's feelings of discomfort are being overvalidated drastically. It's really bad. And it's not just online feminist girls. It's everybody. You can look at some branches of feminism. You can look at the manosphere. You can look at MAGA. There are aspects that are just insanely overly validated to an incredibly toxic degree. And it is rather problematic, right? So, people get their victim complex fed to them and they're like, yes, that is true. That is true. There is a fucking cabal taking away my jobs. Illegal immigrants are the problem. It couldn't be the billionaire president who made $3 billion and has all of his buddies getting tax breaks or anything. No, it couldn't be that. I won't release the Epstein client list guy. He couldn't be a problem. No, of course not. It can't be that. So it is kind of an issue across the board here. It's a little more complicated than people want to make it seem like. So, that's why you shouldn't be making false accusations,
Are unreliable, and the whole thing is kind of funny, unless the victim is somebody that, the genre actually cares about. This and everything I've talked about is important framework to the last part of MUN's radicalization requirements. Dehumanization.
It's funny. This guy is very woke. This person is very woke, and they keep talking about that. But, and correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not paying enough attention. Did they ever say that what happened to Emeru was wrong? The only reason I asked that is is that a dog whistle? Are you not being explicit about that being a bad thing that happened to Emeru on purpose because you don't care about her because she's not on the right political you know, spectrum, or maybe I'm just misremembering. Maybe I just didn't catch it or something. That could also be it. You gotta be fucking kidding me. What the fuck, dude?
Oh my god, dude, a second outfit change? What is this, a fucking fashion show up in here? God, I wish that would be way better than this odyssey of depression that I am taking us all on. Yay. Underlying all of the mechanisms I've talked about so far is the genre's most fundamental convention, and arguably its most consequential contribution to the radicalization pipeline, which is the transformation of human beings into content. Now, obviously,
it's kind of what we all do, but I don't really think that that's the problem. I think that like a more productive conversation would be about like the lolcow sphere. I don't think it's necessarily a big, I mean, there's different problems. You could, you know, okay, so one problem with like this whole like let's collect somebody's past and put it on the internet is that some people just don't get to move on from their past, especially if they're an internet personality, which can be very unfair to that person. So I do understand that. But another aspect of this is potentially, you know, like this lolcow farming network where people will talk about lolcows, usually somebody with like an intellectual or developmental disability, and then they'll poke and prod them to do worse and worse things and go like, look, they're a bad person, but not me for causing them to cause more violence or harm. You know, I don't know that like the way that these guys interact with it necessarily matters. I think it's one thing to cover it. It's nothing to obsessively cover it. So I'm not sure if this is like necessarily a great example. But I guess we'll see what his argument is.
This isn't something that is exclusive to this genre, but when put in conjunction with everything else I am painstakingly laying out, it becomes a little bit of an issue. Munn's third phase, dehumanization, the cognitive shift that makes violence against outgroups conceivable, is typically discussed in terms of explicit ideology, rhetoric that compares groups to vermin, diseases, or subhuman categories, real Nazi shit, or gamer girl shit, shameless plug. But dehumanization does not require explicit rhetoric. It just requires the ability to view another person's suffering with detachment rather than empathy, which they like to so frequently mock.
Even though I don't have empathy like Idubbbz,
It's interesting that all of his descriptions of his feeling empathy sound more like guilt.
He's pulling an Idubbbz. I learned empathy at the age of 32, guys.
Are we saying Idubbbz is the victim here? Like Idubbbz is the one. Idubbbz is the one being dehumanized. I don't know, man. It's a tough sell. It's a really tough sell, the Idubbbz one, because like again, dude, like the guy wasn't there to just be like, hey man, Ethan Klein doesn't deserve to have human skulls sent to his house. I think that's kind of fucked up. You know, you don't have to be a radical Ethan fan to be like, yeah, that is kind of shitty to not like, you know, support your fucking friend. It's kind of shitty. You know, even if you don't want to be friends with them anymore, to be like, listen, the guy that doesn't deserve to have CPS called on him, which is like shitty for kids. You know, so it's like they're fucking dehumanizing him and his family, and then you're like, well, why are people beaming on this guy? Is part of it because Idubbbz is cringe and gay for taking his wife's last name? Of course, that's got to be a little silly there. But like, I don't feel sympathetic, especially since they're farming it. Like they actively try to farm the negative attention at this point. That's like part of their strategy. So I don't really care that much about it.
The capacity for this is not innate. It is something that must be trained, and the drama genre trains it so relentlessly through the process that Munn describes. Thousands of sound bites, quotes, and ad hominem attacks are lifted from their original context and assembled together in the mind of the user over an extended time period. The composite result is an archetype which is monstrous but vague, able to justify the equally intense and imprecise.
I can't believe this Munting guy made a video or made a document or whatever specifically about drama YouTubers. It's crazy.
Hate leveled at it. Sound familiar?
Sure.
I've already mentioned examples of this, like in Turkey Tom's Idubbbz video. Intimate, vulnerable pieces of Anissa Jamha's life, like her eating disorder and body dysmorphia, are laid out not as the painful and relatable experiences of a human being, but as narrative-damning data points, conspiratorial revelations. Again,
free Anissa, am I right, guys?
The weirdo speculates personality disorder diagnosis based on publicly observed behavior, like That's some demon shit. Same deal with
I don't know if it's demon shit. It would just be stupid. It would just be a dumb thing that he's doing.
trans people like Lance Twiggs. He's just presenting facts, but the facts he presents are someone's most intimate struggles selected and arranged to construct a narrative about trans identity as a radicalizing force. Idubbbz's growth as a person, Hasan's political image, each person this environment speaks about, the subject is not a person. The person disappears. The archetype remains, and the subject becomes a character in a story being told for cruelty-laden entertainment. And, as I'm sure only the most observant will have noticed, this convention applies particularly to women, queer people, and leftists. Sometimes they're a little
the most evil of them all. I'm just kidding.
iffy on race because some of these guys are non-white themselves, but you know, that still doesn't stop them from being wildly misogynistic. We've seen multiple pretty heavy versions of this already, so let's look at something a little lighter and more petty, why don't we? One of More Pegasus's many videos on women streamers is titled "Pokimane has reached a new low."
Whoa, well, Pokimane is cringe, so I don't care.
And this was, near as I can tell, made because she said she would give away a bunch of money if she was a billionaire.
If I ever was a billionaire, I wouldn't be a billionaire for more than a day. I would give away most of my money.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of the apparatus around it. I do think that people like More Pegasus like obsess about people like Pokimane. I do agree with that. But like she is, the way that she talks is so inauthentic on so many different topics that we've seen, you know, time and time again. It doesn't really matter what the topic is. And so like that's generally the authenticity being picked up on. I absolutely do think that part of it's also because like there is a level of sexism associated with like the way that they express themselves. I'm not going to lie about that either. But yeah, I mean, it's like one of those things where like, Pokimane is like a lost cause. There's really no reason to like defend this person. I don't think that she's a particularly good person. I don't think that she's particularly bad. I think that she's another I think that Pokimane is another person on the online sphere who is willing to kind of just like say whatever she feels that she needs to say to be successful. Right? I think that that's really what it boils down to. And, you know, that means not having particularly strong opinions on things unless she's supposed to optically have a particularly strong opinion on something. I think that that's one thing some people pick up on. I don't think that like all the criticism is authentic though. Like I'm not sitting here being like, oh, all the people that criticize her are actually like really good people that like mean really well or anything, but
But I also think that's most people.
Right. You're so cool, Pokimane. Oh my god. Guys, you don't understand. If only she was a billionaire, then she would be giving away all her money because she's just that nice. She just cares about the people that much, man.
This video is almost 40 minutes long, by the way. He keeps endlessly talking about socialism.
She's a moody socialist, champagne socialist, goddamn champagne socialist, fuck, socialism, empathetic socialist.
Because she's friends with Hasan or whatever and gets mad that she likes to buy designer items, which obviously count as hypocrisy due to her money donating comments from earlier. Like most of the video, like basically all of his videos, is just him making himself mad by regurgitating comments that he finds from other weird, invasive online people about the subject at hand to pad the runtime and manufacture consent around whatever cherry-picked clip
what does manufacture consent mean in this context? I'm so confused.
The day he's found. And oh, would you look at that? Think before you sleep is here. Whoa, who on earth could have seen him making an appearance? I'm pretty sure these guys are like at least acquaintances due to him like defending him in his videos or whatever, but I want
yeah, probably. They're both fucking losers. All these people are fucking losers. It is funny though, because again, I think that there's more pushback from like the drama sphere than this guy. Like More Pegasus, Think Before You Sweep, Sensitive Society. I think that these people are considered like kind of pathetic memes to some of the other people that are in like a different genre of commentary, at least maybe more closer to my genre of commentary.
wonder if Pegasus is aware that Think Before You Sleep really hates Indian people. Like he really, really hates Indian people. Because, you know, if he didn't...
Well, I don't think this guy's Indian. Isn't he Singaporean? Isn't that different? Maybe a racism happened. Although I guess you can make the argument that think before you sleep is racist, and he wouldn't differentiate that. I don't know.
No, that would be a little awkward, I think. He continues by mocking how she's spending her personal life, sounding like some bitter old woman at a hair salon, complaining about how younger women actually being happy with their lives when she's been stuck in a horrible marriage to an abusive police officer for 30 years.
Reality. I mean, God knows what the hell she's talking about, but a lot of the recent sort of TikToks and controversies or drama or whatever have been centered around her crazy midlife crisis going on right now. Of like, I'm totally celibate right now. Look, everybody, I'm such a good candidate. I'm such a good candidate for a partner. I'm marrying myself. Look, I'm rich, guys. And we got some random OF girl going, God, she's so pretty. This is exactly...
Random OF girl, isn't that Mork Pie? I don't know if it's random.
They just jerk
also
each
like
other.
a streamer, but
They're off.
Another day.
You know what's so funny about that though? About that whole thing, like, oh, Pokemon is cringe and so is Mork Pie. They're just jerking each other off. They're just complimenting each other. That's why incels exist. You guys don't compliment each other, and you just start hating fucking women because they're not complimenting you. So you got like women, they're like, oh, you're so pretty. It doesn't matter if it's cringe. They're complimenting each other. She's like, hey, you look nice. Guys don't do that shit. Like, it sounds so fucking stupid, I guess, but like, guys don't do that shit. Guys don't fucking compliment each other. They don't say like, oh, you look nice. They don't say anything like that. They're just like, oh, you're fucking gay. That's what they say. That's what guys say. So it's like, I don't know, man. Like, instead of looking, why don't you guys start fucking, like, you're criticizing behavior and you're making it seem like it's dumb behavior when it's like, you guys should be doing that. Tell your homie he's fucking handsome. I'm not really kidding, to be honest with you. It's like, be nicer to your people. Be nicer to people. Be nicer to men. Men, be nicer to other men. Stop relying on women to do everything for you. It's like you rely on a woman to be nice to you or fuck you. Fuck a guy. Depend on men instead. You know? That's the base take.
Big at sex workers, you know, take a shot every time that happens. And B, I find it somewhat ironic that he takes issues with this person complimenting their friend, considering these guys endlessly feed off of each other's content. But I don't know. Maybe it's jealousy because it seems like the girlies actually like each other. And I imagine these guys just kind of like tolerate each other. But I don't know.
That's probably true.
Beats me. Anyways, he then goes on to weaponize her age.
When age and choices you made hit you like a truck. You know what I'm most surprised? Not a single person has posted the cluck meme. TikTok, it's the #1 way to trigger these people.
Then her appearance.
I don't know what that means. What is the cluck meme?
Has posted the cluck meme.
Oh, okay.
TikTok, it's the #1 way to trigger these people.
Then her appearance becomes evaluated by clearly somebody who doesn't really put any effort into theirs in the most
that is true.
Most cringe way possible by comparing it against his gotcha game characters.
Man, fuck that morally bankrupt bitch Pokimane. My Genshin Impact baddies mog her. She is dead-ass a loser. Damn. Go start a family.
A self-owned so devastating I can hardly believe it's real. Telling her she should have kids. Vintage misogyny. Very nice. Very nice. After this, he just kind of keeps spiraling about like Hasan and Destiny and socialism and Asmongold or whatever. Like, it's just completely incoherent to basically anybody looking at this from the outside in, but to the trained eye, this is really the elaborate web of connection that I have been alluding to this entire time. I've been largely showing you parts of these videos so the insanity is easier to...
Hey, we beat this game in... Before the video's even done. We still got another 45 minutes of this video. Little do you know, I beat the game so that I could put it on hard mode and beat it when it's actually difficult. That's why I did it. I didn't actually beat it, guys.
Digest for an outsider. But the vast majority of these videos, if you watch them in one stretch, are all about connecting these disparate and frequently unrelated topics into a narrative. Like you saw Tom doing his best to make queer people seem like the problem in the Charlie Kirk shooting, or TBYS bringing up Hasan and his friends in Tectone's conviction. My brain is dying. If you make the poor decision to watch any of these videos front to back, you will see so many things smushed into a single video. Oftentimes the exact same things over and over and over and over and over. And with that dynamic, it's hard not to see them as relevant. This is why I think the list of influencers on the Antioch shooters list makes sense together. Hasan, Idubbbz, Destiny.
It says Mr. Beast. Is there a particular groups or people that radicalize you the most? Candace Owens, Ethan Ralph, Nick Fuentes, Turkey Tom, Ruben Sim, Mr. Beast, Cobson Talks, Wayne LeBrand, Bright, Idubbbz, Destiny, Hasan Parker. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Am I... This person unironically said Hasan Parker. Wait, am I indirectly on this list? What the fuck? Did I radicalize somebody? I'm like the only person who calls Hasan Piker Hasan Parker. Hasan Parker. Hasan Parker. Hasan. This is a meme. Hasan has even acknowledged the meme himself. To his dismay when he like endorsed me for president. Strangely. Hasan Parker. Hasan Parker. That's his name. That's his name. But dude, this is what I'm talking about. I think that I think that this motherfucker, what the fuck? That's his name. I know we're trolling, but his name is Hasan Piker, and I called him Hasan Parker. Dude, I actually, wait. Either this meme transcended my community, or this motherfucker, I'm indirectly on some kind of a fucking list of somebody that was radicalized to like kill somebody. Wait, what the fuck? Whose list is this? Is this what it is?
On January 22nd, 2025, a 17-year-old opened fire in the cafeteria of Antioch High School in Nashville, Tennessee. He killed one student, Jocelyn Correa Escalante, injured another, and then killed himself. His 51-page manifesto laid bare the life of an angry, abused, socially isolated teenager who wrote that he was ashamed to be black due to being immersed in accelerationist white supremacist ideology. He was affiliated with far-right cybercriminal networks like 764 and Telegram, and spoke about Jews, Muslims, women, and LGBT people being targets. His manifesto, unsurprisingly, had a section listing people who influenced him, and you find usually...
What the fuck? Well, apparently I'm indirectly somebody that they watched, but I guess I wasn't the one who radicalized them. So, Hasan Parker is fucking crazy, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Okay. That's crazy. Okay.
These are frequently...
Dude, I'm actually shitting my pants right now. That's insane to me. That's insane. That is actually insane. Because there's nobody else who does that fucking meme. I'm the only person who does the Hasan Parker meme, dude. This is fucking crazy. And don't tell me my stocks went up. Stop. That's fucking that's insane behavior.
Very core to the narratives that exist in this space. They are mentioned either as direct people involved in these scenarios, or they are side characters periodically brought up constantly, okay? This collection is not a random collection. This is a reflection of who he has been taught to see as important by repetition. I'm gonna keep it a buck though. I don't really know what Mr. Beast is doing on there, but he sucks and he's kind of everywhere. So like, I don't know. I could see it. The viewer of these videos that sometimes feel...
I'm honestly surprised he didn't go into like a whole rant about how Mr. Beast is, like, you know, bad or something.
Like performance art are not learning explicit ideology. They are learning a mode of engagement with human beings. These people are learning that a person's mental health history and personal life is fair game for public dissection, that someone's private messages are content, and that crying is a self-own, that struggling is funny. They're also learning not to view the dudes who make this content as people with biases, but as neutral loudspeakers, as content aggregators who exist solely to tell the opinions that they want to hear.
There's a few other that call him Hasan Parker. I don't like progressive voice. What the fuck? How many different people are fucking... how is this meme spreading? Just to be clear, the Hasan Parker meme is mine, okay? Who else calls him Hasan Parker? R.M. Brown? Who the fuck is that? What are we talking about here? What the, I have no idea who the fuck that person is. These are all Papa Gut fans, obviously. Okay. Stop it. All right. I don't care. Maybe it wasn't me. Who have the progressive voices? I don't see him calling them that. Whatever.
That's why all of these guys are like so personality-less and interchangeable. There's very little meat to who they are as people, or any of the even differences in the content.
Didn't you start saying the meme when you heard some guy mispronounce his name in a video? Yeah, so the origin of me calling Hasan Piker Hasan Parker was that a fan of mine went on to, I think it might have been Dean Withers and Parker's live, and started to troll Hasan Parker Hasan Piker by calling him Hasan Parker. And then Hasan watched the video and he started getting triggered because and the guy even came into my chat. He's like, "Hey, can you watch this video?" And then Hasan started getting triggered that he was being called that. So that's the origin of that. Isn't that incredible?
That they make, because nobody gives a shit who these guys are. Like, they don't give the audience anything about who they are to actually latch onto, making use of the same detachment methods as...
What? I'm so confused. This is like a really bad argument that these people are personality driven. Like Nick Fuentes and Sam Hyde and like more Pegasus and stuff, they are personality centric. They're not just like if anything, Turkey Tom doesn't have people attached to his personality. He's more of like a narrator of a video. But a lot of these other people, like they are kind of explicit personalities. What are you talking about? Like Tectone, well, Tectone is like trying to be an explicit personality. But then so are like Pegasus and stuff. So I don't really know what the fuck. I don't really know what point you're making here, to be honest with you.
Sam Hyde, you know I'm right. Don't get me wrong here. I like absolutely understand wanting to separate your personal life from content, which I do all the time. But, you know, I find ways to sprinkle things about my life and express vulnerability, which I try to weave into my videos to give people something to latch onto. Like if one of them tried to make the kind of video that I made last with the, in my opinion, heartfelt ending that I'm very proud of, they would probably like get literally no views on it because it's not just mindless drama slop. Like, they just wouldn't.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Nobody wants this. They want to hear that Idubbbz is bad and that Hasan is evil. That's it. It's a very cold ecosystem, which is why they probably think that slurs are so cool. All of this is the...
Wait, they're not?
Precondition for dehumanization.
I mean, there is like a big like slot market, but I think I like to think it's dying down. The Hasan Parker, Idubbbz slot market, you know,
not dehumanization itself, which comes later and deeper in the pipeline when explicit ideologies
doesn't really have a personality. This is okay. This isn't about whether you have a personality, or not. It's about trying to have personality, right? That's the point that I'm trying to make here.
Provide categories for who counts as human and who doesn't, but this slop, this unemployment content creates the capacity for it. That capacity is cultivated here, and the genre turns real people's lives into entertainment and rewards the audience for watching with detachment rather than empathy. A teenager who has ostensibly spent years consuming content in which people are treated as material, their pain is narrative fuel, their vulnerability.
Isn't that what people already do online? That's like the kind of content that everybody consumes. It's just like people are objects. So that's like reality TV show, no?
Abilities are punchlines. Their worst moments are public spectacle. Like, that person has already undergone the effective training that makes the explicit dehumanization of later parts of the pipeline feel like a small step rather than a leap. I'm telling you, man, there's a reason Tom's name was emphasized in that manifesto.
What about Hasan though? How come? Wait, I'm not understanding. You're giving him shit for being like put in this manifesto, but how come you're not putting any of this on Hasan? He's also in the manifesto. What do you think the reason for his name being in there is then? It's very interesting how like you pick and choose who you're going to decide to criticize. Like, oh, Tom is bad. What about Hasan? I guess because you just think Hasan is good. But like this guy's saying that he thinks that Hasan was part of the radicalization pipeline. So why not also criticize that person? That doesn't make any sense to me. But okay.
I would, of course, also be remiss if I did not mention that, in a way, I am partially doing the same thing right now and in my previous works, no matter how responsible I attempt to be about it. I can try to...
Yeah, we don't talk about that. He doesn't talk about Mr. Beast either, yeah.
Humanize and explain what these creators do as part of a complex sociological phenomena to counter the narratives that they put out.
He's just better. He's just built different, guys. That's what the argument here is, by the way.
But I can never be sure that people won't just look at these guys as more characters in this grand play and not real people doing real harm. In that sense, Tom was kind of right in the beginning when he said sometimes people take things the wrong way and you can't really do anything about it. But to be fair, I also work very hard to make sure that I don't accidentally enable or cultivate any bigotry in my videos or in my community.
Whoa, good guy.
Unlike some people who explicitly don't. I just think that when you end up on a school shooters list, that's probably a sign that you need to do a little bit of self-reflection.
Hasan Piker was on that list too. I don't understand. Like, why aren't you applying that to Hasan as well?
One thing that I've touched on briefly, but I want to take a moment to highlight about this commentary ecosystem, is that it is self-reinforcing. And what I mean by this is that multiple creators produce functionally identical conclusions through what appears to be independent analysis, creating an illusion of consensus that is actually an echo chamber disguised as a marketplace of ideas. For example, when Idubbbz suggested that MoistCr1TiKaL occupied a position in the alt-right pipeline, the commentary ecosystem responded not as individual creators reaching independent conclusions, but as a distributed content machine producing a single output. More Pegasus just so happened to have the same opinion as Sensitive Society, as he reacts to one of his videos on it in his video, and then Sensitive Society's opinion on the matter happens to be the same as the Willie Mack Show, which he...
The Willie Mack Show, dude. Hey, Willie Mack, shout out. You're getting some good reps in here, bud. You're getting some good reps, man.
He reacted to in his video. And then if we take a look at Cheeto's video, he just happens to have the same opinion as Hero Hey as he reacts to his video. And plenty of these guys, of course, know and talk about Tom's video, considering they're in the comments of Tom's video, and everybody...
You're acting like Tom's video was like anything revolutionary. It's just saying the same shit that people have been saying for a while, so I don't really understand what you think it is. Like, do you think it's like, it's just like the same, like, hey, Idubbbz, this stinky guy kind of a thing? Oh, fuck.
In these fucking videos spend sizable chunks of it reading comments online that also happen to agree about the state of Idubbbz and how pathetic it is.
Oh, shit.
Do you get it? It's the same with Hasan, Pokimane, Tectone, everything, you fucking name it. It is one big circle jerk where the other...
Wait, so you're saying that Hasan is circle jerking, or are you trying to say that the topic, when it's like, oh, so when we talked about Tectone, that topic is a circle jerk?
Creator cites other elements of the space as consensus, each presenting their take as independent analysis, and the genre's cross-referential nature all but ensures that encountering one of these dinguses will have you encounter everyone else. Nodes! It's the nodes! Now, obviously, this is not the only space on the internet that functions like this, but when the conclusions reached are always slightly bigoted at best or extremely bigoted at worst, this exemplifies
I guess this guy would be a bread tuber, yeah.
and amplifies the already problematic nature of this dynamic. The result is a structure that mimics the conditions of open discourse while functioning as an amplification system for whatever the single correct opinion of the day happens to be. But of course, that is not quite how they see it. Back to Sensitive Society's Idubbbz video for a minute. When he says,
I've always wanted to hear different opinions, different perspectives, and I think that's why sometimes when I make certain videos, it does get a bit controversial because I have both sides watching me.
Does this guy actually think he has both sides watching him? That's fucking crazy.
Left, right, centrist, and anything in between.
I don't really think you have really anybody on the left watching your stuff, bud. I think this is just like a cope, and like right now, centrism between like the normal left and the far right is going to be still somewhat far right centrism. So centrism isn't really doing you any favors here, buddy buckaroo.
Describing his enlightened apolitical framing of how he imagines his and the broader community's diversity of thought are, but the content that all of these viewers are consuming just so happens to always reach the same conclusions through the same framing every single time. Idubbbz is brainwashed, his self-reflection is emasculation, Charlie's being unfairly targeted, Hasan is bad, leftism is bad, queer people are bad, OnlyFans are bad, Tectone is good, girls are bad except for the girls that are good. Of course, like, if 5 of these dildos say the same thing independently, it looks like 5 people confirming a truth.
I guess so. I guess that makes sense. I know a lot of people, they like to watch content about somebody, and then after that content's done, they look for more that's about that person. So there's a big slot market for anti-Hasan content, and I think most of it is it's mostly right-leaning. I'm sure that there are some people that are more left-leaning that they go into it too, especially like last year. But I think this year most like left-leaning people are just kind of bored of the whole Hasan shit. There's so many other things to really focus on that matter, you know?
In reality, it is one.
I find it hard to believe that like people can sit through like a fucking Sensitive Society, you know, like a rape downplay video and be like, yeah, I can watch him for my anti-Hasan stuff too.
Take the same take being distributed through 5 people. And this cross-pollination has a structural function within the radicalization pipeline, as shown by research on online echo chambers, which has documented that repeated exposure to ideologically consistent content increases conviction and decreases tolerance for any dissent. And the drama genre's ecosystem achieves this effect while appearing to be the opposite. A vibrant space of debate and disagreement where somehow, mysteriously, the conclusions are always the same.
Hutch goes after Hasan constantly from a liberal position. Yeah, there you go. So they'll probably watch like probably better off watching Hutch or something like that.
We will about us gay leftists, but we are always fighting and disagreeing with each other. And I would rather have that than be in a space of haughty political circle jerking. Thank you very much. Two more sections, guys. 2 more sections. You can do this. Plus a conclusion, I guess. But do conclusions count as sections in video essays?
Oh, this one does. It's for half an hour long. This isn't much of a conclusion.
The many mechanisms I've documented so far primarily operate at the genre's apolitical layer. The Turkey Toms, the Sensitive Societies, the More Pegasuses, the people who can still maintain plausible deniability about their ideological function from their audience of mal-
You say Tectone?
Toms, the Sensitive Societies, the More Pegasuses, the...
I don't think that Sensitive Society would ever be in, like, I don't think he'd ever say that he's like apolitical. The guy's very explicitly right wing. And I feel like he'd be pretty open about that. Maybe I'm wrong.
People who can still maintain plausible deniability about their ideological function from their audience of maladjusted 15-year-olds. But The most important evidence that the pipeline model describes something real is what sits a layer deeper in that same ecosystem. Creators who use the same format and participate in the same content network, but whose ideology is significantly closer to the service, as you saw with Think Before You Sleep ardently defending a legally decided sexual assaulter by calling the judge a DEI hire. Very cool. His videos, as you've probably noticed, are formatted identically to the apolitical creator. These reaction content, commentary over clips, the same sardonic narration style covering many of the same topics, so a viewer arriving at content like his from basically anywhere else would not experience a major shift in how they would need to think to interface with his work. In a video titled How the West is Being Destroyed.
Whoa, is that Ilan Omar? It's always so funny because, again, like the people who say the West are going to be destroyed are fucking, they're people who like want to bring back everything that makes the West good. Or they want to get rid of everything that makes the West good. They want to get rid of like rights for women, children, LGBTQ people, you know, freedoms for like fucking workers, all that shit they want to get rid of. They don't give a fuck about any of that. So it's just so funny when it's like right-wingers that are talking about this online.
That has a picture of United States Representative Ilan Omar on it that is situated right before a video on Hasan, surrounded by videos of basically every flavor of bigotry you can imagine. Think Before You Sleep moves through great replacement theory level immigration coverage with escalating explicitness. He opens the video with traumatic footage of ICE victims and the reality of being an immigrant in the United States, but he describes the media showing videos like these as deception and reframes the concept.
We shouldn't have any empathy, guys.
Of media literacy as a tool of manipulation.
You know, these days, the topic of media literacy has become quite popular. Now, personally, I've only seen people use the term media literacy or accusing people of lacking in it when they're trying to deceive you, though that might just be a happy coincidence. But anyway, some of you more media literate individuals can probably guess why the picture they have chosen is a picture of the guy with a newborn, and why they make sure to sit all of the kids on the couch with the mom.
There's another fun example.
Yeah, to make him look like he's a person, sure.
Example of somebody trying to inoculate the viewer against words that can describe what's happening to them. He goes on to say that an undocumented immigrant detained by ICE is called a thief and a foreign invader. A woman who doesn't speak English after 12 years in the United States prompts him to say, if you aren't willing to put in the work, get out. These people aren't—
Just show him saying that. Why are you showing us the transcript? I don't understand this part. This part really doesn't make any sense to me.
Here to help America. They're here to take from the system. He then proceeds to advocate for
legislative roadblock on legal immigration from places like Somalia or Middle Eastern countries that people are migrating from to try and soft conquer the first world.
Right.
That's so funny to me. I like this idea. Like, oh, we should soft block these people. No one else will come here, man. Like, I don't understand. Like, you guys are so weird. You guys are so weird because they'll complain that like, oh, these people are coming from like Somalia to try to vote left and like get the Democrats in. That's why the Democrats let them in. It's like, we need more people from the white countries. Like, Trump has explicitly said that, and this person's a big Trumper. And it's like, the people from the white countries, quote unquote, they're coming here voting blue too. Do you guys not understand that? And like, they don't want to come here because our country's shittier because of all the fucking racism in it. That's like created like isolationist policies with like horrible tariffs and like we have no good healthcare despite being the richest country in the world. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. You guys, you got to get your conspiracies, you know, down pat more, I think, because you just sound fucking dumb as shit when you say stuff like this. You just sound stupid. It's a victim complex, but it's illogical as fuck.
Right after this, he describes a politician speaking Somali as evidence that they're already on it and directs ICE explicitly to Minneapolis, saying,
"Hey ICE, I found the location of your next raid. It's a place called Minneapolis where the mayor is speaking an illegal alien. We certainly should not be afraid."
He's speaking an illegal alien. Wow, that's fucking impressive, buddy.
To say that we don't want certain cultures in this country, and the people who refuse to assimilate or learn English should be deported.
I'm not understanding. What cultures do you not want in this country? You guys don't like women. You guys don't like fucking anything. You know, like sex work. You guys don't want like fucking rights. I don't understand. Like, for gay people, isn't this like? Wouldn't you want to import a quote unquote third world culture? Isn't that your goal? That's what you want. You want all these rights rolled back. So when you're like, oh, they don't share the same rights as me. What right do you share with me, man? Like you want the country to be fucking like some kind of weird, just I don't know, fucking horrible dog shit place. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
If anyone calls that racist, I don't care.
Oh, he owned us. I don't care if you call it racist. What a doofus.
Regarding the general humanitarian crisis that is in, the fact that I also have attachments in Minneapolis makes this kind of thing particularly fucking awful.
What do you got there? Like a timeshare?
In a moment of surprising honesty compared to most of the others here, he openly frames violence as a virtue.
As I was saying before, and I don't
getting
know,
cucked.
maybe it's because of America's
Oh
Christian
my God.
foundation,
You know what, fuck it.
but kindness and compassion aren't the only good virtues. It is also a good virtue to be belligerent to those who would harm you or others.
This is an actual acknowledgement of the moral framing that connects this commentary genre put into action. It's not violence is acceptable, but violence is morally correct.
Of course. I think I missed what he was saying.
Violence as a virtue.
As I was saying before, and I don't know, maybe it's because of America's Christian foundation, but kindness and compassion aren't the only good virtues.
Well, considering Christians are the least compassionate people I've ever met, I don't know. Most of them, they centralize around the most disgusting shit. I'd love to see more Jesus guys like James Tallarico, but most of them ignore the Jesus and the treating people kindly, and they go right for the racism and hating other people and not caring about healthcare or food for children, even in their own countries.
It is also a good virtue to be belligerent to those who would harm you or others.
This
belligerent? What does that mean?
Is an actual acknowledgement of the moral framing that connects this commentary genre put into action. It's not violent.
I'm just not understanding. Like the way that he's framing, this person is framing drama slop is like very reductive. It's down to like the right wing drama slop, which I mean, the drama slop is mostly right wing. But like, you know, he brought up Nicholas Diorio, like he just showed him on the screen. Okay, cool, but like never really elaborates, I guess, because there's not a whole lot you could do with Nick because there isn't really much of an alt-right pipeline with somebody like that. At least I don't think so. I don't know.
Violence is acceptable, but violence is morally correct. You see this in the reaction to Idubbbz retracting his former use of this kind of
Idubbbz. I love it, dude. I love Idubbbz. I love hearing about him constantly.
behavior that these guys champion. The offensive, slur-ridden, vitriolic garbage. And this is the exact same mentality functioning much more transparently and racist and sexistly. This is the natural state of things. This is the way the world should be. I'm specifically using this immigration example because these arguments by Think Before You Sleep are very much in proximity to the rhetoric Turkey Tom explains neutrally in his El Paso Walmart shooter video. Tom mentions the Great Replacement theory, saying it's, quote, the idea that for one reason
saying it's, quote, kind of gay
or another, non-white immigrants are moving into primarily white areas of the world, changing the
It's so funny because like that's how everything's always been. Like everybody's like, oh, Irish and people and Italians are white. They are, but like you never used to think that. People used to be like, oh, they're not white. Now it's a kind of a new thing to call them white. Relative, like Italians became white in like the 1990s. Like if we're being fucking honest here. So it's just kind of interesting what we consider white now. It's like a social construct, you know what I mean? So it's like, oh, there's always another race, a non-white race coming to America to take things over, and like, oh, they're doing gang stuff, you know, like the Italians and this. Oh, it's like, yeah, it's always been like that, and then they assimilate after like a few decades. Everything is mostly assimilated. So
racial breakdown of the area with
yeah, that's probably why they won't. That's probably why this person won't really bring up too much about Nick, because I know a lot of these guys like hate Tectone, and Think Before You Sleep, and like who's the other one that I'm thinking of? More Pegasus, yeah, and Sensitive Society. So
political detachment and zero effort to refute its absurdity. Think Before You Sleep escalates this and turns it directly into policy recommendation.
The real sad story is the millions of young Americans not being able to afford houses or families or work reasonable hours.
Because of illegal immigrants. It has nothing to do with the big fucking companies like BlackRock.
Because corrupt businesses and politicians keep essentially importing people who are willing.
Okay, I thought he was gonna. I was like, oh wait, I was wrong. I wasn't wrong. He's gonna think it's all It's all, importing. It's always importing arguments. So fucking boring.
To work for slave wages to compete with American citizens.
The gradient from just explaining the theory to just defending my country is visible in this very annoying examples by creators who share a format, an audience, and occupy the same content ecosystem. In that other video I mentioned of Think Before You Sleep with Hasan's face on it, how the left became violent, he defends police brutality as he manufactures a narrative around how the left is obviously the radical violent ones.
Is it any wonder why the modern left is becoming more and more a synonym for the word violence, especially after watching every
Billboard violence? It's like fucking Mandark, dude.
Reasonable person flee that party or get ousted for not being far left enough? But the way we got here is not a mystery. In fact, I think a lot of the progression towards radicalism is quite intentional.
The crux of his argument is that he thinks that the Young Turks broadcast rhetoric had influenced Gavin Long, a Marine veteran who killed 3 police officers in Baton Rouge back in 2016, after reportedly being radicalized by the police murdering Alton Sterling. His evidence for this is that the shooter had reaction content to TYT's content on his YouTube channel. Most of think.
I mean, yeah, you might have watched them. I don't know if that's an explicit endorsement, but okay.
Before You Sleep's video is literally just police state bootlicking and making the audience think that cops should have absolute power and who do literal no wrong ever, while the TYT network and, quote, former employee Jimmy Dore are telling the Young Turks audience to assault cops. Example.
When you're around cops, right, you're like, oh, you want to be like compliant, right? But at the same time, if you don't know they're going to slam your head into a car or something, like you don't want to be so compliant.
Right.
Like, so when do I fight them? When do I give a little resistance?
I've watched enough body cam footage to know that almost every time someone's having a bad experience with the police is because they were violently resisting arrest after
holy moly,
breaking the law.
Now, ignoring the absolutely wild career turn that Jimmy Dore has taken since that footage was recorded, Think Before You Sleep takes the Young Turks being critical of unbarred police brutality as advocating for violence against police. Because remember, the left...
It seems clear that he's just talking about you should be compliant, but like, we know, there's a fear for some people, maybe they're talking about black people specifically, that they're going to be abused, so.
Are the extreme ones, not the rights. Obviously, he does this by ignoring a whole lot. Like, for example, that Gavin Long was a former Nation of Islam member who had developed his own syncretic alpha ideology of black male empowerment rooted in sovereign citizen beliefs. I found a really fascinating article that kind of talks about all of the stuff that Gavin Long believed, and it says things like he was a mental game coach and freedom strategist. Long's
was a mental game coach. I like that. Sounds sexy.
worldview privileged alpha male behavior and values, such as fully mature and masculine men are not only dominant over women and beta males, the complainers and blamers, purposeless and pussy-whipped men, they were also the only...
Listen, bro. Being pussy whipped ain't so bad. No, I mean, men tend to be more masculine or whatever, but the thing that these guys do is they don't really talk about men being masculine and like that presence being attractive to women. So women want to be like more subservient, maybe submissive. I don't even know if I use those words, but more of a caregiver to you or whatever. They talk about it, how they have an entitlement to women and like their bodies and their, you know, their subservience and their submissiveness without putting in any work.
Only fully humans, according to Long's system, eligible for rights, capable of exercising freedom, and able to develop into spiritual beings who could exist beyond death. Women's psyche and primal characteristics are alien to the higher level which alpha males can achieve.
Of course.
Characterized recent protests over police shootings as essentially feminine emotional whining. Alphapreneurs don't complain. We provide solutions, he said. If you got a problem, do something about it. He had a masculinity characterized by violence and competition, a model of ego celebrating emotional detachment and self-determination. These are not fringe or niche market ideas. Long's personal philosophy emerged from the structure of and reflects the norms from our larger society. Society reference. If Think Before You Sleep didn't have his eyes covered by the cheeks of the police he is aggressively tonguing, maybe he actually would have been friends with this guy since they both hate women so much. Just because Gavin
Just kidding.
happened to hate the police and was black doesn't mean that he is a leftist. But to certain kinds of people, there isn't that much of a difference. That really does make me wonder about the Antioch shooter. If Tom had made a video about him, would he try to vilify the guy as a leftist because he's black, or would he soften and try to dismiss his white supremacist beliefs? One of the great mysteries of our time. The particularly astute and cute of you out there should realize I am highlighting this because Think Before You Sleep tries to make the link between Long and TYT structurally identical to the connection I'm making here with the Antioch shooter and Turkey Tom, a mass shooter who consumed a creator's content, except the evidence he brings is just like my sanity after talking about this for so many hours. Basically non-existent. Also, he cites another alt-right loser, Actual Justice Warrior, in the video.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen Actual Justice Warrior in anything. How crazy is that?
So like, go figure, this is so paper thin. By the midpoint, he is literally arguing that the American education system was deliberately designed to produce stupid, brainwashed morons through a mass literacy conspiracy from—
That's kind of funny because it's conservatives who are trying to pick apart intelligence. And like the general conservative apparatus is very anti-intellectual. Like they don't want education to happen because unfortunately in order to like believe the raw like horrible parts of the Bible, you need to be very uneducated and you can't question, right? Like we know that, you know, people, when it comes to people's believing in the Bible, a lot of the core of the Bible, it comes from like people trying to explain shit, you know? And as time goes on and you can use education to explain things that are happening, you know, it reduces your reliability or your need to rely on religion. And so for a lot of people who don't want to have a more intelligent, modern understanding of religion that maybe structures around like, you know, God's love and maybe that God created, you know, these different systems, God created gravity and whatnot. They want to make it so that you're not intelligent enough to be able to have a different like thought process that skews away from some of the Bible that wasn't even written by God, by the way. It was just written by dudes saying that they were, you know, expressing God's word. So, yeah. Also, I mean, conservatives more than anything else are much more war hungry. You can see that with Donald Trump trying to, you know, start wars around the world. And, you know, people who have worse education are more likely to join the military. So it's kind of how we keep people going into the military. Maybe once we start like going more and more towards drones, we won't feel the need to, you know, de-educate our country more. What is happening?
A very fun, surprised guess some of you might recognize.
And to talk about that, let's go to a video made by a channel called The Second Story, where Hillary, the channel owner, talks about what I think is the deliberate dumbing down of American kids through the education system.
I want to say I was ecstatic when Hillary showed up here. Holy fuck. For those of you who don't know, I
certainly don't.
Whole separate 2-hour video debunking the video he is citing, proving that it is
must be so good then.
Unempirical.
It's unfortunate because like I don't know, this person is just not that likable to me, so I probably wouldn't take a look at it. And not that there's any love lost for him, I'm sure, them, whatever. I just, you know, I don't know.
Lying conspiracy horseshit. And you have no idea how validated I feel in my assessment of her and her work, seeing it cited by a white supremacist. Fuck. I knew it. By the end of this very taxing experience of a video, he is calling Hasan Piker a foreign agent who was installed into power, arguing that the Fourth Amendment should be changed to prevent birthright citizenship, stating that anchor babies like Hasan, who has encouraged his audience numerous times to murder Americans, should not be allowed to live here. He advocates for people and immigrants like Hasan Piker to be criminally punished, because when you don't punish people who deserve to be punished, they get more and more bold.
Whoa, so true with January 6ers who also molested children. That's incredible.
And more people suffer. Real snowflake behavior, if you ask me. I have dragged you through this trail of broken glass described as YouTube videos to highlight their importance, not because of their content per se, but because of their position in the ecosystem. A viewer who has been acclimated by months of Turkey Tom's selective storytelling and whitewashing racists, sensitive societies, inoculation against the pipeline concept, and WestJet's legal analysis of sexual assault claims, when they get to think before you sleep, somebody watching this kind of content will encounter his content and it will feel like a natural extension of what they've already been consuming. It's the same tone, it's the same targets, it's the same format, just with the conclusions stated much more bluntly, most of the time. Once again, this pipeline does not require a dramatic leap. It functions exactly in the opposite way. The gradient from apolitical to explicit is continual and seamless. Turkey Tom sanitizes Charlie Kirk's anti-trans rhetoric and builds conspiratorial networks around.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I have trouble with this because, again, I didn't watch that video, right? So I'm missing a piece of the puzzle there. The problem is that, like, this guy's video, the commentary, I mean, like, it just struggles. Honestly, it just struggles in so many different ways. So it's hard to take. It's, you know, when you have moments in the video that might, like, oh, that could be a decent point, and then he kind of like throws it away by having like a lack of understanding about certain people that he's talking about. It just kind of kills it for me. It's like, oh, okay, like I don't know what to, like, how do we engage with this anymore, you know?
Around LGBTQ organizations, and then naturally Think Before You Sleep calls immigrants foreign invaders and advocates for ethno-nationalist immigration policy.
He reminds me of Ethan's Online. Yeah, kind of. That's an interesting comparison. Sure, I can agree with that.
A viewer who has spent months in the former environment arrives at the latter and finds it largely unremarkable, which is exactly what acclimation is. Oh my God. Nectar of the gods. At this point, an inquiry of much debate deserves a direct acknowledgement here. If this pipeline model is real, which it definitely is.
Is real?
How much of it can be attributed to the almighty algorithm? And to be fully transparent, all of the research I have found says that the answer is complicated. A 2021 study published in PNAS found no evidence that engagement with far-right content is caused by YouTube recommendations systematically. They also state...
What does that mean, systematically? The word is important. Obviously, YouTube recommendation is going to have part of the problem. But I imagine it's much more than that, especially since, you know, part of the way people get popular is by putting out the old clipperdoodles. I don't know if you guys have ever heard me talk about putting out clips before, motherfucker. But it is very important.
That the growing engagement with radical content on YouTube may simply reflect a more general trend driven by a complicated combination of causes, both technological and sociological, that extend beyond the scope of the platform's algorithms and boundaries. However, a large-scale study tracking users over 11 years through 72 million comments found that users consistently migrate from milder to more extreme content. A finding that held even as the algorithm changed over years. And lastly, a 2023 study using 100,000 trained bots found that while recommendations didn't become dramatically more extreme, 36...
Were you doing like the, hey, the alt-right pipeline is real? Like, yeah, I think we know that, no? Sure. There's a radicalization that happens in general. Look at Trump.
0.1% of bots across the ideological spectrum received recommendations from channels known to promote extremist content. It's a lot. All that to say, the research I have found seems to be genuinely divided on the subject, but I think that first studies note about the technological and sociological causes both being at play is kind of the key here. For the sake of argument, let's pretend we accept the most conservative interpretation of research, that the algorithm is not a primary driver and that extremist content consumption is concentrated among people with pre-existing gender and racial resentment. The critical
I mean, yeah, I think that there's maybe both. I mean, does it have to be one exclusively? Is this like a productive conversation that we're having here? It's like a serious question. Like, does it matter? I mean, yeah, I think that there's obviously going to be a pre-existing aspect to it. People are getting radicalized online. They're seeing each other as less human online because people aren't really offline because of the way that our current society functions, which is very online. So yeah, it's a mixture of environmental, biological, blah, blah, blah. Sure, okay. A bunch of crazies can get together and actually just be like, hey, I believe this thing. And now instead of having a crazy guy in the town that just like talks to himself and his cat, you know, we have a more explicit, are you fucking kidding me? We have a more explicit like way for people to kind of get together and talk, even when they have differences or even when they have the same opinion, even if they're fucking crazy. So like the one person per town, if there's 1,000 towns, you now have 1,000 people that are able to talk to each other online.
The question then becomes, where do those prior dispositions come from? All of these studies, whether they implicate or clear the algo, do not debunk the existence of a pipeline. They describe the pipeline's output and ask us to look for the input. If people who consume extremist content already hate women and black people and gay people before they arrive at the explicitly extremist channels, something upstream is cultivating those resentments. And I think this fun little ecosystem we've been bouncing around here is absolutely a huge part of it. For the last however fucking long I've been talking, I have brought up so many examples that show this genre of content systematically trains gender resentment through pathologization of women's agency, the mockery of male vulnerability, the dismissal of sex.
Yeah, the mockery of male vulnerability. It's just like, it's funny when it's an example of Idubbbz crying, you know what I mean? It's just so stupid. Whereas like everything else, like, yeah, they think the tectone argument makes sense. You know, all the other ones, it's just like the fucking, it's just this, I don't understand. Like, even if optically you're trying to have the right conversation, wouldn't you just like kind of exclude Idubbbz as the #1 good boy in the video?
Sexual violence claims, selective empathy that sanitizes white supremacy, all while scrutinizing trans and left-wing identities, functionally rehabilitating far-right figures as entertaining underdogs, normalizing the idea.
Well, Idubbbz kind of reinvigorated Sam Hyde, so it's a little bit, what the fuck?
Of weaponizing political power you don't like, etc., etc. You get it. Obviously, it would be unfair to contribute all radicalization to this content because real-life influences are incredibly important for stuff like this. But I believe with my whole ass chest that this stuff here is a serious real vector point for people who already suffer from real life
Vecna? What the hell?
life issues. I mean, besides, I've basically shown that like the algorithm doesn't even need to play a part in this because the pipeline is embedded in the genre's self-referential nature. The architecture is built into the content itself.
Certainly a fucking master of yapping, that part's true. Holy shit. He said a lot of these things already. We get it. There's an alt-right pipeline. There are these different drama channels, like myself included in some capacity. They feed on themselves. They give each other opinions and perspectives, and then they sit in like a level of like a hug box in some capacity, and they continue to double down on those opinions, and they share the same things, and they use each other even in many instances as, you know, some kind of, or we, I don't know, as some kind of expert in a particular thing too. It's like, oh, well, this person said this, and they, you know, if they said it and they're popular, they must be right. Oh, Asmongold said this. You know what? He's right. Blah blah blah. I'm going to reference Asmongold as my source to some extent. Oh, he said it, so like now, you know, you put like the onus on them, or you put the you know, you put the criticism on them almost. It's like, well, Asmongold said it, so it must be true, and now you can be more angry at Asmongold. You know what I mean? So stuff like that. I get it. I don't understand it. We get it.
Self. But to bring us way back to where we started, the genre's most important function is not algorithmic bridging. It is dispositional training, cultivating the effective preconditions that make a viewer receptive to extremist content when they encounter it, whether or not the algorithm serves it to them or they seek it out themselves. And that is the big fucking issue that we have to recognize.
Whoa. He said a curse word. In conclusion. Oh my God. He talked about a conclusion 20 fucking minutes ago. What the fuck? They.
Woo-wee! That sure was a lot, wasn't it? Woo-wee!
That fucking Hasan Piker picture, Parker in the corner, freaking me out.
That sure was a lot, wasn't it? I apologize for all of you who really didn't know who any of these people were before, but...
Do you think that there's like a lot of people that engaged with this video that didn't know who those people were? I feel like you don't think that. I feel like you're also in this like slop space, I feel like you, but I think you know that. But... you know, maybe people just came here and didn't know who any of the people in the video are. Sure.
At the same time, I don't, because again, I stand by the fact that even though a lot of the things that they talk about are realistically very stupid, it's still very important why they're stupid, and also pretty important how bigoted the stupidness actually is. With all of this, I'm hoping now that the Antioch shooter's journey, viewed through this odyssey of a framework I have laid out, makes more sense. Not as some sudden conversion to the horrible brain space he ended up in, but as a gradual acclimation built from a foundation that we see in his list of influences. The Antioch shooter was very much a teenager in crisis, like so many others. He had acute significance loss. He spent his days online seeking connection and stimulation, and he eventually found it in the broad ecosystem of internet content, and then very slowly narrowed to spaces like Tom's channel. Spaces that felt...
Well, do you... I mean, I guess, maybe. Again, they brought up more than just Tom. There's other individuals, too. Like, you know... Hasan was in there, although maybe their radicalization for Hasan was like, oh, he's a bad guy, and that radicalized me. That's possible. I mean, he is a bit annoying and radical, so I guess that would be part of it, I suppose, but okay.
Political, ideologically weightless, just entertainment. But they presented themselves as the way things obviously are. Progressive people are cringe, emotional vulnerability is weakness, edginess...
It is true, though. Unfortunately, progressive people are cringe. I think that's one thing some of you guys got to come to. Oh, fuck. Got to come to the realization that, like, that is part of it. Like, yeah, progressive people do be cringe. And it's off-putting for a lot of, like, fucking young people. So maybe some progressives should try not to present themselves as cringe as they are. That's something to keep in mind. Optics do matter for a lot of people. The packaging does matter. And if people feel like the packaging is incredibly cringe, they're not going to be as receptive to the product. So something to keep in mind. What the fuck?
Is authenticity. Women's claims of victimization are suspect, and anybody who tells you this kind of content that you like so much is leading you somewhere is a weak-minded NPC who fell for Twitter talk. The far-right figures who appeared in this content, like Sam Hyde, Nick Fuentes, were funny, just hyperbolic, but also kind of on to something. And the progressive figures, as pathetic as they were not only very serious, but very dangerous. And you, the audience, oh, you're so very smart. You're so independent. This pipeline thing that people keep talking about, it's a myth for weak-minded losers, and you are...
I feel like one person said that the alt-right pipeline doesn't exist, and you kind of took that and ran with it, as if that represents everybody's opinion on it that's like in this space. I don't know that that's true, but okay.
Absolutely not one of those. And of course, when a number of different creators cover the same earth-shattering controversy and have all reached the same conclusions through independent analysis, it must be credible. It is just consensus. There is no way it's ideology. By the time the shooter had completely adopted white supremacism, he had been acclimated through so many gradations that the absurdity of a black teenager embracing Nazism probably didn't even register as a contradiction. The ideology doesn't need to be logically consistent. It only needs to channel his pre-existing pain into something that felt like significance. The 3N model, as I said at the beginning.
What's interesting is that like this whole there's this whole introspective, or I guess not introspective. There's whole I guess retrospective on like, you know, this shooter who killed somebody, and about how like, you know, this shooter that killed somebody is just like a kind of a kid that was like lost. And I think that there's a level of truth. I think that there's a level of truth to that. I also think though. I also think that like, how do you know that there isn't like a similar sentiment for a lot of these other people that are saying these things? You know, like what about think before you sleep? Like what happened to this fucking moron for him to think that like, you know, immigrants are taking over the country? What is his pain and his fear metric that's like populating or dominating his perspective? You know, if we're going to do it for a school shooter, I think we could probably do it for Turkey Tom. I think we could probably do it for Think Before You Sleep, you know? You don't have to, but I'm just saying, like, you know, it's like what is manipulating them into feeling this radical is the question, right?
Predicted exactly this. The need for significance alone without group engagement cannot predict violent extremism. It is the network and the narrative that give that need attention. And that shooter's network not only included just the super extreme Terrorgram and 764, but content like Turkey Tom's, which adapted him to the more extreme worldviews in increments. And honestly, whether the algorithms that rule our lives serve the shooter more extreme versions of the videos that he eventually saw, or if he sought them out himself, to a degree, it doesn't even really matter, because the ecosystem he was in had already trained the dispositions that made him receptive. The radicalization process makes very clear that no single factor produces a mass shooter. Abusive homes, mental health crises, access to firearms, and explicit terror networks that these kinds of people all join play a role that realistically dwarfs the combination of any individual YouTube channel. And no serious analysis would claim that watching Turkey Tom's videos directly caused a school shooting. My point here is that radicalization is a process.
Well, I think the point here is that this person went on like a whole entire rant about how terrible these people are, and about how like they are a threat to society, even like Turkey Tom. And then it's like, well, but they may not actually be the specific issue. I don't know if it's plausible deniability language, or if it's more of just I don't know, like a downplaying of what they said in the first place, or an acknowledgement in some kind of fucking weird way. I don't really know, dude. It's probably because you can't draw a direct line in any real capacity. It's like a Turkey Tom video talking about pooping and farting. Like, I don't know, crazy schoolboy 42 or whatever the fuck the guy's name is, and shooting up a school. But I guess I find it hard to believe that Turkey Tom would be somebody who radicalizes you. It's fucking insane.
Process of acclimation. The pipeline functions precisely.
I just feel like it's just Turkey Tom is like the worst. I feel like of all these people, Turkey Tom is the most like not person that tries not to be like a public figure. Whereas you got people like you know, other people on the list like Tectone and whatnot, that they're like, hey, I'm a person, I'm a public figure individual. You know, they're trying to be a personality. Like Think Before You Sleep is trying to be a personality. You know, Turkey Tom is like not. Turkey Tom kind of just like does rundowns on stuff. It's not really about his, you know, I don't know. It's not really about his personality as much. He's just kind of like reading a script. Whereas you have other people in here like Sense of Society who like, oh, watch me for me. I'm Sensitive Society, you know?
Because each step feels small.
And too many BWC videos, true.
And that the spaces which enable it at the earliest steps are the ones that receive realistically the least scrutiny, because they do not look like radicalization unless you have escaped them already. The evidence of the Antioch shooter's own manifesto tells us that the network which shaped his worldview included not just explicit extremists, but the creators who made extremism-adjacent content
I guess so. I don't know.
Feel like entertainment. An article from the Global Network on Extremism and Technology says, in regards to the Antioch shooter's deep internet use, that it demonstrates the ongoing challenge of moderating extremist content in mainstream digital spaces, particularly as such content is often concealed through coded language, memes, and seemingly innocuous visual content. The ISD's 2024 review of violent attacks found that approximately half of individuals involved held unclear or loosely defined beliefs rather than traditional extremist ideologies, suggesting that the pipeline increasingly produces people whose radicalization doesn't fit neat categories, exactly like the Antioch shooter, the Kirk shooter, the Tumbler Ridge shooter, and the police shooting, Think Before You Sleep, tried and failed to link to the Young Turks. From that same global...
Holy fuck. Jesus goddamn Christ. What is it? All right, maybe it's just me, but it's just like so unnecessarily wordy. Like we got everything pretty much right off the jump here, man. We get it. It just seems to be like an unnecessary amount of yapping to, you've made these points so many times before. It just seems like unnecessary amounts of like fucking yapping.
Network on Extremism and Technology article above on the Antioch.
Yeah, that's the internet in general. Yeah, it's the internet in general. Like it's just the reality is that there's a ton of just radicalization online in general, whether it's left or right. The right wing is obviously more dangerous, but the problem is that once you're in these communities, you're in both communities, especially like in an online space. Like if you interact with one person, you're going to be exposed to another, the opposite community, because they're always talking about each other, and so you're just going to kind of like go into this like radicalizing pipeline. I think that's really what it comes down to.
Shooter. The attacker's digital interactions observed in these spaces reflect a broader trend of ideological fusion, where individuals synthesize elements from various extreme traditions. In this case, the shooter's embrace of anti-Semitic and white supremacist rhetoric, despite being a young black man, a group historically the target of white supremacist ideology, illustrates the complex and often contradictory nature of online radicalization. Such phenomena highlight how extremist ideologies can be detached from traditional identity markers when mediated through digital platforms, leading to unexpected alignments with historically antagonistic belief systems.
Well, it kind of makes sense to be able to do something like that, especially in the sense that, like, back in the day, you'd have to go to a rally, and if you were a black person, you'd be seen as black. But if you're a young man struggling online, you see all this different stuff, and like they're not seeing you. You're interacting with these like memes, basically. That's what they're interacting with in a one-sided capacity, and you're slowly getting radicalized. But again, you're interacting with a meme in a one-sided way, so it doesn't really know what your color of your skin is at all. So you're like, oh, wait a minute, maybe the I am black, so that part, people blaming shit on me doesn't make sense, but maybe it makes sense to blame illegal immigrants. Maybe that part makes sense. I don't know, right? So I think that is partly of that as well.
The biggest takeaway here is that more and more people have become influenced by the affect of online spaces more than any coherent ideology. And I think this finding highlights the urgency of studying not just the endpoints of radicalization, but its earliest, most innocuous seeming stages. The question, my dear viewer, is not whether apolitical drama, slop, and unemployment commentary channels are responsible for mass shootings. The question is whether their genre conventions are serving as infrastructure in a pipeline that researchers have documented extensively, but not yet fully mapped at its origins. And I believe that Turkey Tom's name in the Antioch Shooter's Manifesto suggests that we have an answer.
Okay.
Woo!
What about like any of the other people in it though? How come we're not really... We really just focused on Turkey Tom here, huh? What the fuck? How the fuck did that even hit me? Really just focusing on Turkey Tom's name here, huh? Seems interesting to me, but okay.
Oh my god, that was a fucking doozy. Thank you to the Patreon people. Your names are scrolling now. This was awful, and I've been like keeping a bit of a mental tally as I go along here, and if these guys come across this video, I kind of want to see if I can predict what things they're going to say about it and me. So that's what we're going to do is the name scroll by. I think obviously I'm going to get called like a leftist and a socialist. I think that I'm going to for sure be called like a Hasan simp.
Gay. Yeah, we get it. All right. That was a hell of a video. Interesting video. Yeah, what about Mr. Beast, dude? What the hell happened to Mr. Beast?